Well, my man MoneyBoy Trey in the building. He said, hit that like or we gon' fight. Make sure you check him out on YouTube.
Let me talk to the host. The host is MoneyBoy Trey. What's popping?
Will you interview with at MoneyBoy Trey?
Or MoneyBoy Trey is back. Where you been?
MoneyBoy. You see me in they chats because that's the circle that I associate with.
MoneyBoy said manhood is subjective. No, the fuck it's not.
Yes, sir. Stay right.
Thank you, Your Honor. When we were discussing at the bench, one of the questions we had, so that you're aware with concerning murder, Father State versus Rick Chow, there is no doubt that he is incarcerated. However, in case the court is reading this later, there's always a concern that the defendant not keep incarcerated. The deputy was very good to us, but there was concern putting the deputy directly behind Mr. Chow, making him appear as a security risk to the potential jurors. He requested that we add, first we requested that the deputy not be back there at all, understanding the court's concerns and the deputy's concerns. I think the compromise was they put shackles on his legs, restricted his movement, and of course, if he does anything that creates any type of security concern, we understand you know how we need to put the deputy back. Our concern having the deputy back directly behind him, the influence of the jurors. We discussed that with Solicitor. I think everybody is in agreement.
That'll be the plan moving forward.
Thanks, sir.
All right, first, before we get started, obviously there's a significant media presence here. I instructed the media not to take any photos, videos, anything of that nature of the jury. I was informed that overnight there was some reporting about me having, or allegedly having the media removed from the jury proceedings. I guess the implication was almost as they were taken out in cuffs, which certainly was not the case. I definitely wholeheartedly respect the media process and what they do, and certainly understand their constitutional right to be present in these proceedings. However, I have not to waive the privacy concerns of the jury panel during the selection process. That's why the media was excluded. And I'm just putting this on the record. If somebody wants to challenge my decision or anything like that, but it's solely for the privacy of the jury. We have a hard enough time selecting juries and getting jurors to show up. If they don't want to be on camera, they're not the star of this, any of these shows, and if they feel uncomfortable, they ask a lot of personal questions. So it's solely to protect the privacy of the jury, which I had to balance against the constitutional right of the media to be present. So that was the reasoning. If anybody needs to challenge it, there are 5 folks down at the corner of Jerry and Sumter with roads much heavier than mine. You can take care of it. So I didn't want to put that on the record before we get started.
And Your Honor, finally, just the last, this AM, we finally concluded with the reciprocal Rule 5. We gave the state our expert report. We were on the phone with late last night to submit those completely redacted. So there was no necessary delay. God told me to add it. And again, now comport with all of our rules under reciprocals.
Okay.
Well, we got a cell phone distraction report. I understand there might be some other kind of report coming in.
Yeah.
It's not completely compliant, but we do have a report.
Yes, sir, still fine. Okay. Well, here's that's what you're trying. We don't have anything that we have not given up that. We have
All right, anything else from the parties before we get started?
nothing on behalf of Mr. Trout.
No, you say, Chow.
Well, to start out today, I guess not so good fashion, we are already missing a juror. So we will select an alternate. We selected 4, as you all know. We don't select the very first alternate that's chosen. It is by random selection. All clerk has folded up numbers. Yeah. So I will draw from those 4 pieces of paper, but it was juror number 9. She was the 12th juror selected in the panel. So I'm just going to pick one. Looks like juror number 259 will be the replacement. All right, any objections or problems with
No, no, say.
You know, I discussed that with Mr. Powell, there's no objections, and explained to him the procedure, and it was done in accordance with the statute.
Okay, very good. All right, y'all ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, sir.
Steve, will you please go?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I'm trying to get it fast forwarded to the right spot. This day 1, they tricked me. I would say this is it, but it just looks like the defense is standing.
Due to illness, so juror number 259 will now be a part of the panel. We understood on that?
Oh, that's what was going on. Apparently, one of the jurors was late. They couldn't show up. They said, fuck this trial. And that's what it was. All right.
Oh, you're already down there, okay. So Mr. Colbert already told, thank you, Mr. Stevens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the case of State versus Chow. Again, I want to thank you for your important responsibility of jury service. As I told you earlier, without folks like you wouldn't serve, our justice system simply cannot function. I want to introduce a few folks. You've already met Mr. Colbert, he's our chief bailiff. And any of the folks just with the yellow coat, they are sort of your eyes and ears. This week, they're here to help you if you have any questions, any problems, any concerns. They'll get you to and from the jury room. If you need to address me with any issues, you notify them. But again, they're here to help you. To my right is our court reporter, Captain Spires. Cat takes down everything we do in here. This is a court record. In the event there were an appeal, everything she types up, we go to an appellate court. If sometimes she tells somebody to speak up or say that again, she's not trying to point that out to your attention. She's just making sure she got it down. To my left is my law clerk, Becca Sternberg. She is my lawyer. She is a lawyer that assists me with my duties. And further to my left is Lydia Miller. She is a law student who is visiting with us for 2 weeks. So I just wanted, if you were wondering who folks were in the courtroom, that's who they are. Now, the instructions I'm going to give you now are an introduction to the trial. These remarks are not a charge on the law in the case. I'll instruct you on the law applicable at the end of the trial before you consider your verdict. This is merely an explanation of the procedure that we're going to follow during the trial to help you better understand what's happening. We're not going to be and not take notes during the trial. The defendant is charged by the warrants and a separate indictment filed in this court with the crime of murder. The elements will be explained to you later. The warrants and the indictments are simply the charge by which this case is brought into court. It's not in any sense evidence of any of the allegations it contains. The defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment. Therefore, the state has the burden of proving each of the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. It's your duty, ladies and gentlemen, to decide whether the state has met that burden. Your purpose of jurors is to find and determine the facts. You are the sole judges of the facts. If at any time I make a comment regarding the facts, you must disregard it. You are to determine the facts from the testimony you hear and other evidence introduced in court. It's up to you to determine the inference which you feel may properly be drawn from the evidence. It's especially important that you perform your duty of determining the facts diligently and conscientiously, because ordinarily there is no way to correct an erroneous determination of facts by a jury. If I make an error of law, there are appellate courts in our state that will correct me. They don't get to go into the jury room, so it's important that you are conscientious in your duty. Now, on the other hand, and with equal emphasis, the same rules that make you the judge of the facts will be the judge of the law. The law as given by the court is the only law you may consider. You must accept and follow it even though you may disagree with it. I can't tell you what the facts are. You can't disagree with me about what the law is or should be. Your job is to take the law as I give it to you and apply it to the facts that you find from the testimony of the witnesses and any other evidence that's introduced. After doing all that, you will render your verdict on the oath that you're about to take as jurors. Until I advise you to begin your deliberations, you must not discuss the case with anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family members, and anyone involved in the case. You must decide the case based solely on the evidence presented to you here in this courtroom. And that means during trial, you must not conduct any independent research about the case, about the law, by searching media, internet, websites, anything of that nature. After the case is submitted to you, you must discuss it only in the jury room with your fellow jurors. The attorneys and the parties in this case have been advised that they are not to talk to you at all. But if you see anyone involved in the case and they don't say hello and they're not being unfriendly, they're just following my instructions. It's important that you keep an open mind and not decide any issue in the case until all the evidence has been presented, the parties have made their closing arguments, and I have instructed you on the law. If you become aware of another juror's violation of these instructions, you must inform me immediately. In just a moment, the solicitor will make what's called an opening statement, in which the solicitor will explain to you the issues in the case, or at least what the solicitor thinks the issues are. Counsel for the defendant may also make an opening statement, although he is not required to do so. What the attorneys tell you during opening statements is not evidence in the case. It is only their contention as to what the issues are or what they believe the evidence may show. After opening statements, testimony will begin. It's your responsibility to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant, and your verdict must be based solely on the evidence as it is presented to you in this courtroom during the trial and on the law as I instruct you during and at the close of the trial. The evidence in this case will be presented to you by testimony of sworn witnesses from this witness stand and by exhibits that may be introduced into evidence. In determining what the facts are in this case, you must decide whether or not the testimony of the witness is believable. It will be my responsibility to rule as a matter of law as to whether certain testimony is admissible and whether you get to hear it. Once the testimony is admitted, it is solely for you to determine the believability of the witness testimony. In deciding whether to believe a witness, you have the right to consider the interest of the witness, the bias of the witness, the prejudice of the witness, the opportunity for the witness to have seen the matters, the things about the witness may testify, and the way the witness acts on the witness stand. You have the right to consider anything that is in the record that will help you evaluate the testimony of the witnesses. That means you must pay close attention to the witnesses, observe the witnesses, listen to the witnesses, and pay close attention to the attorneys and to the court. Please don't let your thoughts wander. Give strict attention to the testimony so that at the end, after all the arguments of counsel, my charge on the law, you will be in a position to determine what the actual facts are and to apply the law to those facts and render a verdict. From time to time, you may hear one of the lawyers say something like, Your Honor, I believe we have a question of law or a matter of law to discuss with you. Or, Your Honor, may we approach the bench? Or sometimes I myself might find it necessary to excuse you from the courtroom for a short while so the attorneys and I can discuss a matter of law. The reason for this is you are the judges of the facts. And sometimes when I'm discussing matters of law with lawyers, it may be necessary for me to make some comment as to the facts in connection with the ruling or whether or not a particular law applies. I'm not supposed to tell you what the facts are, so I will excuse you from the courtroom while these discussions take place so that in no way will you be influenced by anything that I might say or do in connection with the facts. So, ladies and gentlemen, sometimes that may seem a little frustrating for you, like we're wasting your time. You might be sitting back there in the jury room for 30 minutes while we're talking about the law. But I promise you we're working. I value your time just as much as I value mine, and I don't let lawyers waste your time. So, if you're back there, trust me, we're working. We're not talking about how bad the Gamecock baseball season was this year or anything like that. We're working. So, again, I value your time. Your time is no less important than any lawyer in this courtroom or not. So understand that we value your time very much. Now, I need to appoint a fourth. Well, Madam Clerk, will you please swear here?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn. After this oath, please acknowledge my oath ID. Do you swear or affirm that you shall well and truly try and true deliberate make between the state of South Carolina and the defendant at bar, that you shall have in charge and a true verdict give according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? They can be seated.
Okay, I need to appoint a fourth person, and ma'am there next to Mrs. Cole. What's your number?
302.
302. Will you pick the magic chicken? So you are our fourth person. It is going to be your added duty to manage the deliberations and complete the verdict form, but I'll give you further instructions on that. You're not going to get paid anymore than you know there was. But you will be our foreman to the conclusion of the trial. Any exceptions from the state as far as what I just told the jury? No, sir. Anything from the defense?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Chow.
Stay ready to open argument.
We're ready, Honor.
You may proceed.
Please go.
Yes, Mr. Lister.
Counsel, Mr. Kent, Mr. McCullough, Sorrell. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the value of a human life? The grieving parents who've lost a 14-year-old to senseless acts of violence, a human life is priceless. But on May 28, 2023, Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, determined that Cyrus Carmack Belton's life was worth less than 4 bottles of water. I say this because in May of 2023, Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, was the owner of a convenience store and gas station on the corner of Park Lane and Springtree here in Columbia. His wife was working that evening. She was a co-owner, and their adult son was working there as well that particular evening. It was around 8 o'clock or so p.m. that Cyrus Carmack Belton, a 14-year-old, walked into that store. And he had on a red hoodie with a small pocket in the front. He was carrying a black backpack. We know this to be true because the defendant in this case, Rick Chow, had an intricate camera system that captured almost every interaction within that store and multiple camera angles. He also had camera angles outside of the store on the premises of the store and immediately adjacent to the store so you could see what happened at the beginning of Springtree as his property ended. So Cyrus walked into that store, red hoodie, small pocket in the front, black backpack, and he walks in and he immediately is asked by the co-owner, Alice Chow, to remove his backpack. That's store policy. Cyrus complies, does exactly what he's asked to do. He puts that backpack on the cooler and begins to walk around and browse throughout the store. He goes aisle to aisle, browsing, looking around, looking at the candy, looking at water, looking at other things in the store. And Alice is directly behind him, watching everything that he does. When he walks to the front of the store, she watches. When he walks to the side of the store, she watches. She leans against posts and watches everything that he's doing as he walks through that store. Their adult son, Andy, is working the counter, and he's watching as well. And as other customers come in to buy things, he'll service them and continue to watch Cyrus as he walks through the store. Finally, Cyrus walks to that back right corner of the store. And again, we know this to be true because of that intricate camera system that Mr. Chow installed. He walks to the back. He opens a water cooler, leans the water cooler against his left shoulder, and takes out 4 bottles of water. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And after a second, he pauses and methodically puts all 4 water bottles back into that cooler. 1, 2, 3, and 4. He closes the cooler and begins to walk back towards the front of the store. And it's at that point that the verbal confrontation begins. And I say confrontation because Cyrus said nothing. The co-owner of the store, Alice Chow, asked if he needed help and eventually accused him of stealing water, told him to empty his pockets. The adult son, Andy, who was watching, said the same thing. You took some water. Give us back the water. Cyrus said, I took nothing. I didn't take anything. I didn't take anything. And they continued to verbally attack him, accusing him of stealing water. Interestingly enough, if you look at that intricate camera system, Cyrus is telling the truth. He took nothing from that store that day. As he tried to walk out of the store, they continued to verbally harass him to the point where he took his backpack and calmly walked out of the store. Again, we know that to be true because of that intricate camera system that Chow installed. And as he walks toward that door, the co-owner, Alice Chow, says something in Cantonese that makes her son run around the counter towards Cyrus. And then Chai Kee Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, comes from out of an office in the convenience store, armed with a .45 caliber Glock pistol, and follows Cyrus out of that store. Cyrus walks out of the store, takes a right, slowly, and hears them yelling, running after him, turns to see, and again, the camera system shows these things, and he takes off running. Cyrus tries to run through the parking lot to the point to where he runs out of his Air Force One Nike shoe, runs out of his shoe, doesn't turn around to pick it up because you have an adult male running behind you with a .45 caliber Glock pistol who has falsely accused you of stealing. So he runs. He drops 2 cell phones out of his pocket. We know this to be true because there are witnesses who we expect you'll hear from who'll talk about how they had to throw on brakes to keep from hitting them as they ran across traffic. We know this to be true because of that intricate camera system that he installed. He drops 2 cell phones. One belonged to him, one to his mother. Doesn't turn around to pick up one of those cell phones. Continues to run, falls down, gets back up running, falls again, busts his shin, drops the backpack, keeps running. In total, Chai Kee Rick Chow and his son chased Cyrus Carmack Belton over 130 yards off of their property onto a public road in Columbia, South Carolina. And eventually, after Cyrus fell a couple of times, Chai Kee Rick Chow fired the fatal shot, which ended his life. And folks, 130 yards is a football field. No, in fact, it's a football field goalpost to goalpost plus 10 yards. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm Byron Gibson, the 5th Judicial Circuit Solicitor, and I, along with Dale Scott, Stephanie Taylor, and Weston Leifer, represent the state of South Carolina. So for the next few minutes, I'm going to give you a little bit more of a roadmap of what this case entails, what our position is in this case, and what we believe we can prove, as well as give you an idea of what to expect from the court and how this proceeding will run for the next several days. Now, I mentioned to you a moment ago that when Cyrus walked into that store, he was wearing a red hoodie and a pocket in the front, black backpack. Unbeknownst to the Chow family, to Chai Kee Rick Chow, to Alice Chow, or to Andy Chow, he had a pistol in the front pocket of that hoodie. Unbeknownst. They didn't know. We know that to be true because that video will confirm all of those things. Confirm that he walked around the store, had a conversation with them. At no point did he ever threaten them. At no point did he ever curse them when he was being falsely accused. He didn't spit on them. He never attacked them. He calmly walked through the store and calmly denied stealing anything from that store, which again was true. The truth in this case is that Cyrus did what you'd expect an adult to do in that case. He walked away. He tried to create distance every time he was confronted. But for some reason, Chai Kee Rick Chow wouldn't believe him. He couldn't believe him for some reason, although the evidence will show that he took nothing from that store. The evidence will show that after they chased him out of his shoe, dropping phones around down Springtree Road, after he tripped over a curb, fell, dropped his backpack. We believe that gun spilled out of that pocket. And within moments after that gun spilled out of that pocket, that man shot Cyrus Carmack Belton in the back with a 45 caliber pistol. Now, we believe evidence will show that soon after, EMS and others came on the scene. Chow tried to say, hey, I was defending my son. But the interesting thing about this process is that you're going to have an opportunity at the end of this case, as you've heard all of the evidence from this witness chair, to assess what you've learned and what you've heard. You get a chance to assess that. And I'll ask as you start asking those questions that bounce around in your head, in what world do you get to falsely accuse a 14-year-old of stealing, chase a 14-year-old 130 plus yards down a road while you're armed with a pistol, shoot that person in the back, then claim you're defending your son? Folks, it's for that senseless act, for that ridiculous act, for that heinous act, that Chow, the defendant in this case, has been charged and indicted with the crime of murder. And it's for that crime that we, the prosecution, Dale Scott, Stephanie Taylor, and Weston Leifer, will be asking that you return a verdict of guilty at the appropriate time. Now, as prosecutors, we have something that's called the burden of proof. And what that means is we have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Chow murdered Cyrus Carmack Belton. Now, reasonable doubt in South Carolina, our courts have defined it a couple ways, and I'll explain those to you. Reasonable doubt is the amount of doubt that causes a reasonable person to hesitate to act. The amount of reasonable person to hesitate to act. There's an alternative definition that says that if you are firmly convinced of the defendant's guilty, and at that point they are guilty of crime, that's for you all as the jurors to decide. Now, as was mentioned a few moments ago, Judge Taylor is the judge of the law, and you got to take the law as he gives it to you. So at the appropriate time, he'll advise you of the definition of reasonable doubt and every other legal standard and every other thing about the law that you're going to need to know. He'll advise you of those things at the end of the case at the appropriate time. But the cool thing about this process, just as he said, is that Judge Taylor is the judge of the law. You guys are the judges of the facts. And you get to determine based on what you hear from this witness chair and the evidence that you observe, you get to determine what actually happened in this case. So you're probably asking, all right, well, how am I supposed to do something like that? How am I judging people about, as a witness? I suggest to you that just as you are judging my credibility and believability right now, that's a skill that you've developed over all these years that you've been walking this earth. I suggest to you that when you parked your cars this morning, you didn't leave your common sense in the parking lot. That's what you're using to assess credibility and believability. And that's what you'll be doing with each of the witnesses that comes up here. You'll judge that. You'll talk. You'll have an opportunity to determine if they had motive to say what they say, if they could observe the actual things that they're saying they observed. If they have some reason to change or to try to tell a story in a way that's going to help them, you'll get a chance to make those determinations at the appropriate time. And we'll ask that you do that. A couple moments ago, each of you guys took an oath to well and truly try the facts of this case. And what that essentially means is that you got to try the facts of this case, not some stuff that you may have heard out there, not some preconceived notions, not some ideas that you may have, but from the evidence that you hear in this jury room this week in this case. That's what you got to do. Folks, I ask that you resist the urge to turn this trial into some type of commentary about youth and guns, because it's not about that. It's about a grown man who falsely accused a 14-year-old of stealing, chased him down the road while armed with a pistol, shot him in the back, and then claimed he's defending his son. That's what this case is about. And ultimately, those are the decisions that you'll have to make at the end of this case. Now, I expect that you're going to hear from several different types of witnesses this week. Some are going to be what we call lay witnesses, just people who just happened to be driving up and down Springtree Road that day. Folks who saw what happened. Folks who watched the Chows chase Cyrus across the street and shoot and kill him. We expect they'll have different vantage points, seeing things in different ways, but you'll have an opportunity to listen to them and assess what they saw. You'll hear from law enforcement, first responders, people who saw what happened and talk to witnesses out there on the street immediately after it happened. Some body cam, meaning the body cameras that they're wearing when they're talking. You'll see some of those things. Take that information. You'll also have an opportunity to hear from a few experts. And Judge will explain to you what experts are and what expert testimony is and how you weigh expert testimony. Again, take the law as he gives it to you. And take the law from experts and determine if they have the ability to testify about the things that they say that they know, how they came upon this information, and if this information was paid for. ask yourselves those questions at the appropriate time. Now, folks, you're going to hear about 3 types of evidence. I'm wrapping this thing up. I want y'all to get sick of me this early in the week. There are going to be 3 types of evidence you're going to hear about. One is direct evidence, second is circumstantial, third is stipulations. Direct evidence is evidence that you can see, that you can touch, that you can feel, sometimes even smell. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that you can infer exists based on a series of facts. All right? Evidence that you can infer exists based on a series of facts. So, example, we're sitting in here, South Carolina, it's probably going to be 89 degrees with 100% humidity. If you walk out here at lunchtime and you see snow outside, it's 12 degrees outside. You see icicles hanging off of the different the posts and all that kind of stuff. You see the snowplow going through here. You see penguin tracks, or maybe a polar bear walk by. You are in this room with no windows all day, but you can infer that it snowed because you see all of the evidence of snow. That's circumstantial evidence. It's just as good as direct evidence if you, the jury, determine that you believe that that's what took place. So direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, and last we're talking about stipulations. Stipulations are agreements between our table of state and our table of defense team. The stipulations, that means we have an agreement that a particular fact exists. And if we have that agreement and we alert the judge that that agreement exists, the judge will have the opportunity to explain to you that that's not a fact that you guys have to haggle about or even argue, because we agree that it's the truth. So direct, circumstantial, stipulations, those are the 3 types of evidence we'll be talking about. And at the appropriate time, we'll have a chance to look at the facts of the case, and with the evidence, you compare that to the evidence and return a verdict that speaks the truth in this case. Now, my final ask of you is this. There's an 11th century philosopher named Omar Khayyam. And one thing that he wrote back then was, the moving finger writes, and having writ moves on. Nor all your piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wash out a word of it. Now, I know y'all are looking at me kind of like, what is this dude quoting some 11th century philosophy for? I'll tell you that at the end of this case, I will explain to you why something written back in the 1100s and 1200s rings so true today in this courtroom in 2026 about a case where that man murdered a 14-year-old in 2023. So, folks, remember what we've talked about and ask yourselves one last question. What is the value of a human life? Thank you.
Hey, this is Old Man Rivers.
Please, court.
Yes, Mr. Sloan.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. My name is Jack Swirling. We met briefly yesterday when we were doing the jury selection. And it's my position at this point to go ahead and give you a defense opening statement. And I appreciate you being here. Thank you for being here. And
I'm sorry. I probably won't stop it no more. Where in the fuck are the young attorneys in South Carolina? We just saw Old Man Rivers come up there and talk for the prosecution, and that is defense lawyer look like he about to die tomorrow. This is his last trial ever in life. This man look like Mr. Burns. Mr. Chow, this is the best attorney your money could buy. All right, then.
I hope that you find this experience on your part to be an interesting experience about looking into your judicial system. We spent, let me just back up a minute. My good friend, the solicitor, just gave an outstanding opening statement himself. But the one thing that I did not hear, the one thing that I do not believe you will hear during the course of this trial, is why a 14-year-old would be illegally possessing a semi-automatic pistol, wandering the streets with that pistol, with a laser attached to that pistol. A laser to go ahead and ensure better accuracy when you fire the weapon. A semi-automatic pistol that was loaded, the magazine was loaded, and there was a bullet in the chamber. It was illegally possessed by this young man. He illegally entered the store. because there was a sign posted, it's illegal to go ahead and enter the store with a weapon. Versus what Mr. Chow did. Mr. Chow had a concealed weapons permit. He never drew his weapon. He was authorized to have a weapon, but he didn't draw that weapon until his son was in danger of being shot. The solicitors, in this case, want to frame this case. It was all about a bottle of water. It was all about someone wrongly accused of shoplifting in the store. But nothing else matters to the state in this situation as to why this young man had that weapon, why he carried that weapon. Because if he didn't have that weapon, he never would have had a weapon to draw on Andy Chow. He never would have had a weapon to put Andy Chow in danger. And he never would have had a weapon that would cause Mr. Chow to believe his son was going to be shot and have to make a split-second decision as to whether or not to go ahead and fire that gun and protect his son. There's going to be a lot of questions in this case, a lot of things that you're going to have to resolve. But I wanted to go ahead and tell you why this case is framed the way the state is doing it, because they don't want to explain why that young man had a semi-automatic pistol, loaded, bullet in the chamber with a laser, entering the store, wandering the streets. They don't want to explain it because you know what? They cannot. We went through a jury selection process yesterday that's carefully designed to go ahead and make sure that 12 people will eventually decide this case, 12 people from Richland County, who are fair and impartial, who do not have any preconceived opinions, who come in here under oath and said, I may have heard about the case, but I have not formed an opinion about it. I'm willing to listen to the evidence and the law that the judge gives me and decide this case fairly and truly and honestly. We went through a jury selection process where, as you recall, the judge excused a number of witnesses for one reason or another to make sure we have fair and impartial jury. The state excused witnesses because the lawyers, both sides, are entitled to go ahead and make challenges to witnesses or peremptory challenges. They have challenges that we can exercise because any reason whatsoever. However, what it comes down to is that both the judge, the state, and the defense believe that we have the 12, 13, 14, 15 jurors now who are the most fair and impartial jurors who can sit in judgment on this case and decide whether or not Rick Chow is guilty of murder, whether or not he intended to kill this young man and he did it with malice, an evil heart, a wicked mind. That's what judge will describe to you what malice means. And you will have to decide whether or not the state has proven that case beyond a reasonable doubt. So we are satisfied, we are content that we have the best jurors that could come out of Richland County to decide this case, and we have faith in you. Rick Chow has pled not guilty to this offense, and that places on the state the burden to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I just want to cover a couple of legal issues, legal principles with you. One is, as he sits over there right now, and throughout the course of this trial, all the way through, he is presumed to be innocent. That's not just a legal fiction. That's not just something you hear on TV and Law and Order or some other one of the great police shows or law enforcement shows on TV. The presumption of innocence is the bedrock of our judicial system. Everybody accused of a crime is presumed innocent unless and until the state proves guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That presumption of innocence is so strong on our law that you are to consider and presume Mr. Chow innocent unless and until, at the end of the case, after you've heard all the evidence, after you've heard the judge's instructions on the law, you go in the jury room and 12 of you agree, 12 unanimously agree that the state has proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That presumption of innocence does not disappear during the course of this trial. Now you may say, well, that's kind of difficult. It is our law. It is what makes us different than everybody else on the face of the earth. The state has to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And until you go in the jury room and decide that the state has met its burden of proof, he's presumed to be innocent. Now, proof beyond a reasonable doubt doesn't just mean any doubt, but you have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, I believe, I think, maybe, any one of these words, that is not enough to go ahead and convict someone. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not enough to say, I think the state met its burden of proof. I think the state proved guilt. I mean, that's not enough. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. And the reasonable doubt can come from the evidence or the lack of evidence. Either way, you are the ones who determine whether or not the state has met its burden of proof, proving the case beyond a reasonable doubt. You're the ones that apply the presumption of innocence, not the judge, not the lawyers, not the parties, but you. The state also has a burden of disproving self-defense. And this is a case of, it's a collateral issue to self-defense, whether or not someone has a right to exercise self-defense and take another human life. Self-defense is probably the oldest principle we have as man. All the way back. You have a right to defend yourself. You do not have to wait and someone goes ahead and shoots you, kills you, or stabs you, or no matter what it may be. It is elementary, it's fundamental that a person has a right to exercise self-defense, the law of self-defense, to defend himself or herself. And it also applies to defense of others. Same principles. You are entitled to go ahead and defend other people in a similar situation. For example, your son, which is exactly what we have here. Because if the state doesn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Rick Chow did not act in self-defense or defense of others, then they fail. They have failed to prove the case. There's no burden on any defendant to prove anything in the case. So the state has to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and they have to disprove self-defense or defense of others beyond a reasonable doubt. And we know that you're going to hold them to that burden of proof and keep our system the way it was designed to be. That a jury sits between the state or the federal government and the citizens in a county or in an area and decides cases fairly and impartially, and that no person is ever held to answer for a crime where the state has not met its burden of proof. The judge will describe to you what the definition of murder is. And I told you it's malice aforethought. That's what South Carolina standard is. Murder is with malice aforethought. You kill somebody with malice aforethought, that evil heart, the wicked mind. The offense of murder also requires, as the judge will tell you, a criminal intent. You have to have a criminal intent to go ahead and be guilty of a crime. You have to intend the crime. And the judge will explain that to you at the end of the case as well. And I'm not going to go into the details of it, but I just want to turn these principles over to you so you know what we're talking about. Self-defense, defense of others. Was there a reasonable belief or an imminent danger? Was the imminent danger, and you believed it was reasonable, and it was reasonable, that someone's life was in danger, your own life or the life of a loved one, like Andy Chow? Under those circumstances, you are entitled to go ahead and exercise that self-defense or defense of others. And the judge will explain to you, as I just said, that it is up to the state to disprove that. You will hear evidence of that. You will hear in detail exactly what happened out there on that street and what happened when Rick Chow went ahead and fired the shot. The young man was pointing a gun at his son. Defense of others. Is that an immediate threat, an imminent threat? Is it a reasonable belief that your son is in danger of serious bodily harm or death? I submit to you there's not going to be any question about whether or not it was reasonable or whether it was imminent, or it was reasonable to believe it was imminent. And you are, under the law, since the beginning of time, allowed to go ahead and take, unfortunately, nobody's saying this is, everybody's happy about this, but unfortunately, there are occasions in human life when someone has to exercise that right of self-defense or defense of others, and another life is taken. It's sad, it's tragic, there's no question about that. My heart goes out to the family. They've suffered a tremendous loss. And I don't want you to think for 1 minute that we're making that light about that. This was a terrible situation that happened, and that young man is no longer with us. But there are legal issues that you must decide prior to making any determination about guilt. And I submit to you right now, that the state will not and cannot meet its burden of proof, proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, proving murder, malice of forethought beyond a reasonable doubt, criminal intent beyond a reasonable doubt, or disprove the defense of others, as a judge will explain it to you. Now, how do you decide that? Well, you're going to listen to the evidence. You're going to hear the law by the judge, and you're going to make your decision based upon that evidence that you hear and the law that the judge gives you at the end of the case. No, there's no schooling. We don't have any classes to how to go ahead and determine that. But I will tell you this, reasonable doubt is something you use and exercise every single day when you make the important decisions in your life. Should I go to that school? Should I buy that car? Should I buy that house? Do I need this? Do I need that? You weigh the factors, both the pros and the cons. And no matter what the pros and cons are, you're still entitled to go ahead and make that purchase, to go to that school or go on that trip, even if it all adds up to being not the right thing to do. But when you come into a courtroom, it's completely different. Because if you have a reasonable doubt, if things just don't make sense, if it doesn't add up, it doesn't, one thing after another make sense, and come to a conclusive decision that the state has proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, you can't disregard that. The oath that you just took requires you to find someone not guilty or not proven, is another way to look at it, not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Submit to you at the end of this case, again, hearing the law and the evidence or the lack of evidence, you will come to that decision that the state has not met its burden of proof as to proving the case or disproving self-defense or defense of others. You look at the evidence, you listen to the witnesses. Are they consistent? Have they told the same story, everything that they've seen, everything that he did? Is it consistent all the way through? Not only is it consistent between what they said, but consistent with what other people said. And not only consistent with what other people said, but is it consistent with the physical evidence that you know and that you see that's presented to you in the court? You look at motive and interest and bias and prejudice to decide whether or not to believe a witness or the credibility of witnesses. You are the folks that decide the credibility of witnesses. I want to go ahead and, as I said, it's a tragic situation. My heart goes out to the family. They've lost a terrible loss. Nobody can understand that. Nobody can in any way comprehend what it would be like to live there. And I feel sorry for these folks. And I feel sorry for the young man who lost his life. But it's also about the Chow family. Rick Chow and his wife, Alice Chow. Rick was born in Hong Kong. Alice was born in Malaysia. They came here early on in life as students. They went to Louisiana, University of Louisiana. Rick Chow and Alice Chow became citizens of the United States, as proud American citizens as anybody could possibly be. They married, they had 2 children, Andy and Kenny, who both gone to the University of South Carolina. Alice was a CPA, earned her CPA degree and a license. Rick Chow was a professor at Upper Tiff State, Carolina for a number of years in computer science. These are motivated, energetic people who wanted to pursue the American dream, and they did. At some point, they wanted to go ahead and own a business, and that's how they came to buy the store that's in question today. They had that for about 10 or 12 years. They bought it. It's a Shell gas station. And they bought the store, and they operated it. Rick Chow really wanted to go ahead and form a business. So for 10, 12 years, they've operated that business. In May, as the solicitor has told you, the situation that's before you today, young man, Carmack Belton, entered their store. Now, when he entered the store, he had a backpack. Backpacks have to be put on the water cooler. It applies to everybody. They don't want anybody walking around in the store with a backpack. So everybody puts it on the water. Mr. Belton, Carmack did. Put it up. you will find out, we'll talk about what's in that book bag later on, but the young man entered the store, walked around all around the store, not buying anything, looking at different merchandise, not buying anything, going to the water cooler, strangely removing 4 bottles one at a time, then strangely putting them back one at a time, looking nervous, hands in his pockets, looking back at Andy Chow, looking back at Alice Chow, who was on the floor at that time. They were both in the store in a nervous way. And they had a suspicion that he possibly had shoplifted something. Now, this is a store with thousands of small dollar items. A water bottle or any other item in the store, probably very little profit in it. So it's not about whether or not one item was ever taken. It's the cumulative effect and the losses that a store owner can feel from that. So they have a right to go ahead and look and see if anybody's taking anything. When Mr. Belton was leaving the store, he was asked, "Did you take anything?" And he basically had his hands in his pockets and he turned it up, the pockets. "No." "Do I look like I have anything?" He was asked again, and at that point, he went to the water cooler, picked up the book bag, and at that point exited the store. There was no physical confrontation. There was no yelling at him, but there was a request. There was a question that he answered, but Andy Chow still felt that there was something about the way he was acting in the store, and he wanted to follow at least to see where he was going so they could report that to the police. He could report it to the police. But at that point, when they exited the store, Mr. Belton, Cormac Belton, started running. Now, he saw something that he thought, Andy Chow saw something and he thought looked heavy in his hoodie, in the pockets of his hoodie. And that could have been something that he took, like the water. Well, we now know that it wasn't the water, but it was a semi-automatic loaded pistol with a laser on it in those pockets. So he was telling the truth, that he saw something heavy in the pocket. The suspicion increased when the young man took off running. Why was he running? Why did he run? He did increase the suspicion at that point by running. And he really ran fast because he ran out of one of his shoes. He threw the phones down before he exited the parking lot. And he just took off as fast as he could. Now, reasonable to believe that he may have taken something? Absolutely. Reasonable to go ahead and follow him to see where he was going, what direction, so he could tell the police? Absolutely. And he wasn't going to tackle him. He wasn't going to hold him. He wanted to see where he was going. Rick Chow had come out of the office, and he saw his son outside, and the young man outside as well. And he saw him take both of them take off running. Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, ran following his son and Mr. Cormac Belton because he was trying to see what was going on with his son, protect his son, make sure his son was okay. He did not know what was going on. He had nothing to do with the determination in the store, but he was going out there to protect his son, make sure his son was okay. It's his son. The young man hauled down the street, crossed over the street, ran down on the left side of the street toward the apartment complex. And at some point, he tripped, fell. Mr. Chow was behind him. Andy was somewhere, you'll hear the testimony about it, somewhere in that area on the street. And actually, the young man hurt his leg, cut his leg. But when he got up, and by the way, he also threw his book bag into a ravine down there. Why? Do these things increase suspicion? Absolutely. It would increase anybody's suspicion. But when he came up, and Andy Chow saw that he had a pistol in his hand. It turned out to be the 9mm pistol. That one in the chamber was loaded and had a laser that had been attached to it, but the laser was found in the road, right near the road where the shell casing that was fired out of Mr. Chow's weapon landed. Now, Mr. Chow never pulled out that weapon. The state wants to talk about, well, you know, he ran from somebody who had a .45 automatic, semi-automatic. How would the young man know that? He didn't even see Mr. Chow. Mr. Chow had it in a holster the whole time. He did not pull out his weapon from the holster until
Just
Overall, go ahead, sir.
he didn't pull out his weapon until he was told by his son that the young man had a gun. The young man, Andy being a young man as well, when he saw the gun, started backing up like this, had his hands up, backing up into the street. Mr. Belton pointed the gun at Andy Chow. Mr. Chow told him, drop it. He didn't drop it. Andy yelled out, he's got a gun. He's standing in the road. Mr. Chow is coming up, pulls his gun now. At that moment, at that split second, that frozen moment in time, Rick Chow sees a young man pointing a semi-automatic pistol at his son, who's backing up with his hands up, and Rick Chow fires his gun to protect his son. We submit to you that that was reasonable. It was a reasonable impression that his son was possibly going to get seriously injured or die at the hands of somebody who had a gun pointed at him, that was a reasonable belief. And he fired his weapon under the law in defense of his son. As I submit to you, anybody in this courtroom. Now you will hear a testimony that's consistent with that. What I'm telling you right now, it's consistent with what has been said in this case by the witnesses. And you will hear testimony from various people that you will find is consistent with that version of what I just told you is consistent. There's no question that that gun belonged to this young man. There's no question that that young man had that laser on that gun. As a matter of fact, you will see evidence, we submit that we'll be able to lay foundation in our defense, that he was on social media the night before, wearing the same clothes, holding the same gun with a laser. There's no question about it. You'll be satisfied at the end of this case as about the direction everybody was, where everybody was placed, in direction where Mr. Chow was when he fired the weapon, where his son was, and where Mr. Carmike Belton was. All of that, I submit to you, will be consistent. Mr. Chow did not take any joy in what happened. It was chaos, adrenaline's pumping. Can you imagine what you're thinking about when you had to go ahead and take that action to go ahead and, first of all, see your son with a gun being pointed at him by a 14-year-old, and then having to fire the weapon to protect your son? What was going through his mind, what was going through his heart, what was going through his head, wasn't something he did because he wanted to. He did it because he was trying to protect his son. But the state doesn't talk about the gun. The state doesn't offer any explanation or rationalization as to why that young man pulled that gun and was walking around with that gun in the streets of Columbia, South Carolina. Mr. Chow didn't just run away at that point. He rendered aid. He stayed right there at the scene. He started doing chest compressions. You'll hear that. The young man was regurgitated. Terrible things, terrible scene. Mr. Chow was bending down, cleaning his mouth out, and giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. You'll hear that. This is a man who acted with malice. This is a man who acted with criminal intent. I submit to you not. This is a man who was deeply upset about what happened, to the point that he was doing some things that I wonder how many people would have been doing exactly what he's doing to try and save this young man. And then other people came over. But Rick Chow stayed there, did chest compressions, took vomit out of his mouth with his own mouth so the young man could keep breathing. And then other people, more qualified people, were able to go ahead and try and help the young man. Unfortunately, he died. Unfortunately. Mr. Chow stayed around, stayed at the scene. He was there when the police came, told the police what happened, gave a brief description. It was not an interrogation. It was not an interview. It was not a complete, what I would call an interview by law enforcement. But there were snapshots taken of different people, Andy Chow, Rick Chow, some of the people who were at or around the area there. He stayed there that entire time, went back up to the store, and when the police came up to the store, he showed the police the videos that they had. He was cooperating 100%, doing everything he could to not only save the young man's life, but also to cooperate with the police. Everything he could. His wife was doing the same thing. His son was doing the same thing. These were not people who had any kind of joy in what had happened. They were upset. It's terrible. Not as bad as obviously the parents of this young man, not nearly to that level. But having shot somebody and having someone die, there's got to be something that's just so difficult to go through. When he agreed, they gave over all the videotapes to the law enforcement as well that were in the store. They all agreed to go down for further interviews at the sheriff's department over the course of the next few days to give a real interview as to what happened bit by bit, word by word. But within 15 hours, before any of the investigation really had focused with detailed interviews, with forensics things from the labs as to whatever, ballistics, DNA, whatever the issues were, within 15 hours, when Mr. Chow was called down, he was told to report to the sheriff's department and be placed under arrest for murder. That's how long it took, 15 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, I again say this to you. The state wants to frame this as a situation where a young man may have taken some small item from a convenience store, wrongly abused, chased, not that he wasn't chased, he was followed, chased and shot down because he had taken something from that convenience store. I submit to you, it's not that simple. You can't frame it like the state wants to frame it. Andy Chow had a reasonable belief that something took place in the store. He followed the young man out. Rick Chow had a reasonable reason to go ahead and follow his son to see what was going on to protect his son. Andy, when he saw the pistol being pulled, as the solicitor pointed out, 130 yards down the road, he started backing off with his hands up, and his father saw that pistol being pointed at his son with and by the 14-year-old young man. He had to make a split-second decision to go ahead and defend or not defend, fire or not fire, to protect his son, his pistol. What should he have done? Because that's what the state is trying to get doing Monday morning quarterbacking. That's what it's all about now. I submit to you, and I'm going to sit down in a moment, and I appreciate you listening. There are three questions in this case. One of them, in no particular order. But what was the 14-year-old doing walking around Columbia with a semi-automatic 9mm weapon in his book bag, in his hoodie, with a bullet in the chamber? Illegally possessing that weapon, illegally walking into a store that barred people coming in with weapons. Another question is, would any reasonable person believe that their son was in imminent danger of death or serious bodily harm such that they had to exercise the right of self-defense? And what would any reasonable person, the third question, what would any reasonable person do under the same circumstances? Fire or not fire? That's something that everybody's going to have to think about. Mr. Chow told him to drop the gun. He didn't. Mr. Chow had the gun in his holster. He didn't pull it out until he saw it, or his son said he's got a weapon. Again, he made that split-second decision. There was no malice. It doesn't even fit the definition of what murder is in South Carolina. With malice, protecting the son. No criminal intent. Fired one shot, stayed there, tried to render aid, life-saving aid, and cooperated with law enforcement. stayed on the scene, agreed to further interviews, then was arrested within 15 hours. Quick decision. I'm going to sit down now, and I do appreciate you listening to me. I submit to you there's one scenario more frightening than a man walking around the streets of Columbia with a pistol, semi-automatic pistol, one in the chamber, just walking around town with a laser on his gun. There's one scenario more dangerous than that, more frightening than that. He's a 14-year-old walking around town with a semi-automatic pistol, loaded, chambered, with a laser on his gun. How frightening is that? A 14-year-old does not have the education, the training, the experience of making good decisions, sound judgment decisions. That is more frightening than anybody in that same situation. And that's what Rick Chow and Andy Chow were faced with that day. I challenge the state at this time to offer some justification or rationalization as to why this young man illegally possessed a semi-automatic pistol with a laser and entered a store with that. Whether the merchants knew it or not, that is not the issue at this point. But why? You're entitled to know why. At the end of the case, we hope that you will find that they have not met their burden of proof in proving guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for the evidence or the lack of evidence, and that they have not disproved beyond a reasonable doubt that Rick Chow acted to defend his son's life, and it was reasonable because it's an imminent danger to his son, but death or serious bodily harm, or he reasonably believed that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going just over an hour, and we told the first witness may be rather lengthy, so I'm going to take our morning break right now. Give everybody about 15 minutes to refresh themselves, stretch the legs, and also have to begin the process of sequestering the witnesses. I don't want you to infer anything from the fact that certain folks aren't in the courtroom, much like the selection process where I segregated you from one another to make sure your opinions didn't influence your neighbors. I want you to have the witnesses as well. So don't infer that anyone who care about the case has done anything wrong or anything of that nature. They're just accused in the courtroom until after they testify. So if it is, we'll be in recess, let's say 11:20, and we'll be right back with you. Same as I told you yesterday, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves at all. Again, don't do any research, anything like that, and we'll see you back in here at 11:20.
Everyone remain seated to the jury, please.
All right, any exceptions to my instruction on sequestration?
None on behalf of Mr. Chow, Your Honor, pursuant to the court's ruling, we will have everyone who was on our witness list that we gave to the state, experts including, will be out of the courtroom until their call.
And I'm the witness.
Very good. We'll be at ease till 11:20.
Thank you.
Well, first, before we get started, I have received a note from the jury. First was they needed orders and codes, so we've gotten that taken care of, through the bailiffs. Second, well, let's keep our question, how does lunch work? Do we eat as yesterday or out? Like an hour, 15, hour and a half break for lunch. Takes them a minute to get out of the courthouse, security and all that. That would be court's 11. Any suggestions, objections?
No, sir, I just based upon that for scheduling purposes for this witness to be. And they would particularly come over and go for the vote.
It's going to be lengthy.
Obviously, we have a quarter break, so we can have like a window when we will be breaking.
Your Honor, it seems like you normally take a 1 o'clock lunch.
I tried to take it around 5:35. I was sort of anticipating you say this is lengthy, break after, correct, and cross after.
But I have to go home too. 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay.
We have no problem after that, we'll just direct and break it up across after lunch.
Yeah, we'll just see where we are.
Can we work with this?
Please, with addition, can open water. Please, with addition, can open water.
You're seated, Your Honor.
That's just told. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I received your note. I'm informed that you were provided some refreshments. So I think they also have some snacks too that they can get. As far as lunch, I'm not going to starve you like yesterday. You typically try to take a break for lunch, excuse me, depending on the witness schedules, around 12:30 to 1. We'll take about an hour, 15 an hour, 30 minutes, because I know we all have the process of getting parked and getting in through the metal detectors and all that good stuff. But we're looking to try to break today for lunch around 12:30, sometime in that day. So no, I'm not going to make it work for lunch like this. All right, so let's ready.
Here, take calls Derek English.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case is true and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Take your consent, seat the witness stand and state your full name for the record.
Okay, Mr. English, where are you employed? right now?
Great Falls Police Department.
Okay. Chester County?
It is Chester County, yes, sir.
Back in 2023, where were you employed?
Richland County Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And what were you, the deputy, road deputy back then?
I was on patrol, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall the night of May or the late afternoon of May 28, 2023?
I do. I was working on shift that night.
Okay. What were you up to around 8 o'clock?
We were dealing with a few individuals who broke into the apartment off of Ranch Road, and then I was dispatched to 7441 Parkland Road.
Okay. So you're dealing with, what's that, a break-in of some sort on one part of town? And then you said you're dispatched at 7441 Parkland?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was that in reference to?
The Parkland call?
Yes, sir.
In reference to a shooting hit. So someone got shot.
Okay. What is that 7441 Parkland Road?
That is the Shell gas station.
Okay. And is that Richland County?
It is, sir.
Okay. Is that where you initially responded?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you, sort of generally, to orient the jury, that location, that Shell gas station, 7441 Park Lane, it sort of sits at the corner of two roads. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We obviously Park Lane Road.
Yes, sir.
And then what was the road that cuts up beside it?
The secondary road is Spring Tree Drive.
Okay. And Spring Tree Drive, does that dead end at some point?
It does. It goes into an apartment complex called Blue Oak, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Let me show you a number of pictures that sort of show that area. This is states 14 through 31. Tell me if you just generally kind of recognize it. Just look through them and I'll ask you a question after you review them.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
Those generally depict that area we're discussing, 7441 Parkland and then Spring Tree Drive, that side of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Spring Tree, you talked about it dead ending at some point. There some parts of it. How would you describe Spring Tree Road?
It's a road that goes to a dead end. There's three apartment complexes. We have 220, 250, and then 100 Willow Oak Drive.
Okay. Is it a hilly road? Is it a wide road? Is it a narrow road? Is it a flat road?
It's pretty flat.
Okay. Is it a curvy road? Is it a straight road?
This is a straight road, like a straight shot.
Okay. Now you said the call for service had you go into 7441 Park Lane Road, which is that Shell gas station. Were you directed elsewhere after you arrived on scene?
Yeah, so when I arrived on scene, instead of my patrol vehicle, I was flagged down to go slightly further down towards 220 Spring Tree Drive.
Okay. So you go to the Shell gas station and then later you're rerouted up farther up the road.
Yes, sir.
On Spring Tree. And then you went immediately to where you were directed to go.
Yes, sir.
And what did you observe once you got there?
I observed Barrel Mike, or black guy, laying on the ground with a bystander doing chest compressions on the individual, and multiple witnesses just standing by.
Okay. Did you later learn who the black guy was who was on the ground?
Later. Yes, sir, I did.
At the time, did you understand him to be the victim of the shooting that you were responding to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said he was, medical aid was being rendered on him when you arrived, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. And so what did you undertake to do once you arrived on scene?
I just told the individual continue to do chest compressions and do the EMS in like 10 seconds or what.
Okay. Were you first responder?
I was first deputy on scene.
All right. No, it's not to say that's all for they're identified. It's going to be states 14 through 31 for admission and evidence.
Give me a desk. All right, they did it state 14 through 31 without a desk.
And permission to go ahead and start publishing.
Yes.
I just want to orient the jury. Do you mind just kind of explaining some of these things if I put them on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. States 15. Okay, Deputy English, do you see 615 there?
I do.
All right, if we're looking at stage 15, we're looking at the right side of this photograph. What road is that we're looking at?
Like the one that goes up and down, correct? Okay, that's going to be Park Lane.
All right, and that red roof structure is what?
That's going to be Shell gas station.
Okay, the road that cuts between from Park Lane and then goes to the left of the picture is what road?
Spring Street Drive.
Okay, and that's what you were describing earlier.
Yes, sir.
And these are the apartments we see the roofs of. If we're looking at stage 15 and we're looking from right to left, on the left side, you see some swimming pools and whatnot. Those are the apartment complexes you're talking about.
Yes, sir. That'd be 220 Spring Tree, and then a little further down, 250 Spring Tree.
Okay. And so your testimony is you arrive at 744 in Park Lane and you're directed farther down Spring Street.
Yes, sir.
So you're talking about this being Park Lane, that being the Shell gas station.
Yes, sir.
Where you arrive, and then you're directed down this way, down Spring Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you see generally where you found the victim of the gunshot wound in this picture?
Yes, sir. So if you look where the little wooded area is, so bring your little stick, yeah, about right in that area right there.
Okay. And that's where you were talking about seeing, you call him the black guy. You know him now to be Cyrus Carmack Belton?
I do.
Okay. And he was lying on the ground. You said people were rendering aid to him.
One bystander, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you also see the defendant, Mr. Chow, at the scene at that time?
I did.
Did you understand who he was when you first arrived?
Not at all.
Okay. What were you doing? I mean, were you securing the scene? Were you collecting evidence? What exactly were you doing?
So one was trying to secure the scene. I was informed that there was a weapon around, so I wanted to secure that in the back of my patrol vehicle, while also set up crime scene tape and let EMS do what EMS does.
Okay. When you left the 744 Park Lane to go to where the victim was, did you walk up the street or did you drive your car up the street?
Drove my patrol vehicle.
Okay. How would you describe the distance between that Shell station to where the victim was found on the ground?
I'll say about 130 yards.
Okay. I mean, would you describe that distance as being significant in any way, or why did you walk from the gas station up to the?
It seemed pretty far.
Remember me showing you some drone footage that sort of shows a video going from the gas station up the street to where the victim was?
Yes, sir, I do.
And did that fairly and accurately depict what you yourself witnessed whenever you drove from the gas station up to where Mr. Belton was found?
Yes, sir.
This is states number 2. Do you recognize that in the drone video?
I do.
Now, the state does offer states number 2 for this. Jason? Come on, man.
Conversation, no objection.
All right, be admitted as states admitted to.
Okay. Any information to publish?
Yes, sir.
All right, before you start, Stephanie, all right, what are we looking at right here? Just, and I hate to keep belaboring the point, but I want to orient everyone with what we're looking at here. We're looking at this first shot, stage number 2. We're looking to the left. First of all, that's the Shell station at 744 in Park Lane.
That is.
All right. Now, Deputy English, if we're looking back this way, that would be Park Lane, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in this road right here, we see a couple of cars on the side. That would be Spring Tree.
That is correct.
And of course, Shell gas station sits on the corner, Park and Spring Tree, which you are testifying.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize this as the front entrance to the gas station?
I do.
Okay. All right. You can play. Okay. Press play. Okay. And the end on that video, is that essentially where you found Mr. Carmack Belton
That
on
is.
May 28, 2023?
Yes, sir, that is.
Okay, and that accurately fits the pathway you would take to get there from the gas station?
Yes, sir.
All right, you talked about seeing Mr. Belton and aid was being rendered. Do you remember the fire department showing up?
I do. I remember EMS and fire department showing up.
Okay, you remember EMS showing up. Do you remember eventually Mr. Belton being taken away in an ambulance?
I do.
Okay. At this point, he's being taken care of. Does your focus shift to crime scene integrity?
It does.
And so did you put out crime tape and whatnot?
I did. I put out crime tape.
And a crowd started to gather at that point, or were there people on scene other than Mr. Chow and Mr. Belton?
There was just bystanders, some who heard it, some who witnessed it.
Okay. And did you at some point try to speak with some of them?
I did.
Okay. At some point while you're out there, did you begin locating evidence?
I did.
Okay. You remember a backpack?
I do. A black backpack.
Okay. And where was that?
Like in you can't see it from the picture.
We'll go back to the let me see if we can.
But it was located in a drainage ditch.
And I'm gonna get to it in a minute, but you're yeah, you see, all right, this is state's number 26 that's been admitted evidence. So you can see. All right, do you recognize these two poles right here?
I do.
Okay. And you recognize this stand of Bradford, these trees right here?
I do.
Okay, would you agree that where I'm pointing this pointer is essentially where Mr. Belton's found?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And the drainage ditch you're talking about, the drainage, I guess, how do you describe it?
I call it drainage ditch.
Okay. Is that what you're talking about right here?
I am.
Say again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you say you found down that drainage ditch?
Black backpack.
Okay. And did you come to understand who that belonged to?
At the time, we didn't, but we later found out who became.
Mr. Belton?
Yes, sir.
Was associated with him somehow?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you collected?
I did.
Okay. What else in this general area that we're looking at, state number 26, did you locate?
The shell casing.
Okay.
And then a tactical light.
Okay. Were you wearing a body worn camera at the time?
I was.
Okay. All right. You saw a tack light. What is that?
It's a attachment that you can put on a firearm.
Okay.
Like a pistol.
And it's something you would manually put on a pistol?
That is correct.
Are these common or uncommon?
Pretty common for people who shoot, I guess, towards the nighttime.
Okay. And what do? They provide like a flashlight. Some have like a laser too to help with accuracy.
Yes, sir.
Help with vision. Do you own pistols with tack lights?
Me personally?
Yeah. Have you ever been issued one, or have you ever?
At the sheriff's department. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you say they are not uncommon?
That's not uncommon.
All right. What else did you find? You got the backpack, you got a tack light, and the tack light was attached to a gun or not attached to a gun?
It wasn't attached to the gun.
Okay. And it was just lying somewhere in this vicinity here?
Yes, sir. It was located near the shell casing.
Okay.
Also located.
And so you found the tack light and you found the shell casing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you mark those anyway?
I did.
You said, started to ask you at least, you had a body worn camera at the time?
Yes, sir.
And it was operational?
It was.
Okay. You say you states number 1, see if you recognize this.
I do.
Okay. And did it, now with the exception of the court, state defense is muted portions of it.
Okay.
You watched that earlier today?
I did.
And aside from that, the agreement with everybody that portions would be muted, does it fairly and accurately represent what you yourself witnessed?
Yes, sir.
May 28, 2023?
Yes, sir.
Now, the subject of yesterday's ruling is objection to states number 1. We've also been given that states 32 through 43. No objection.
32 to 43.
Yes, Your Honor, 32 through 43, which are still from states 1. I'm sorry.
All right. United States, at this time, offers states number 1, permission to evidence, permission to publish.
Subject to yesterday's pretrial motion and will be admitted as state 1 without objection.
Hey, where's he at? Hey, your message right here. Okay, keep doing questions. Keep doing questions. Right here. Okay. Stay doing questions. I'm not sure. Okay, yes, I see that. Okay. Keep doing questions on the message right there. Hey, y'all stand back. I'm gonna need your information since you were doing compressions. How long were you doing compressions for? 3 minutes? All right, cool. Hey, it's all process. Good. Thank you. Free to walk through. $59 in the back of my trunk. Jimmy, $59 in this place right here is in the back of my trunk. I'll go down there, Sarge. I got it. You see it? I got it. Are you the one, Johnny? Where's Johnny at? I'm sorry, that's what's up right here. Come back on here. Hold on. Hey, right now, he's talking to me. You're not talking to you. He's not back on the car. Stay right here, okay? Stay right here. Stay right here.
I was just home, and then I seen and I'm here with them, and I was like, oh, this one's not society. It's nice to see you.
Yeah, I know. Hey, sir. Sit at the car. Do not move. Thank you. Hey, Mel. I need y'all to get in the street this way. I'm trying to do this shit, but I need someone else right here. Open this up and shoot this up. Hey, that's a black plate. So, it's a tag up. Come with it. Yeah. That's where you were noticing the tack light right there you're pointing to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do anything to mark it at the time?
We did. I want to say like a card.
I'm not stopping again, but after that, is that about whenever you find the shell casing and you point it out and mark that as well?
Yes, sir.
Sir, stay right there. Stop moving. Stay right there. Stay right there. You go, sir. Come on. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Come on. Come on. Come on. Right there. And I promise you, okay, we'll get to you. Thank you. Sorry, I need your voice. Do not cross this tape. Do not cross this tape. Sir, don't pick up anything off the ground either. If you cross it or pick up anything off the ground, I'm charging you by obstruction. That should be good for now. Did you do my girl hanging on one thing? No, watch out for shell casing. Yeah. He went down there to do something and he came back. I didn't know he was suffering for a long time. So he's going there. We have attack laser and we do attack right here. And then shell casing is 45. No, it's not scary. But it is weird because it's like, that's the one we did compressions. That's how we did that. Apparently this is getting their information. Did you ever get your information to the Dippy? Your ID? Okay. Thank you. Which is weird because the rounds that's in there really doesn't match for 45 minutes together. It didn't have You want to see that? I can tell you what happened. He shot lifted in my store. I said, I thought on the way down here, he dropped into the truck. He's a train song. I think he checked it out. He's not there. And then we went up. My son, so I got it, was it? He's got that. So I couldn't tell me. And my son, he's come out of the house behind them. They were talking about this. So I fired one shot. He was like 45 shots. Yeah, I fired one shot. So the shooter is my guy. He's not considered. He's a shot. He's not a soft. I didn't say it. So when I called,
As far as you know, were you the first one to speak with Rick Chow as far as law enforcement is concerned?
Yes, sir.
Notice there was some confusion. At first, whenever you find the gun, when you first arrive there, you seize that weapon.
Correct.
Okay, and then you find the casing, and there's some confusion because you say, it's gun calibers. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You had not yet seized the gun off of Rick Chow at that point?
No, sir, not yet.
Okay. Let me show you states 32. Is this just kind of a screenshot from your, this has already been admitted evidence. Screenshot of your body camera?
Yes, sir. That's originally what I'm saying.
Sure. State 32, please. All right, this is a screenshot right from your body cam that you've already introduced.
Yes, sir.
This right here, that's going to be the 9mm that you collected initially?
Yes, sir.
No, I just want to give the great latitude, not exactly leading, I understand. The state has a right to establish this, but the witness can come down and give him the stick, and he can not just, I'm concerned about relaxing into the, most of this is the foundation of this.
We're just trying to move it along.
I'll overrule the objection. I understand, Rule 611 does allow limited reading to develop justice that
Okay. We watched the body cam earlier, right?
We did.
We saw you collect everything. And let me just ask you, what is this black item here?
A firearm, a pistol.
Okay. When did we see that go on your body cam?
When I first arrived on scene,
Okay, and what did you do to that black object?
cleared it, rendered it safe.
Okay.
Placed it in the back of my trunk.
This is state number 11. You recognize this?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
The firearm. That's in this picture right here.
Now, the state offers state number 11 for admission to evidence.
You roll objection on it, there's just not a gun locker or anything like that, so it works. Just for safety.
I would be admitted as state's 11.
And if I did ask, who addressed the defense for this witness? That. Okay, we talked about the 9mm, and that was number 11. You took it back to the car and secured it.
Yes, sir.
Saw on the video a tack light. Okay, let me show you states number 6. Tell me if you recognize this.
Well,
Yes, just look at it and see if you recognize it.
that's what I found around.
Okay. Stephanie, you put up states 35. He had identified the gun for states number 6 for admission to 6.
Objection. All right, we admitted to state 6 without objection.
All right, in this picture, see those markers on the ground?
I do.
This placard right here is there to mark what?
Evidence. It's a crime scene marker.
Okay.
Or evidence marker.
What specifically?
Oh, it's a tack light. I apologize. It's a tack light sitting on the ground.
Okay, the tack light we just introduced is states number 6.
Correct.
Okay, and let me have 37. Okay. Do you see, you talked a little bit earlier about a drainage ditch. Do you see the drainage ditch in States number 37?
I do. It's the bottom left-hand corner.
This little area here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then AA, you just said it's a tack line?
Correct.
All right. Stephanie, we have 38. All right, what is this? Did you see the tack line in this picture?
I do. This is before the markers were placed.
Okay. Well, in the body camera, it showed you throwing some pads and stuff out. What were you doing there?
So just due to me not having anything in physical possession, just do it on my notebook.
Who pushed those placards down later?
The yellow ones?
Yeah.
Crime scene.
Okay. You recognize this item here in States number 38?
I do.
What is it?
That's tack light.
What is States number, let's see, go back, Stephanie, to 35. What is, in States 35, what is that placard AB? What is that marking?
Showcasing.
Okay. And do you remember on your body cam when you located it on that video?
I do.
Okay. Let me show you States number 7. So you might not be able to identify, but do you remember it being there?
I do.
Okay.
Go to a market.
Okay, States number 7, let's get you to identify. What was it?
Just labeled as 45 caliber FFC, FCC, or fire case and shell case.
Does it list the marker?
It does. This is marker AB round.
So, but you yourself didn't collect that casing, you just identified it and let crime scene pick it up later?
Correct.
Okay. Noticed on there, were you present whenever the firearm was finally located on Mr. Chow?
Once I walked up, yes, sir, and they were taking it off.
This is States number 10. Just look at it, see if you can read it.
I do.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
Okay. And what was that?
It says Glock 45 caliber on there. I think the model was a Glock 30.
Do you recognize it as the weapon that you yourself saw being seized from Mr. Chow that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so after the scene was cleared, Mr. Belton was taken away. What did you do next?
Ran the firearms, created a crime scene log, and just waited by for a crime scene. Informed the desk sergeant of what happened for the incident.
Did you ever have a chance to go back to 7441 Park Lane?
Yes, sir. Myself, along with other investigators, walked over or drove over on the two to look at the surveillance footage.
Okay. Did you go with Investigator Jordan?
I did.
All right. And was your body worn camera on at that time?
It was.
Okay. And was it recording?
It was.
Take a picture. Yeah. Oh. Let me show you states 49 through 52. Where we left off. And, I know we're trying to get through a bunch of pictures and I'm skipping around, but after you cleared the scene, we talked about the evidence at the scene, crime log and everything. Then you go back up to 7441 Park Lane.
Correct.
Body camera still on.
Correct.
Did you go in the store?
I did.
Okay. Were you able to further talk with Rick Chow?
I was.
Okay. And was Alice Chow there?
She was.
Okay. Who else was there?
Indy Chow, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Were you or were you not able to go back and review video with Rick Chow?
I was.
Okay. And was that filmed on your body camera?
It was, yes, sir.
Okay. Were you with Investigator Ty Jordan?
I was.
Let me show you states 49 through 52. Tell me if you recognize those.
This is us looking at the security footage. This is multiple cameras on the screen. This one shows inside the store with Mr. Cyrus. This is a zoomed in shot of Mr. Cyrus at like a cooler, okay, I guess you can call it. And then the last photo is us talking with Mr. Chow and his son in front of the cash register.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, state all first states 49 through 52 for admission of evidence.
Yeah, the 52, just original objection as to 52 for yesterday's pretrial hearing. Other than that, no.
All right, they will be entered as, or admitted rather, as states 49 through 52, subject to objection.
Okay. Tell me about, was there anything, what was it, the convenience store?
It was.
Was there anything noteworthy or anything that you noticed when you go in the store?
So as soon as you walk in the store, besides the normal gas station stuff, once you walk up to the counter where the cashier is, I mean, they have like different things up there. Lottery tickets, the top, there's like the wall chain. And it's pretty big. There's multiple people that's been in there prior.
Okay. Let me show you stage 52. Well, you already seen it, but let me publish it. All right, first of all, who is this individual in stage 52?
That's Investigator Jordan.
Okay. Is he here in the courtroom?
He is.
Raise your hand, Jordan. Okay. And this is who?
Mr. Rick Chow.
Do you see Rick Chow today?
I do.
Okay, where is he?
He's in the table order.
And this is who?
Mr. Andy Chow, his son.
All right. And this, what is this? Is this what you were just describing as the wall of change?
Yes, sir.
So you're there and you clearly, this is your body cam?
Yes, sir.
At some point while your body cam's running, you go back, you said it could be, where is the surveillance room? Right on the camera on.
Like behind the counter is like a little office space back over there.
Okay. Show you stage number 49. All right, where are we looking at stage 49?
We're inside that office space, looking at the surveillance footage.
All right, and whose head is that received?
Mr. Rick Chow.
Okay. Do you know, all right, what are we looking at on his laptop for reference right now?
Multiple cameras, surveillance footages.
Okay. And there were a number of different camera angles, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And is that what y'all are reviewing here?
Yes, sir.
Let me show you stage 50. All right, what are we looking at here?
One of the actual cameras, and then in the far right, top right side of that camera is Mr. Cyrus.
Okay. Liz, tell me about Mr. Chow. Was he able to demonstrate different capabilities with this surveillance system while you were there watching him?
Yes, sir.
All right. Such as?
You know, find what area go backwards on when the individual walked inside, when he was walking around, when he walked outside, any camera angle we needed to look at.
So he was able to access these different camera angles while you were there watching?
Yes, sir.
Was he able to reverse?
Yes, sir.
Fast forward?
Yes, sir.
Blow it up, make it bigger?
Yes, sir.
He was able to do all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Stage 51. What do we see here?
The photo, the photo from before, but zoomed in.
Okay, so he's actually taken the angle we saw before, but zoomed in on it?
Correct.
And then you were able to watch this particular video play out in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, as far as states 51 and what it's depicting here, that video, that angle, what did you all discover when you watched it?
Mr. Cyrus, I think, grabs several waters from that cooler and then places them all back.
Okay.
As if he decided he didn't want them anymore.
Okay. Well, is it safe to say that this is kind of the moment that y'all realized he never took anything?
Yes, sir.
And all these, you've been able to watch a lot of these surveillance videos since then?
I would assume so.
They were seized. You understand? It's hard to
understand. Yes, sir.
All right. Stage 3. Do you agree that that's the surveillance videos taken from the Shell gas station?
I would agree.
The state offers at this time, state's number 3 for admission of evidence.
Well,
To be clear, we're not publishing the report.
Will be admitted as states 3 without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. I will let the record that the defense says reserve the right to object on publication.
Yes, sir. Deputy, who at the scene on the night of May 28th, 2023, who ever said anything about Cyrus pointing a gun?
Nobody.
Nobody. You were the first to talk.
Yes, sir.
The testimony under oath is nobody told you that night that Cyrus pointed a gun at you.
Yes, sir. No one told it up.
And in your body cam, when you talk to Rick Chow, what does he say? Does he say he ever saw a gun?
No, he said it's on.
Okay. What, if anything, did he say about Cyrus trying to run away?
He just said they failed, kept running.
Okay. And then what did Mr. Rick Chow do as Cyrus was running away? In his own words.
He told him to drop the weapon, then proceeded to shoot one shot or fire one round.
Okay. And I noticed at some point he left the scene. Do you know where he went?
I don't know where he went. I can assume he probably
No,
went.
well, don't do that.
All right.
He left the scene.
He did.
And we see in your body cam when he's coming back up to where Cyrus is, and you speak with him.
Yes, sir.
Speak a little louder.
Let me ask again. On your body cam, we see you approach him as he's coming back towards the scene. We know he's there when you get there.
Mhm.
But at some point, you're able to meet him as he's coming back from Park Lane towards the scene.
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, it looks like you're telling him to stay put. You want to speak with him and you get a chance.
No, reading.
Be rephrased. Explain, if any, difficulties you had as far as having witnesses stand still and stay put. Do you remember anything about that in your body cam?
Yeah, I remember telling Mr. Chow to stay by my vehicle.
Okay. How many times?
Multiple. He kept moving around, so I kept instructing him to stay where he was.
Anything else that you were involved with that night? Evidence, at the scene, and then going back to Park Lane and operating the body camera camera. Anything else you remember?
That's it.
All right, I'll just remind you, we talked earlier about the backpack, recovering it. This is states 12. Stephanie, we put 33 up. You recognize states 12?
I do.
What was it?
Backpack, of course.
And is that the same backpack we see in states number 33?
Yes, sir.
That you recovered from that drainage ditch?
Yes, sir.
Now the state offers states 12 for mission.
No objection.
Be admitted state 12 without objection.
I mean, I just want to make sure I haven't forgotten anything. Let me ask real quick, but one. you identified them earlier. States 10. State 7.
Yes, sir.
State 7 was what?
The shell casing.
From the marker AB.
Yes, sir.
10.
Firearm from Mr. Chow.
You know, the state does not offer states 10 and 7 for mission evidence.
Our state 7 and 10 will be admitted without objection.
Only other thing that I think this would have left out, you remember. What if anything, you know how the timestamp on the body worn camera video?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
What if anything, and I'm looking even at stage 52, did you notice anything about the timing when you were viewing the different cameras and camera angles within the gas station as far as times associated with those videos?
Yes, sir. I realized it was off by a few days as well as the time was off.
Okay. So times and dates on some of the cameras from within the gas station didn't quite match up.
Yes, sir.
I had another stack of pictures I meant to talk to you about earlier, but they hid from me, I told you. This is 44 through 48, just quickly. Look at those, just tell me if you recognize them.
I do.
Okay. Sorry, you recognize those?
I do.
All right. As far as states 48 and 47, what are we seeing in those pictures?
2 cell phones.
Okay, where are those located?
Right now?
Where are located in this picture?
No, on the counter.
Where? Where was the counter?
Oh, inside the store.
Okay, gotcha. What, just a white and black cell phone?
Yes, sir.
You don't stay off the properties and everything? States 47, 48 for mission levels.
47, 48. No objection.
All right, stage 48, 47 and 48 will be admitted without objection.
States 45 and 46, what do we see here?
You see a white shoe, almost like an Air Force One, located within the store as well, next to that counter where the phones are located.
Okay. States 45, 46 for mission levels.
No objection.
All right, so the admitted stage 45 and 46 without objection.
States 44?
Oh, that's inside the store.
And that just, is that
Joe,
your
can you
date?
do that objections back? Publish and get even. Pre-trial motion.
Oh, okay, yes, but, what number was that, Scott?
44.
All right. Go ahead.
This fairly and accurately depict how the store looked on the night of May 28, 2023.
Yes, sir.
State officer states 44 for mission levels.
Being in state 44, subject to the pre-trial date.
Deputy English, please answer any questions. Mr. Sortland has for you.
I think we're going to break for lunch at this point. I expect Mr. Sortland's cross-examination may be a little bit lengthy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch now. It is 12:40. Let's be back here at 2 o'clock, and we're trying to get started soon thereafter. So, again, don't stress the case, don't do any research, or anything of that nature, and we'll enjoy lunch. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock. All right, anything before we break lunch?
Just like to keep in mind, if you don't mind, that was just because it's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, we want to confirm what I'm saying. You know, at this point in time, I would do this one conclude on the witnesses.
Hey, quiet down, please.
At this point in time, the state has offered number one, without objection, English body cam video. Number two, which is an edited drone footage video. My understanding is the unedited version they'll get us just so we have it in the record.
The drone video is.
I don't know what it's come from. Doesn't get all. Or if I'm wrong, that's fine. Oh, here. Yes, I'm saying. Number, there's nothing wrong with number two. to Your Honor, number 3 was a surveillance video which we put in, but we agreed subject to a potential objection for the hearsay that comes in, was not published. Number 6 was placed in evidence, which is the tack light. Number 7 was placed in the evidence, which is the casing. Number 10, which is Glock 45 firearm. Number 11, which is the 9mm firearm. Number 12, which is a book bag. And then items 14 through 48 are all scene pictures. Items 44 and 52 were subject to our objection. Item 47 and 48, 45, 46, 47, 48 were taken at the store. And items 49 and 52 were also pictures taken from the store. And that's only evidence that we have entered as a business. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, we'll be able to.
The next witness is on the stand now. The statute, English body work.
The basis for conference. Thank you, Your Honor. And we just confirmed with the state about our intent to offer some of the body cam from the scene that night, and this is all in relation to the impression the state has just made in front of the jury. Did not say anything about Mr. Carmack Felton pointing a weapon at Andy Chow. So obviously in cross-examination to combat that, we would like to play the statements of Greg Chow made to both Deputy English as well as Deputy Carter on scene. As we just saw, as Mr. Chow starts getting into the substance of what happened, Deputy English just walked away. Actually, at the very moment that he starts describing, what's going on with his gun. So our basis to admit both of these exhibits, specifically Carter's, would be the stipulation between the parties that we took up before trial that all of the body camera in this case is authentic and meets the 8036 business record hearsay exception. During the conference that we just had with the state, brought up that we had some objections to the content of some of the video. I just would reiterate that those objections we had to some of the content were based on the confrontation clause, not any hearsay argument, which we've already stipulated around. And the confrontation clause is unique to the accused, and we raised that because we were concerned about the state not calling all of these other purported eyewitnesses. So that being said, we would also supplement the basis for admission under 106, the rule of completeness. We just heard a segment of Mr. Chow's statement that the state wanted evidence, and we would like for the jury to hear the entirety of that statement must be considered in its totality to further understand the context and obviously cross-examine this witness about the impression we just made in front of the jury.
Let's take this. We were just showing 2 envelopes labeled English body work camera. We just spent a lot of time yesterday talking about what needed to be redacted out of English body work camera. We did that in the state today. I'm unclear what they want to introduce as far as English body cam because we just played it today. And all I've seen is an envelope labeled English body camera. The other one is Carter. I believe they have Carter on the witness list. There has been no stipulation as far as hearsay exception. The statute is 19-5-520. And again, that is why we spent a lot of time muting several parts of our body worn camera belonging to English because there was a general objection to things that were spoken about in those body cameras. And what they're seeking to do is introduce through English, the next witness who's on the stand now, something he didn't hear, something he wasn't privy to. It was something that was a statement made to another officer. They can call him to the stand. And then I got a problem because what is the exception they're offering? It couldn't be a party opponent. If they're trying to offer something Mr. Chow said to another officer who's not in the courtroom today. I don't know what the exception is, but they certainly can call him to the stand and talk about any statements he made to law enforcement that night. Yeah, they can certainly call Chow to the stand to say anything that he remembers saying to law enforcement at the time. But just to be clear, I know this is confusing. I have not dealt with this. They are seeking to introduce a body-worn camera that contains a statement made by Chow to an officer. And they're seeking to do it through English. He wasn't there to hear any of these statements. I don't understand how he can, testify to this conversation. All they got to do is call Deputy Carter to authenticate the video, to talk about what he's saying, what the defendant's saying, but then they still have a hearsay permit. So they can certainly call him to the stand, and if he says something different, then we can impeach him with a prior statement. I don't know if it's a confusing situation to talk about. They're trying to introduce something that this officer wouldn't be privy to. Something that's picked up by completely different officers' cameras. So,
Your Honor, the facts of what he did not hear are just as proper to ask this witness about in the context of what he's now saying, that there was no statement made on scene that night that Mr. Carmack Belton pointed a gun at Andy Chow. That was very much communicated to officers on scene that night. And the state should know
English is body-worn camera. It's already included.
English is body-worn camera. So what we're really talking about is Carter's body-worn camera. When English is asking Mr. Chow, what happened, and he starts getting into the substance of it, and the very line that he starts referencing the gun that Mr. Carmack Belton had, he walks away to go talk to Andy Chow.
Okay, well, I think everybody saw it already.
Right, and so the rest of the statements that Mr. Chow is making about the gun to Deputy Carter, there is no objection the state can have at this point in time, regardless of whether this witness has knowledge. We have stipulated to the foundation, we have stipulated to the hearsay exception.
I think it's still got to properly come in through the appropriate witness.
That would be for the purpose of establishing a foundation, if I'm not mistaken, and we've already stipulated that.
I don't see how English establishes an appropriate foundation for Carter's body cam.
Well, we've stipulated that it need not be authenticated. No additional foundation needs to be laid for any of the 911, any of the body cam, or any of the surveillance.
I don't think anybody has done that.
I did the business record affidavit motion, can I?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in the notice that we sent, and even on the record, we said that pursuant to section 19.5.20. So I'm not sure which fatal briefing keeps talking about. That's not the ground that we got those business record affidavits under. We got under the statute. And what we talked about on Friday was that the business record affidavit, the purpose for the body-worn cameras is that the videos themselves are authentic. Meaning we didn't have to call English to say, yes, this is my body camera. But their main objection, I believe Mr. McCullough was the one who said it, was that, yes, people say that these videos are authentic, but we may have objections to the hearsay that are in the business record, specifically any business record. If it was a medical record, and there was hearsay in it, you couldn't just put the medical records in. And that was the whole thing yesterday with English's body-worn camera and the statements of Lori and Kennedy and the other witnesses. They want all that muted because it was hearsay. It's the same thing in Carter's. And that's why the video surveillance is, it's hearsay in the body camera. And English didn't even hear the conversation. And like you said, there's no hearsay exception. Did not stipulate the hearsay in the videos of the body camera.
Your Honor, we're pretty flatly misrepresenting the record. Our entirety of our objection was 1 under 403, which the court recalls, and 2 under the confrontation clause, which is unique to a defendant. We have stipulated that the business record notice we got that contains reference to the statute that the state just cited is the notice of intent to offer business records, which is the hearsay exception. We agreed that all of this meets the first line of hearsay exception. And now the state is trying to dig itself out of this stipulation when we're offering this to state time. It's going to come in anyway. If the state doesn't want us to be able to question that it's just made, I think we would need to give the court reporter time to listen to the question and answers that the state just asked this witness about who said what about Mr. Carmack Belton pointing a gun at Andy Chow that night. And we haven't even gotten to the rule of completeness issue. If that needs to be reserved for our case, then so be it. But in fairness, there's no reason under the agreements that we have already made that this can't be offered time now.
The agreements are, it is what it purports to be, not that it comes in through any witness. We just not need to put it in. We just throw everything to the jury. But we already stipulated, nothing here to see. That's what you're asking, essentially.
If the parties were to agree to all the, try to get legal issues, then we theoretically could do that. But I just don't understand what the state's issue is with putting the complete statement of the defendant.
Appropriate witness.
Understood.
Yeah, if you need to cross-examine him off his body, you can, but not off the body.
Understood.
Anything else? Why didn't you please, Mr. Cross? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the delay. We got another low. There you go. All right, Mr. English, I remind you, you're still under oath. Mr. Swerve.
Thank you. Hey, Mr. Noosh, let me ask you, when you were standing there and you had been talking to Mr. Chow, at some point when you asked the question, you walked away, somebody called you and you walked away from Mr. Chow. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that was in the middle of a conversation about whether or not somebody saw the weapon or not.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Carter was standing right near you, was he not?
If I can remember so.
Pardon?
If I can remember correctly.
And did you happen to hear the conversation between Mr. Carter and Mr. Chow?
No, sir.
Did you happen to review it later?
No, I never watched his body count.
Are you aware, and I'm not going to ask you the details, but are you aware of what Mr. Chow told Mr. Carter?
No, sir.
But you do agree that at the time you were asking that question, you got interrupted and walked away, and Mr. Chow was standing there. You didn't follow up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Got a few questions I'd like to ask you. When you arrived on the scene, Mr. Chow was still there, correct?
Correct.
And his son was still there, is that correct?
I don't recall it.
You don't remember what? Okay, fine. And did you observe what Mr. Chow was doing when you arrived?
I know when I arrived, he told me that there was a firearm on the ground.
Did you see him giving any kind of life-saving measures to Mr. Carmichael?
No.
You did not see him.
I observed the other female giving chest compressions.
But he was standing there
close
at the time you saw him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he stayed there and he spoke with you when you asked him some questions, correct?
Briefly, yes, sir.
Yeah. And we've already established that at some point you didn't follow up with the question, but Mr. Carter was standing right there, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you went ahead and you found the book bag in, I don't know, you call it ditch or whatever.
The drainage ditch, yes, sir.
And you picked up the book bag, and at the point that you picked it up, you did not realize it had anything to do with the case. Is that correct?
I was unsure.
Pardon?
I was unsure if it had anything to do with it, yes, sir.
But you did take it into your possession.
Correct.
And did you open the bag?
I looked inside briefly.
All right. And do you recall whether or not what was in the bag? Some papers?
Miscellaneous documents.
Money in the bag, did you?
Not that I can recall. No, miscellaneous items, a few documents, that's it.
Okay. And what did you do with the bag at that point?
Put it back in my trunk.
and that's where you put the other items as well.
Correct.
When you found the Taurus 9mm semi-automatic weapon in the area, you went ahead and you picked that up. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you took it over your vehicle as well?
Correct.
I think that's on the video.
Yes, sir.
And you went ahead and cleared what we call clear the gun, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
And when you cleared the gun, you realized the gun was loaded, correct? Did you pull the magazine out as well?
I did.
And the magazine had a full clip, correct?
I had rounds in the magazine, yes.
And there was when you pulled back the slide on the Taurus 9, there was a bullet in the chamber.
It was a round in the chamber, correct? Yes, sir.
And you removed that bullet from the chamber, and then you safely put it in your vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
So at that point, the pistol was ready to fire, correct? If there was one in the chamber?
Yes.
Pardon?
Yes.
Now, also, with respect to this, I guess you call it a laser, a light, this was something that you put on a pistol, correct?
The tack light was an attachment.
In this particular situation, this is a combination of the laser and a light, correct?
Yes.
That you put on the pistol.
That you can
and
attach
it has a certain groove on top of the pistol and bottom to go ahead and attach it to it.
Yes.
Okay, and I believe you said it was common, but I mean, law enforcement doesn't have those, as part of your normal duty, do you?
Law enforcement carry tack lights. That is correct.
They carry a tack light?
Yes, sir.
With a laser?
No, with the laser.
Oh, well, that's what I'm asking. What's the point of having a laser on a tack light?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Accuracy?
It could be, sure.
You can put the laser on a target and it's dead center, correct? You can hit that target because the laser hits that target, does it not?
I'm not an armorer, so I'm not sure.
All right. But you agree that the laser itself is not standard equipment. It's not something that's common, correct?
Yes.
Tack light is.
Yes.
But not something with a laser.
Yes, sir.
You wouldn't go that far to say that's a common, some common instrument on a pistol, correct?
That's not common. No.
All right. And this was a semi-automatic. Were they hollow points or full jacket bullets?
I can't remember.
So you cleared it, you put it in your vehicle, and then you found the laser tack light, correct?
Correct.
And you took that to your vehicle and you stored it in your vehicle as well, correct?
No, I didn't pick up.
What did you do with that?
Stayed there. The crime scene came. It was marked.
Okay, but it was taken into evidence.
It was, yes. I guess
you
you
didn't,
said
but
that.
somebody else took it.
Yes.
And as far as you were concerned, I believe you put in your report that tack light laser went with the 9mm Taurus pistol.
It could have been attached to it, yes.
That was your conclusion?
Yes.
In fact, you wrote a report about that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So again, let me just ask you, you cannot explain to the jury why someone would have a laser on a pistol or what the purpose of it is?
No, just because I'm not an armorer, but I noticed it had a flashlight on it.
Pardon?
I realized it had a flashlight on it, which is a
flashlight,
tactical
we're talking
attachment.
about a laser with a red dot.
Yes,
Can you tell the jury, your law enforcement, how long have you been in law enforcement?
4 years.
You cannot tell the jury why you would have a red dot, a laser on a vehicle?
You can use it for accuracy. Law enforcement doesn't carry it unless it's on a rifle. But as far as anything else, I'm not too sure. It's not really common, but the flashlight portion of it is very common. People use it when they want to see at nighttime, see into a room that's dimly lit. That's what you use the flashlight portion for. That's correct.
But when you made a comment on direct examination that it was common, you were referring to the light. You were not referring to the laser with the red dot, correct?
Correct. Yes, the flashlight is common.
Correct?
Sure.
All right, so we know Mr. Carter was standing there. Let me, so you found the Taurus, you found the light, laser light, you found the bag. Did you, you knew that the folks had come down from the gas station down to that area, correct?
Yes, question again?
The people had come from the gas station down to the area where Mr. Carmichael Belt was, correct? From the gas station down.
Bystanders?
Pardon?
Bystanders?
I'm sorry?
What people?
The people that were involved, Mr. Chow, his son.
Yes, they
Carmichael
came
Belt.
from the gas station to the incident location. Yes, sir.
And you had found the bag on the side off the road, correct?
In the drainage ditch, yes, sir.
Did you conduct any search on either side of the road for any other item that you were aware of? Did you?
Briefly, just in between making contact with witnesses and EMS personnel and fire personnel. And
were there woods and there are bushes on both sides of the road, correct?
Sure.
All right. And are you aware of whether or not a search was made of both sides of the road to see if there were any objects that seemed out of place?
Not that I can recall.
There were some people that came to the scene that were in one way or another were witnesses, supposedly witnesses, correct?
Correct.
And did you interview any of them to find out exactly where they were standing to determine whether or not they could observe what they were saying?
I talked to them briefly, but investigations were there. Investigators.
And that's what I'm trying to decide who's doing what, but that's not something you do.
I mean, I can if I'm the only one on scene, but
Pardon?
I can if I'm the only one on scene.
I know.
Due to having other personnel there.
Yeah, right. But that's what I'm saying. There were other people there. You did not do that.
Correct.
Let me ask you, this young man, Mr. Carmike Belton, was 14 years of age. Is it legal for him to have a pistol?
It's not legal for him, for any juvenile, no.
Was it legal for him to enter a store that's marked with no weapons? May enter?
I don't know if it was posted.
Pardon?
I don't know if it was posted, but no, it's not
If it
legal.
was.
No, it's not legal.
It's not legal, correct? So it's a criminal offense.
Correct.
And it would be a criminal offense for him to possess that particular weapon as well.
It'd be a weapons law violation, correct?
But turning on the other side, you were able to determine that Mr. Chow had a concealed weapon permit, correct?
When he showed me, that is correct.
And that he had it when you saw him, he had it in his holster, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we talked about the collection of evidence. And did you collect any other items of evidence at that point?
No, besides what we marked with a AA marker and AB marker, the backpack and the firearm.
And you marked those with those markers, and I think one of the markers was a notebook that you put down
Yes,
just
sir.
to make sure you knew exactly where it was?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to go through, I'm just going to hit some points that I like to make, and just to permit me one time to read it a little bit. I'm not going to ask you some questions I've already asked you, but the backpack, do you remember anything that was in the backpack? Did you make an inventory of anything in the backpack?
No, like I said, miscellaneous documents, like two brushes.
Okay, but you didn't find any money in the backpack?
Not that I can recall, no.
Were you the one that got the two cell phones and the shoe? Or was that something you picked up or somebody else picked up?
If I'm not mistaken, maybe crime scene. I'm not sure though.
Okay, that's fine. You would agree that you did not you didn't conduct a full interview like you would want to of Mr. Chow, correct? There was just a couple of moments that you spoke to him and you had to go walk somewhere else.
I just asked him what happened.
Pardon?
I just asked him.
Right, but you agreed it was a brief conversation.
Brief conversation.
And it wasn't really no follow-up questions, correct?
Not from me, no.
Excuse me one minute. Dr. Belabor, appreciate you being here. Let me just ask you one more question. As I understand, you were in the middle of it or talking to Mr. Chow when you got called away and were not able to finish it, correct?
Correct. That was where Mr. Carter took over.
Thank you.
You're right. Okay, let me test about these laser sights help in accuracy. Is that what you said?
It could help with accuracy. You see it more in a rifle than you do a pistol.
Did you have any reason to believe Cyrus used the laser inside of the shell station?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe he brandished the gun inside the shell station?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe?
That's not proper, right? I didn't ask anything about that.
Okay. He was asking about the laser and what they're used for in aiming weapons, right? Wasn't that the question you asked earlier? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any reason to believe, by your own scene, that he brandished the weapon and used the laser in the parking lot of the Shell gas station?
No, sir. I have no reason to believe that.
Okay. Is any of that column that you're aware of?
That he brandished a weapon?
Yeah, or object because that's not redirect.
Or flashed a laser at any point?
I know that.
I'm gonna sustain that.
All right. You were asked about 14-year-olds can't legally carry guns, and you said, that's correct, I cannot.
Yeah, that's correct. I legally cannot.
Oh, and it's a criminal offense.
It is.
Concealed weapons permit users have to follow the laws too, do they not?
If I'm not mistaken, yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, laws still apply to concealed weapons permit.
That is correct.
You were asked about money. Did you have reason to believe, or to your knowledge, did people move some evidence around before you guys got there?
Yes.
Okay. I think in your body cam, Mr. Chow, he says he moved
the firearm, correct.
Okay. How did the shoe, Cyrus Carmack Belton's shoe, and how did his 2 cell phones get inside the convenience store?
Someone had to move them.
Somebody moved them there?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So you didn't find anybody, but you were told by the Childs that they had moved evidence around.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
All right, you can step down to 18.
John. Ask what it's not, please.
Mr. Just approach. Yes, sir. Hang tight. Like one of the last questions. It would have been towards the end of Deputy English's direct.
What question are you looking for? And it was Mr. Scott, and I helped you better. There was a question that Mr. Scott asked of Deputy Earl. And that's it.
Call me Mr.
Mr. English, when he was on the stand on that one, about did he tell, was anyone told, or did Mr. Chow someone?
And in your body cam, when you talk to the child, what does he say? Did he say that he ever saw a gun? He said his son seen a gun, Cyrus trying to run away. He said he just said he fell and kept running. And then what did Mr. Rick Chow do as Cyrus was running away in his own words? He told him to drop the weapon and proceeded to shoot one shot or fire one round. Is that what you're doing?
No, ma'am.
It was right.
It was right there, yeah.
Okay, we're getting there. The testimony under oath is nobody said it, told you that night that Cyrus pointed a gun that night. Answer was no, so no one told me that.
Question, I told you.
Okay, is there anything further after that? I just want to make sure it's clear.
And in your body cam, when you talk to Rick Chow, what does he say? Did he say he ever saw a gun? That's where I just read.
Ma'am?
That's where I just read all that
Okay.
before.
Okay, I want to do that, and I just want to be clear about myself for the record, I understand your question, Your Honor. Understanding, and we want to properly put this in, we believe the connotation left with the jury. And if you cite rules specifically 106, when a writing or recorded statement or a part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part of any other writing or recorded statement which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it. I don't know if we take. I've shown these, Your Honor, and I've shown these to the stage. These are part of the transcripts of the video that you have already seen. The first one at the top of it says English #1. That is what you watched and what the jury watched on the video screen. If you notice, it is highlighted yellow. At the last yellow line, it shows when this officer walked away. If you then go to the second page, which says Carter #1, it shows where the question that was being asked of Mr. Chow, in which he was continuously answering the question that started from Mr. English and allowed him to finish the question that he was asking. So I'm showing you this is a continuous, contemporaneous statement in which it goes against the solicitors making the suggestion that Mr. Chow never said on the side. And of course, this never said on the side that a gun was pointed at Mandy and at his son. And if we go to number 3 of that, that is when he specifically states the gun had been pointed at his son. We are just offering that, Your Honor, and the reason I've given you those 3 pages is to show that this is not a portion of a statement, it is one continuous matter. It is not, and I know it seems like it's 2 separate body cams, but it's one statement is why this is important. So I know it makes it seem as though Mr. English is doing one interview and Mr. Carter is doing one. It is one interview and Mr. Chow is doing one consistent statement. And then to stop it where they have stopped it and say, well, that's all we want to utilize. And then to be able to ask this officer, well, he didn't say anything to you about pointing his son, or firearm being pointed at his son. We don't know what they're going to call Carter. And of course, we have the right to do it. We also have the right if we want to. That's why I didn't want this officer to leave until I heard the question. We possibly impeach him, and I'm saying that I've heard the question before they're not allowed to do it. But specifically under Rule 106, and if you read the case law that discusses under the Rule under 106, it talks about this situation in which it's a continuous statement. So that would just be our position that we should have the right at this point in time, and not to wait until our own case or wait until the next officer, to be able to put in the entirety of what happened on the scene at that point in time, so we don't leave the jury with the impression, the incorrect impression, that this was not said. Because we know what actually was said at that point in time. I'm sure the court is saying, well, you guys can go ahead and call him. Well, that goes against what the rule of completeness means. That we should be able to do it right now because it's fresh in the jury's mind. Making us wait a week and a half or however long this case will take is why the rule is actually clear. Thank you. Thank you. I apologize for making the jury go out. I think it'd be and I can happily, if the court wants, I think we already put the body on camera. I know I gave you the clips. I think you actually put the correct raise.
All right, well, I think I've already ruled it off. Allow you to make it right.
Thanks, sir.
All right, Mr. Coates. And so you still want Mr. English still under subpoena?
We do, Your Honor, I do not mind leaving the courtroom. We will contact him. I think we'll be easier than one sitting around. It's okay if we contact him when you do your testimony. You said that won't work.
No.
Okay, then we're going to subpoena.
You're still subject to the subpoena. Should you lead to that?
I think he said yes. Oh, yeah, I thought he said that would work. I was let y'all clear it up. Can I just talk to Willie Sean?
Yes, sir.
creative way they press that information in. But I would have that conversation just now. I understand that. Let me just work.
All right, your release from your state, thanks for being here, Bill.
And not if possible, the thing that I just gave you to make this clear.
Bill 13.
And Your Honor, just for the record, understanding that we will, based on the court's rulings, have to, if you have no problem calling Investigator Carter, one, I want to make sure he has not been released from the state subpoena. They don't have to tell me if they're planning on calling to make sure he has not been released from the state subpoena.
We told them we were not going to call. That's what I told them.
But he has not been released from the state subpoena as announced, he is still under subject to the subpoena, our court. So we would just ask the state not release him and not tell him that he may not be required to testify.
I told them I would have to call. So y'all need to do it.
Yeah, the court in fairness, now that we're hearing the was put on, understand my concern in making the court's witness, so he is not able to just avoid. I think that is a rule. My concern, Your Honor, is, and I understand you fair this purpose, but to put that testimony in and realize that they were never going to put in the second part and now put that question in front of the jury. This is why the rule completely said this and said, and they knew they weren't going to call this witness. That's why. They knew they were going to call this witness. They asked that question specifically. They knew they were never going to put this witness on. And then to say that we don't have a right to put the rest of the statement in unless we do something else not. I just asked, we have no problem calling this witness, but it's very wild with the statement saying, well, I told them I wasn't going to call him.
I thought they were going to subpoena him. They have the same subpoena power. They gave us a witness list and he was not.
Absolutely, Your Honor, I have no problem with that. I'm just making sure that they have that contact with me as a deputy, the law enforcement. Always much easier for the state to have someone show up than it is. That's all I'm asking. They had contact with him, they're not released with the subpoena, the defense will be calling him, or he can be told that he's a force witness and cannot be released. I'm very concerned now, especially getting the impression that they just gave to this jury, that there's a reason that they don't want this witness to show up. Yeah. And then this goes back to Mr. Curtis, there was the question of whether or not, and I know there's confusion now, whether there was a stipulation that all this information would be coming in. And so there was some confusion there. But that means that we'll happily call him so long they don't release him or we make him a court's witness. And if this is an exercise in trying to get the full and fair information out, to simply say, well, we don't know what this witness is, and I can't stress enough, putting that information in front of the jury and knowing that the next question is not going to be asked, that's close call.
That was a very clear question. Who said to you anything about pointing a gun? I didn't say who has ever said it. And by the way, here's the thing everybody needs to know. He never told Carter. He never used the word point with him. Did.
And there should be no problem with the rest of it.
On.
That's what I just said.
Just want to make sure, right? I know the jury's not in here, but I mean, these words like nefarious keep getting used, and I've kind of reached my field.
I have too. You got to have go down the street and stop accusing people of ethical problems in this court. I haven't seen one yet. I see two very excellent and capable teams advocating for their positions, but I haven't seen anything unethical, and I'm tired of hearing it. I understand. I'm getting impatient. We want one witness, and we keep arguing about how many angels we can put on the head of a needle. Our rules on the issue. You are all great lawyers. You know how to send a subpoena. If you need Carter, you can send him a subpoena. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Are we ready for the next witness? Good jury. Thank you, Mr. Tobin. Our next witness.
His name was Justin Martin.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this case with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Seat. Witness stand and state your full name for the record.
Justin Chow.
Mr. Mark, where do you work?
It's for the solicitor's office.
And what is your job there?
I am a body cam and video analyst.
How long have you done that job?
Almost 10 years.
What are some of the duties that you have in your role as a body camera and video analyst?
I help gather and distribute digital evidence for our office to receive from law enforcement and then to distribute to defense attorneys. I assist with technical issues that might occur with that digital evidence, specifically with video, surveillance video, body-worn camera videos that might have compatibility issues. And I help the court in achieving redactions to evidence and creating demonstrative pieces of evidence to be entered into court for court proceedings.
In fact, did you do that in some of the videos of this trial?
That is correct.
So in your role, do solicitors and sometimes I guess defense attorneys come to you and commonly ask you for your help in troubleshooting or accessing evidence?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And is it common for solicitors to ask you to put together PowerPoints and other presentations of digital evidence associated with case?
Yes, ma'am.
And sometimes one of the purposes of your PowerPoint presentations is to condense hours of video footage into shorter, more easily viewable clips.
Yes, we very commonly receive a large amount of video as part of cases. Some of the video that we might receive may be only a very small portion of what we actually receive would be pertaining to the case.
And in this case, were you asked to create a PowerPoint containing shorter video clips derived from some of the video surveillance from the Shell gas station?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is the entity that digital evidence in cases typically come from?
Our largest law enforcement agency that we prosecute cases for would be Richland County Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And is that the agency investigating this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this some type of database that law enforcement uses to share the evidence with the solicitor's office and you share with the defense attorneys?
That is correct. We most of our law enforcement agencies utilize evidence.com. It's a cloud-based storage and delivery system that they can upload not only their body-worn camera or dash video or interviews up to, but also other elements of items of evidence that might be associated with the case, like surveillance or phone dumps, documents, or whatever other material that might be necessary.
Okay. And were the videos that you used to create the video clips in your PowerPoint slides, the store surveillance, came from the store surveillance videos in this case?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And regarding the store surveillance in this case, were there about 22 store surveillance videos associated with this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And was the duration of some of that footage on those videos up to about 2 hours long?
Yes. Every video file had a different duration. Some of them were very long. Some of them were 30 minutes. Some of them were over 2 hours.
Okay. Do some of the videos have audio?
Yes.
And some of them don't?
That's correct.
And as part of your role as a video analyst, do you commonly come across digital evidence, especially like videos, that require unique and specific players to access it?
Yes, it's not uncommon for surveillance video systems to use proprietary video codecs that are required in which to review those videos after the fact.
Okay, and I guess it's the MP4 format, the most common way to play a video?
An MP4 is the most common in these days video file type that you would find in everyday life. On YouTube is mostly MP4s. There's settings on your phone that can create MP4s. It's ubiquitous. It's widespread. MP4s are a very common video file type.
Were some of the videos in this case saved as a BVR file?
That is correct.
And can the average MP4 video player play a BVR file?
A BVR file is a proprietary video file that needs a specific program to open.
And is it a free program?
No.
Okay, what's it called?
Blue Iris, I believe.
So you have to purchase that software to play the video.
There is a free trial, but yes, it is a limited trial. You must purchase that software to have access to those videos long term.
May we approach?
Sure.
Okay, so did you convert some of those BVR format videos to MP4?
Yes, I use the Blue Iris software that has a limited term to convert it into an MP4 so that we could utilize it in the courtroom.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 4. Do you recognize what's on the CD?
Yes.
Did you make that CD?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is on this?
It is a PowerPoint presentation that has video clips of the videos from the video system within the store, more or less clips that just show the action of what occurred in the store as the victim walks in and as the victim leaves, the actions that occurred within the store there. Clips that were removed from the full files of the videos that were received from Richland County Sheriff's Department.
At this point, the state requests to enter number 4 into evidence.
I think it is admitted, we certainly conceded that surveillance obtained from our business was admissible insofar as with the reservations.
Can you speak up, please?
Yes, I'm sorry, I'm a little hoarse. We earlier agreed, Your Honor, to disability, or at least business record admissibility, subject to any further objection. I am not yet clear what this gentleman means by PowerPoint, whether there's editorializing. He is not an expert, as I understand it. He is an investigator who was asked to put video surveillance obtained from our store together. If it is simply video surveillance tagged one after the other in some fashion, I don't know that I have an objection. If it has editorial commentary, whether it's typewritten on the screen or otherwise, I'm just not sure what we got here. That's my problem.
We can enter into the Rule 1006. It's just a large amount of videos condensed in different video footage.
Okay. Commentary or anything like that?
The only thing that we have is like, slide numbers and alphanumerical, just like a little thing on the bottom so that we know like what slide is what. These are all from the work around. The outcome from stage 3. That's already in the evidence.
One second.
Well, hold that. Stage 3 is already in the evidence, just like published, so it doesn't even need to be on. It's in. Go ahead.
Now, in some instances, are you asked to edit videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we say edit, you didn't change or alter any of the people's actions or the contents or anything, any audio feeds, video stitching.
No, I typically all I will do is stretch out video to make it so that it's a little easier to see. By that I mean to make the frame or the action on screen take up more space on the display. I might make a clip. You say edit, like that includes just taking a piece of the video out of the larger video to show a clip of it, so that we're not watching a full 2-hour video where there's only maybe 5 seconds of action on that video. That is correct. I'm not changing the scenario or adjusting people's location within the frame, specifically just condensing some of the material that was provided.
Okay, and can you edit a video to slow it down, speed it up, and zoom in certain parts?
That's right, yes. Oftentimes we'll slow down video to allow the action to spread out over more time to give the viewer a little bit more time to see what's going on. The same goes for when we say zoom in, like stretching it out so that, say, what we're trying to see is just taking up a very small piece of the video up on the top right corner or something like that. We'll just expand that up so that it takes up more space on the display. So what's occurring there in that corner is just a little easier for people to see.
Okay, and can you like amplify audio and volume and stuff like that?
Yes, when I adjust audio, I adjust the gain, which is the baseline level of the audio. So it raises the volume of all of the audio that was captured equally. I don't go in and highlight specific areas of audio to gain, to bring the volume level up. I gain the entire audio track so that it all lifts up.
Okay. And can you also combine or I guess stitch footage from different camera angles in different videos instead of continuous sequence?
Yeah, so in many cases, we'll have video files that are just a specific camera location, but if there's action occurring where there's 4 or 5 cameras pointing at that action, I can cut between the different camera angles to follow the action as it moves around within a location, within a store, wherever the video is taking place.
And did you do those types of editing in the PowerPoint that you created?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you said your presentation is in a PowerPoint format, so you can actually like play the video on each slide in the PowerPoint?
Yes, each slide is a different clip of video that was lifted from the material provided from the surveillance systems within the Shell store.
And did you add like slide numbers to the top right just to kind of so you can see what slides what?
Yes, keep track of.
And did you add, I'm sorry.
No.
Did you add like an alphanumeric, so like A3 on the bottom, just so like you'll, just as an organization tool for you?
Yeah, so there's a folder that has the clips labeled, and yes, as an organizational tool, there's also a label on each slide that shows what the file name was of the clip that was pulled.
Okay, and when you're creating PowerPoints for a case, sometimes the solicitors provide you with like some basic background information on the case, like time certain things happen or like who certain people in the video are?
Yes.
Okay, does that help you kind of understand what you're looking for when you're making these videos?
Yes, especially in cases that have a voluminous amount of video, having a time frame of when the action occurs or an idea of what a suspect or a victim or somebody that is pertinent to the case can be extremely helpful.
And in this case, were you given information that the shooting happened around 8:04 p.m. and the victim? Okay, and the videos, when you watch them and review them, did you see timestamps on them?
Yes.
Okay, and where did those timestamps come from?
Typically, there's a lot of surveillance systems will burn into the image of the video time code and date that is being fed to that file from the recording system of the surveillance video system. So many people will have, maybe you'll have a 4-camera system in your own home, and it'll plug into a little box of DVR, just like some cable companies will have, where you can record videos at your home. But it will take the video feed from the cameras in different locations. It'll bring it into the DVR, and the DVR will place on the image of the video a date and a time based on what that box thinks the date and time is.
Okay, so when you were reviewing these videos, did you notice that different video angles had different timestamps?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is that common to see?
Or
is it uncommon to see, rather?
In the same location, it's not that common. Typically, business would, or a location would use the same system, and then that system would have the same date and time stamped into all of the videos. But in this case, there seems like there was multiple DVRs or different systems that were imprinting the date and time onto those video files.
Okay, and when you were reviewing these videos, were there some videos that like looked like it jumped into time?
Yes.
Okay, and what could be the reason for that?
So there's multiple reasons. If it's a same camera and you see a jump in time, that typically is because there is a motion sensor activation on that camera. So the camera will only record when it detects motion within a specific zone. Oftentimes those are customizable. And if you have a camera that's kind of facing the door of a business, it might make it so that if there's motion near the door, that the camera turns on and starts recording. So if there's no activity in a zone that's being monitored for motion, the camera can disengage and not record video, offering to help save space and to focus on whenever there was activity in that area.
Okay, and kind of going back to the timestamps with incorrect times, in past cases that you reviewed videos for, have you looked at other types of evidence in the case, like maybe body-worn camera times or maybe times on 911 calls to kind of get an idea of what the correct time is?
Yes, body cams are typically plugged in at the end of the night. They recharge, and if there's a discrepancy with the timing on the device that it imprints on that video, it will adjust its clock so that it is accurate again. The same goes, 911 center has networked in their system, so whenever a 911 call occurs, it is always up to date with the accurate time. So surveillance video is typically more problematic about having an accurate date and time because those systems can lose power, and when they begin to receive power again, it does not always account for the time that has lapsed when it was without power. And if the administrator of that device doesn't go in and reset it every time that occurs, you start seeing discrepancies in the time that is being stamped into the video and what the actual time of that video being recorded actually is.
No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. You speak with great authority. You had formal training in editing.
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I have a 2-year degree from York Technical College in video production.
You made movies?
I have made several local commercials many years ago, and I've been a content creator for the County of Richland for their public information channel. So
You were asked to take surveillance video, how many hours of surveillance video? This was video that came from where? What's your understanding?
as far as within the Shell station, in this case specifically?
Whatever you're about to play for us is comprised of, I understood to be surveillance camera videos, is that full extent?
Yes, yes, sir.
It's not body camera.
That's correct.
And where is your understanding that surveillance footage came from?
7441 Park Lane Road.
The store, Chow. And you said that you had the participation of attorneys, some of these attorneys in the editing decisions and the construction of this PowerPoint you call?
Yes.
You said that there was a lack of synchronization in camera footage and so forth.
Yes, there was timestamps that were not consistent with the continuity of what was happening inside of the video.
So you made arbitrary decisions in the construction of this presentation because the cameras are not in sync. You made decisions, arbitrary decisions about what fit together.
I think arbitrary would be a strong word. There is continuity that occurs in a space. If somebody walks in and they're wearing a red shirt or a yellow jacket and they come in from a door, even if there is a discrepancy in the time, from another angle, if that same person is coming in wearing the same clothes, even if the time is different, they perform the same actions, and then 30 seconds later, another person comes in. You start to build continuity in between the files because those actions and those people in those specific circumstances don't present again in any other time.
But, your decisions and the advice you got from the prosecutors, you and the prosecutors chose what to emphasize in this PowerPoint, which is a distillation of the whole, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as a Gamecock fan, I guess you would be able to take the films from the game we lose on Saturday night and make the Gamecocks look like winners on Sunday morning?
I don't think
I don't have anything else. Clearly not a Gamecock.
Yeah.
You cut down. All right, next
State Bus 40 Parsons.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony given in this case, the truth and whole truth, nothing but truth to help you God? Thank you for accepting the witness stand and state the full name for the record. State the full name.
Lori Ann Carson.
Yes. All right. Thank you. I don't know how to work the podium. All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Carson. Tell the jury just briefly, just to get acquainted with you, and two things I'll ask real quickly. You got a court reporter who's here. She's going to be taking everything down that you say, so just needs you to speak loudly enough for her to hear you and for each of the members of the jury. And also, let's do that. If you're not in your head or saying, if you can just say yes or no so that the court reporter can take it down clearly and nobody will assume what you're saying. We just want to make sure it's all clear.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Where are you from?
Originally Hopkinsville, Kentucky.
And what brought you to South Carolina?
My husband was in the military in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. He got out there and then we moved here to Columbia, South Carolina, where his parents reside.
What branch?
Army.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
United States Postal Service.
How long you been there?
25, 26 years.
All right. And do you have other family here in South Carolina?
No, I have just my husband's family and my kids, but my family's in Kentucky.
All right. And so your kids are physically here in South
Yes.
Carolina? Okay. Are they in Columbia?
Yes.
All right. And do you grandmother?
Yes.
How many grands you got? It makes you smile when you talk about
Yes.
that.
8.
You got 8?
8.
All right. So let me ask you this. We're going to focus a little bit more specifically on 2023. So May 2023, you said you have 3 children who are here?
I do.
All right. Do you mind naming them?
I do mind.
Okay. You do mind? Do you have a daughter named Kim?
I do.
All right. And was she living in Columbia back in 2023?
She was.
What side of town was she living in?
Side of town, I don't know if that's, I live on Northeast. I don't know if that's still the Northeast area of Columbia or she lived off of Spring Tree off of.
So for the Spring Tree Park Lane area?
Yes. Yes. I don't know what kind of.
So would that have been the area where the convenience store is located that is owned by Mr. the defendant, Rick Chow?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you just a couple things real quick. First, it states exhibit number 18 and states exhibit number 19. Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you. So take a look at states 18 and 19. Do either of those photos look familiar to you?
They do.
All right. So if we start with states exhibit number 18, and I think it's up on the board now, so you can handle that to me.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. So the first one is states 18. Tell me what that is.
A convenience store?
Okay. Which convenience store is that?
Shell station?
All right. And I'm going to show you states number 16. Now that's more of an aerial view. Is that a better
That's
addition?
correct. Yes.
Okay. What is it you're seeing there?
The convenience store, Spring Tree, Park Lane.
All right. On the corners of Spring Tree and Park Lane?
Yes.
And that's the area where your daughter was living back in 2023?
Yes.
All right. Now, if we focus a little bit more specifically on that particular day, can you tell me a little bit about what was going on, what you were doing that day?
We was going, my daughter and grandkids was going to see a movie that they chose. And we just thought Sunday, day before the holiday, we'd just go out and enjoy ourselves.
So you indeed went to see a movie that day?
We did.
All right. And after the movie, what is it that you decided to do?
Take Kennedy back home, but she needed to stop at the store to get something to drink.
Okay. And so the store that we are looking at, is that the store that you stopped at to get something to drink?
Yes.
Had you been in that store before?
Twice.
Right. Can you tell me why you've gone into that store?
Yes. My grandkids had been looking for some candy slime liquors. So I was on the hunt trying to find the candy that they wanted. So I stopped in there once and they was like, come back in probably a couple of weeks. They should have it then. So the second time I stopped back in there and I don't believe I purchased it then. They were still stocking up.
But having gone into that store at least 2 times, you were familiar with the layout of the store?
Yes.
A little bit familiar with the
Where
decorations?
candy was at, yes. I knew where to go to find it.
Yes, ma'am. And you're a little bit familiar with the decorations in the store?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you something stage exhibit number 52.
Same objection as before, Your Honor, but it's been.
Yes, sir. Okay. I'm showing you what's been listed as stage exhibit 52. Can you tell me if you recognize that picture?
I do.
All right. And in recognizing that picture, you said, were there anything like photos or decorations that stood out to you when you were in that store?
A lot of photos.
Okay. And is what you're looking at from States 52 a fair and accurate representation of the photos that you saw when you walked into that store?
Yes.
Now, as we focus a little bit more on that particular day, you drove into the gas station to, or the Shell station, the convenience store side of this,
Yes.
to pick up maybe some slime liquor or a drink for your daughter?
Candy.
Or some candy. And what happened next?
As I was pulling in onto the lot, I noticed Cyrus coming out and taking off running with the 2 other gentlemen behind him, all in suit.
You said following suit. Let me ask you this.
Yes. So,
What kind of car were you driving that particular day?
BMW SUV.
Okay, BMW SUV?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show slide number 20 from State's Exhibit number 4. Now, if you're looking at the top corner of that screen, can you tell me what you can see?
I see my vehicle turning onto Spring Street.
So that vehicle right there is its paused. That's your vehicle?
That is my vehicle.
And tell me again what type of vehicle that is.
2017 BMW S5.
So what is it about when you pulled into this area that commanded your attention? Let's talk about that a little bit more. You said you saw a young man walk out of the store?
I saw him walking out and then taking off, running with the two gentlemen running behind him.
Okay. You said two gentlemen running behind him. What, if anything, stood out to you as they were running behind this young man?
His shoe flew off when he was.
Now, where would you have been to watch this shoe fly off?
I had pulled onto the lot and I stopped, so I was able to see it.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 21. I'm sorry, State's Exhibits 20, 21, and 22. I'm going to hand you State's 20. Can you tell me what that is a photo of?
Yes, Spring Tree Drive.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's 21. Can you show me what that's a photo of?
Just a bigger view of Spring Tree Drive.
Is that also the corner of that store in the parking lot?
The parking lot, yes.
7441 parking room?
Yes.
The store belonging to Rick Chow, the defendant?
Yes.
You should. Yeah. Let's start with 20. So can you explain to the jury about where you would have been as you pulled into that store and you saw two adults chasing Cyrus?
I would have been just on the edge. I pulled in onto the lot. So I was at the edge,
And
just off the street.
So what I'll do, you're going to witness that now? Sure. So I have you, if you don't mind, Ms. Clarkson, I'm going to give this to you, and you can point out. Are you comfortable pointing on this one?
Yes.
You want me to be here so you can see on? All right. Show us about where you would park.
I parked right there. Stop right there.
Stop in that area?
Yes.
And what you're telling us is that's where you saw the defendant, Rick Chow, and someone else chasing Cyrus across the parking lot.
Yes.
All right, you can have a seat, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as States 24, slide 24 from States number 4, exhibit number 4. Tell me what you see in that video.
My vehicle and Mr. Chow and the other gentleman running.
And is that what you experienced on May 28th, 2023?
Yes.
And that caught your attention?
Yes.
What did you see next?
I saw Cyrus run across the street. I saw a female, I don't know if it's a sister or not. I saw her pick up his shoe.
And did you continue to watch this whole incident unfold?
I did.
And you watched from your vantage point right there at the corner that you just pointed out to the jury?
Yes.
Tell us what you saw from that vantage point.
At that point, I saw Cyrus run across the street, them chasing him. I saw Cyrus trip. And he got up, and I was excited because I wanted him to continue running, but he didn't get up straight up. I thought he tripped again, and he went down.
Did you at any point in time see anything in Cyrus's hands?
I did not.
Okay. Would you be at a point where you could see things that were in his hands?
Yes.
All right. What happened next? You can take your time.
I turned my vehicle around and went down to where they were located at. I stopped and I wrote down my when I asked, is everything okay? And he said, no, call 911.
So let's stop there. Before you drove down to see what was going on, could you see, you said Cyrus fell a second time?
He fell, he tripped over the curb, and then as he was getting up, he fell down again. So he didn't get upright. He didn't get upright to where he was.
What were the two men who were chasing him doing?
I saw the son. I saw both of them chase him. And then when I drove down there, I can't at this point because I had to turn my vehicle around. So I had to look left to make sure no car cut me. So then I drove down there when I stopped and asked if they needed help. Was everything okay? The son, they was distance apart from Cyrus. Cyrus was in the middle of them, and Mr. Chow was in front of Cyrus. Cyrus was already laying on the ground, and the father was near the position where his head was at.
So let me ask this, just to make sure I'm getting this chronologically correct. Before you drove down there, you saw them run in front of your car.
Yes.
All right. And you saw him fall a couple times.
Yes.
All right. And then as he fell, you saw him, when he fell the final time, can you tell us where they were positioned?
I cannot tell you.
Can you tell us what, if anything, you saw Mr. Chow, the defendant in this case, doing, or his son doing when he fell the final time?
The final time when I saw him, he was already moving towards the front of Cyrus.
Okay.
And the son was behind Cyrus, but a little ways off from where Cyrus was at. It's like the son ran up near the curb and stopped. It's like he didn't move no further.
And you saw Cyrus fall the final time?
I did.
Was he ever pointing towards them or doing anything towards them that you could see?
No, that I could see, no.
And did you ever see anything in his hands?
I did not.
So when you actually went down to the scene, you said you drove down there. Did you at some point engage or have a conversation? Well, let me change this around. What is it that you saw when you finally got down to the scene? You said that you saw Cyrus on the ground. Tell me what was going on.
When I got in there, Mr. Chow was down on his knees. Cyrus was on his back. And Mr. Chow has his hand out. And I asked, where'd the blood come from? Are you bleeding? Are you hurt? I said, who's hurt? And he said, him. So I looked at Cyrus and I said, where? Where? Because I didn't see no blood anywhere. And so by then there was another female, and Mr. Chow, they rolled him over and they raised his shirt up. And I saw the hole in the back. And they rolled him back over and I cleared. By then he had leaves in his mouth. And I cleared the way because he had started making gurgling. So I thought he was trying to breathe. So I was trying to clear him so he can breathe. And I told him to, the female, and because I didn't know how to do CPR. So I told him to do CPR because he's trying to breathe. And I told him to do CPR. So the young lady started doing chest compression. And Mr. Chow was getting CPR mouth to mouth to him. And I just told him to keep on.
And you tried to do what you could to help with the situation after Cyrus had been shot.
Yes.
Do you know who shot Cyrus?
I don't know who shot, but I know when I went down there, when I turned my car around, went down there and stopped, Mr. Chow was in a shooting stance where he's standing upright with his legs and he had his arms like this.
Like, can you stand and demonstrate to the jury what you mean by shooting stance? And hold on for a minute. Let me move this. Can you come down here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
When I drove down there and stopped, the scene was over here. And I rolled down my window, and he was in a stance like this.
And what did you do when you saw Mr. Chow in a stance like that, the defendant, Mr. Chow in a stance like that?
I asked him, was everything okay? And he said, no, call 911.
And is that what you did?
Yes, I had my family in the car, so I needed to get them out of danger and drove them up to the next apartment lot. And then I ran back down. And as I was going up, though, I was calling 911, but I was so nervous because I needed to get back down there and help them. And I just gave the phone to my daughter because I couldn't get the information out.
Court is open. Yes. So I'm going to show you what's a bit more like slide 20 station 4. You can take a look at that, please. 21. Sorry, slide 21 station 2. So we look back a little bit just to go back to the beginning of this. What is it that you saw? You talk about shoot?
Shoot came on.
Okay, that's what you saw?
I saw him right here on the red, bright red.
Could you see it?
So I was able to see him. But I saw a shoot that's white and it just flew off. He was running.
Could you see his face?
I saw his face.
Tell me what you saw.
He just looked frightened and scared. He looked like he needed help.
And how is it that you could say he looked frightened and scared? How do you say it?
The way his eyes was just like a kind of child, just in trouble, just needed help. He just looked scared. It just in his eyes.
And is that what compelled you to do a little bit more?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because it's like one of my grandkids, one of my kids, just looked scared, and I just had to help. I could not do nothing. I could not do nothing. I could not. My daughter wanted me to. I could not. The best thing I could do was just get my family out the way. And I didn't mind if I got hurt, but I needed my family out the way, and I had to go down there and help them.
And that's what you did?
And that's what I did.
And later you had an opportunity to speak to law enforcement about what you did?
Yes.
You did that. And let's just be clear, you're not in relation to anybody in this case, correct?
No.
You were with your family.
Yes.
And you watched all of these things unfold.
Yes.
Of course, buildings. So just to be clear, as you, your daughter, and grandkids were in that parking lot, you watched Cyrus run by. What, if anything, was in his hands?
I saw the backpack on his back. I didn't see anything in his hand.
And as he ran down Spring Street, what was in his hands?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And as he fell multiple times, what was in his hands?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And from your vantage point, you feel certain you would have seen if something was in his hands?
Yes.
Thank you, That's all I have. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
I know this is a startling event, but I need to ask you some questions. all right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified that you were with your daughter, you went to this store to purchase something, a drink or something, is that correct?
We was going there to purchase that, but we never made it inside.
We've seen a video of your automobile, BMW SUV, I think you said, turn off of Park Lane onto Spring Tree, and then you say you immediately pulled into the parking lot of the station.
Yes.
And maybe when we get this going. Technology. In a moment, when we get this figured out, I'll ask you some questions about this. Now, your SUV, you were riding with, where was your daughter? Your daughter's name is Kennedy?
Kennedy,
All right. And how old is she?
30. She's old. She's 30.
Don't say that's old.
She's not a baby.
She's a young lady, but she was seated in the passenger seat of your automobile. Is that right?
No, Kennedy was behind me. My granddaughter was on the passenger side.
All right. So which side of the automobile was she sitting?
She was directly behind me.
And are your the windows in your vehicle are tinted?
Yes, they are.
And so let me ask you to step down again. Let me get this for you. And our solicitor has hidden the pointer. Oops, right there. So as you did before, would you reach up there and show the jury where your vehicle was?
Yes, I pulled off Spring Tree on here.
Okay. So up beyond that bush perhaps?
Right there.
All right. And so your view would have been down the road. And so as you testified, you watched through your window. Windows were rolled up in your vehicle, I think?
Yes, they're legally tinted, though they're not.
Okay. And the three people you saw run past you, would you kind of give the jury an indication with your pointer there where they ran by you, past you?
Well, as I was pulling off, Cyrus was just stepping off the step as he started running. So Cyrus were here, and the other two gentlemen was just past my vehicle here.
Okay.
The shoe flew off. The lady came and picked it up.
All right.
I saw them go down because I had backed up.
And then let me ask you to stop you there. You saw the shoe come off somewhere around that red car? Or
I don't recall. I don't recall.
do you recall?
I recall the shoe flying off. I saw the lady come and pick it up.
All right. But that was sometime later that she came and picked it up. Or
Yes, she was. They was already off. Yeah.
All right. And did you see the gentleman you're calling Cyrus? Did you see him throw 2 cell phones away?
No.
Didn't see that. You see him throw anything else away?
No, I didn't see anything in the
Okay. Now, if you'll point up on that, you have to take a step up to get there. Point about where you believe that Mr. Belton, this person you're calling Cyrus, where his injury would have been. Where was it that you saw him being shot?
Ran across the street. This is where he tripped at. Somewhere in here. Somewhere in here. I can't see it right. So he tripped and then he went down and then shot. He went down.
So your recollection is that it wasn't all the way there, much closer?
I cannot.
And I understand.
Yes, that's fine.
All right.
He ran across the street.
All right, if you'll have a seat, man.
Yes.
Are you aware that the sheriff's department indicates the distance from the store to where Mr. Belton tripped and fell was 130 yards? Are you aware of that?
No, but when I was down there, when I looked back up at the store, I myself just saw like the tip of the store. I couldn't see the whole store itself. So the distance, I don't know, but I know when I looked up there at the store myself, I just saw like the tip of the store. So it's kind of, I couldn't see, you can see the lot in the store. You can like see.
But your view through your rolled up window was 130 yards.
I don't know the distance. I'm not, you know.
But let's go back to when the three individuals ran past you. You didn't know who these people were.
No.
You did not know what was happening.
No.
You told the jury you didn't see anything in the first person's hands, the person we know to be, you were calling Cyrus.
No, I didn't see anything in his hand.
Nothing in his hands. Didn't see him throw anything away. You just saw him step out and shoot.
I saw him running, and when his leg went back, his shoe flew off. So I didn't see him throw anything. I didn't see a cell phone.
And was he carrying the backpack, or did he have it looped in his arms in a backpack traditional position?
I don't think I can't recall if it was looped in his arm. I didn't see that running like that. I thought it was on his back, and I was sure because
You certainly didn't know that he had a 9mm pistol.
No, I did
hidden in
not.
his clothing.
I did not.
In the front of his. Remember what he was wearing?
Yes, it was a bright red sweatshirt. He had on some darker jeans and some white. The tennis shoes was white, and sweatshirt.
You remember that it had a big pocket on the front?
I can't recall seeing a pocket.
Now, the second and the third people who were pursuing him or following him. The first, let's not confuse you or the jury. The first person you were calling Cyrus.
Yes.
The second person, you now understand what his name was? Andy?
The son?
Yes.
Okay.
That second person you saw?
I saw, I guess, Andy and Mr. Chow.
Well, you saw Andy running after Cyrus.
Both of them.
And Andy had nothing in his hands.
I can't recall what they had in their hand.
So you didn't notice whether he had anything.
I didn't notice if he had anything in his hand.
And the third person was the father, Mr. Chow, the gentleman seated over here.
Yes.
You recognize him today?
Yes. I recognize him.
And he also didn't have anything in his hands, did he?
I didn't see anything in his hand.
And he was following his son. He was behind his son, wasn't he? As the videos would indicate.
Yes. It seemed like, well, in my view, it just seemed like they was running, so we were side by side behind them.
And so
running after
you
him.
testified
Did you
that,
finish?
I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting. Please stay. Do you remember what you were saying when I interrupted you?
Repeat the question and I can answer it again.
Well, you saw, I think I asked, you saw nothing in Mr. Chow's hands. And
That's
he was,
correct. I didn't see anything in his hand.
and he was following his son. He was behind his son. As, and I said it before you answered, as indicated on videos that took this.
Yes. What I just saw them running. I don't know who was in front, but I don't know. They was together running. That's what I saw.
And so then you saw the three of them proceed down the street 130 yards, or whatever the distance was. And you
Yes.
say that then you saw the person you're calling Cyrus fall.
He tripped over the curb and went down and proceeded to get back up, and then he went down. He didn't get all the way up.
And you weren't able at that distance to see what he tripped on, were you?
He tripped over the curb. I saw that.
And when he began to get up, were you able at 130 yards to see that he had a gun in his hand?
No.
You couldn't see whether he had anything in his hand or not?
No.
Do you remember that? You remember seeing Andy Chow when
Yes.
this young man fell? Do you remember seeing him backing up into the middle of the street?
No. When I saw him, he was just standing still. I didn't see him back up.
In the middle of the street?
He was just standing still near the curb.
And you had no idea at that point that Cyrus had a 9mm pistol in his hand? When you saw him fall, you saw everyone stop. All three of them stopped.
I saw him. I don't know what they was doing. I saw my eyes was focused on him because of the red sweatshirt. I can't recall if they were backing up, whatever, but I saw him trip over the curb, get back up, and then trip again, and he went down. And that's when I went down.
When he fell, neither of the Chows jumped on him, did they?
I didn't see it. I didn't see them jump on him. No.
Okay. They didn't touch him. They didn't jump on him. They didn't attack him or nothing.
There was a time period where I had turned my vehicle around and I had to look left to make sure no car was coming. So whatever happened in that short period of time for me to look left and turn back and go, I don't know what happened.
Well, that's not the time period I'm asking. I'm asking you about what you testified about. That when you saw him fall, neither of the Chows jumped on that young man when he fell.
No, I didn't see anything jumping on him. No.
And the second time you say he tripped or fell, you don't know whether maybe that's when he was shot. You don't know.
I don't know.
In fact, you never heard a gunshot.
I did not.
And when he fell the second time or went down the second time, you did not see either Chow advance on him, attack him, did you?
I did not.
So the solicitor asked you about speaking to the sheriff's department. You went to the Worcester County Sheriff's Department at their request.
Yes.
And gave an interview.
Yes.
In that interview, you mentioned, and it is correct, that you and your daughter participated in a 911 call.
Yes.
The 911 call was made after the second time Cyrus fell down.
Yes.
And in that Sheriff's Department interview, you indicated, as you said today, you were right there. Let's see. You were right there in that spot, though you in the 911 call, you're not able to exactly explain where you were. You knew you were at the intersection of the corner of this gas station.
I could not, because I was just so frantic at that moment. I could not recall the street I was on, and I was nervous, and I handed the phone to my daughter to finish the conversation.
And so you never saw a gun in anybody's house.
No.
And when you mentioned you turned your car around, and you drove down, and you drove past where, well, you stopped where this, where the young man was, and Mr. Chow and his son.
Yes.
And you rolled the window down, I think you said.
Yes.
And Mr. Chow, this gentleman, the first thing he said to you was, call 911.
After I asked him, was everything okay? He said, no, call 911.
And again, you didn't know there was a gunshot.
No.
You and your daughter went up to what, one of the parking lots,
Yes.
turned in and pulled over in the car?
Yes.
And you walked back down?
I ran down.
Ran down. And your daughter's with you?
My daughter after me.
Okay. And when you got down there, you saw Mr. Chow, this gentleman, Mr. Chow, you saw him giving this young man, you saw him down on his knees, giving this young man mouth to mouth.
No, sir.
Well, don't you recall telling the sheriff's deputy when you were interviewed on, let's see, July 25th, roughly a month after this, that you watched Rick doing mouth to mouth and saw the brown stuff came out. And then you watched him try to do mouth to mouth again.
No, sir. When I went down there, he was on his knee.
Mr. Chow.
Mr. Chow was on his knee. By then, another young lady came down, and she was on my left-hand side. She went down on her knee. I asked him about the blood on his hand because someone was injured. I need to know who was injured. I asked him, was he okay? Are you hurt? Who's hurt? And he said, him. I looked over at Cyrus, down at Cyrus. I didn't see no blood nowhere. So I'm trying to figure out where does blood come from? Who's hurt? And that's when they both rolled him over. I saw a hole in his back and just a little blood around it. They rolled him back over. I got the leaves out of his mouth, and I told him they need to do it because I cannot do CPR. I asked them to do it. The young lady started doing the chest compression. He started doing mouth to mouth.
Okay, so he Mr. Chow did indeed give attempted life-saving measures, including mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, right there on his knees in front of you, trying to save this young boy's life. Even to the extent,
yes,
even to the extent that that young man aspirating or vomiting, Mr. Chow cleared his mouth and then proceeded to go back to the
No
mouth.
testimony about aspirating and vomiting.
Sorry?
Your Honor, I believe that the testimony is all right. The commentary.
I'll allow it.
It was not great. And you yourself did not, do you know how to give mouth to mouth?
I did not know. That bothers me today. That I could not help him. And the only thing I could do was just clear his mouth with the leaves. And I couldn't do anything else.
But Mr. Chow did apparently give mouth-to-mouth resuscitative efforts to save his life, right there in front of him. That's all we have, John. Thank you.
Hang on, when you're ready.
You need a moment?
That's fine.
I'm sorry, we got to rehash this without. So, Mr. McCullough just mentioned that this, the defendant, Mr. Chow, was giving life. He was trying to save this young man's life, is what he said, right? And that's after he shot him in the back, right?
Well, Your Honor, I object to that because this is direct, redirect. She's already said she didn't see a gun, didn't see a shot fired.
Go ahead and ask the question.
Okay. So, Mr. McCullough asked, or he said you went through this long litany about what happened right here, and said that the defendant, Mr. Chow, Rick Chow, was giving him mouth-to-mouth, trying to save this child's life. And that was that.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And that was after Rick Chow had shot him in the back.
Yes.
And who did you see standing in a shooting position out of anybody of the three people who ran in front of your car?
I saw Mr. Chow.
The defendant, Rick Chow?
Yes, sir.
The man sitting right there?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you said that you clearly saw Cyrus didn't have anything in his hand.
I did not see anything in his hand.
You never saw him point and turning towards them.
I did not.
He was running the entire time.
Yes, sir.
And when he ran by you, he looked scared.
He did.
And who was running behind him?
Mr. Chow and his son, I believe.
And did you ever see Cyrus turn around and confront them?
No.
He kept running away from them.
Yes.
And they continued pursuing him the entire time. Now, also in questioning, Mr. McCullough said you didn't see a gun because he had it hidden in the front pocket.
I didn't see no gun.
Okay. Was that because it was hidden in the front pocket?
I didn't see no gun.
And have you seen somebody shot, killed, or dying in front of you like that before?
No.
And you were a little bit frantic. Is the word you used?
Yes.
A little bit upset.
Yes.
Did you do the best that you could to tell the police what you saw?
I did.
And at the end of the day, you didn't see a gun in Cyrus's hands. Would that be a yes or no?
I didn't see a gun.
Okay, did not see a gun.
I did not see a gun.
Here you go.
Nope. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
You still have this question.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So got
I do have a
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. I know we all had a break when we were discussing that. Well, none of us have had one yet. So we're going to take our afternoon break for, let's just say 10 minutes. We'll be back out. We're about around 24, 24, 25. Again, don't still.
Jury's present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Doe. All right, so let's start again, please. State calls Kennedy Carson.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you, so you witness stand, state your full name for the record, please spell your first name.
First name Kennedy K.I. and then K.U.I.
Please go down. So, again, your name is Kennedy Carson.
Correct.
And so just to kind of move a little bit, well, I'll give you a couple court procedural pieces, then I'll try to speed the process along a little bit. So you got a court sitting next to you, so just need you to speak loudly enough. And if you would, I know it's normal to nod your head or say or but if you'll say yes or no, just so that we can take it down properly and that everybody in the jury can understand what you're saying.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So your mother is Lori Carson, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're three siblings?
I have 3 siblings.
Okay. Where are you in the fold?
I'm her firstborn.
All right. So the more bossy.
Yes.
All right. Did you grow up around here?
Yes, I did.
What high school?
Spring Valley.
All right. So you grew up on the northeast side?
Yes, sir.
Are you slightly familiar with the northeast side of Columbia?
Very familiar.
All right. Are you any relation to anybody in this case?
No.
And in fact, you're under subpoena to be here today.
Yes.
All right. Were you a witness to some matters that took place back in May of 2023?
Yes.
All right. In May of 2023, were you working?
Yes.
What were you doing at that point?
May of 2023, I was working for TD Bank still on lockbox services.
Okay. And your experience as a TD Bank, you just talk about some of the roles you've had there before.
I've been a teller, customer service representative, IT specialist. Now I'm a lockbox processor.
So you've been there for quite some time.
Yes.
And you dealt with the public, you dealt with multiple roles at TD Bank.
Yes.
All right. Now, back in 2023, May of 2023, where were you living?
Greenbrier Apartments.
All right. And is that in Columbia area, Richmond County?
Yes, it is.
Can you give us a little bit better vantage point of where that is in Columbia?
Off of Springtree Road, Park Lane, Springtree, I believe.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already been marked as 815. Okay. Going to hand that over to you. Take a look at that if you would for a moment. See if you can familiarize yourself with that photograph. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Tell me what that looks to be.
This looks like Springtree Road, and the beginning of the photo is Park Lane.
And is that the vicinity that you lived?
Yes.
All right. Can you publish that on the screen, please? There we go. All right, so you said, and if I could have the witness that down briefly on? Yes. So come on down here if you would. If you look up top, you can give you this point. Tell us about what we're talking about. If you can walk me through and ask you a couple of these questions.
Okay.
All right, so you said, show us Springtree Road if you can from here.
This one here?
That's Springtree? And the one that runs perpendicular directly in front of that is what?
This is Park Lane.
All right. And you were living about where back in 2023?
Greenbrier is back that way.
Okay. So I'll say at the top of the screen is the Greenbrier apartment complex?
Yes.
And that's where you were living back in 2023?
Yes.
All right. You can have a seat, please. Thank you, ma'am. So if we concentrate specifically on May 28, 2023, can you give the jury an idea of what you were doing that day?
We had just came back from seeing The Little Mermaid.
So tell me who we is.
My mother, my daughter, and my niece.
Okay. So you're going to see The Little Mermaid?
Yes.
And tell us what was happening with that.
As far as when we were coming back home,
Yes, when you were coming, what were your plans for the evening after seeing Little Mermaid?
my mom was dropping me off, but I didn't have anything to drink at the house, so I was going to stop by the corner store right there, that Shell station, to grab something to drink.
Okay. Then you said a corner store, excuse me, the Shell station. Again, I'm showing council 628, and I'm sorry, 618 and 16, which are already in evidence. So you talked about a corner store. Let me show you states 16 and 18 and tell me if you're familiar with those.
Yes.
And tell me what you're seeing in those photos. And you can actually look it up. The screen they may be up in a moment. Not post it.
This is the Shell gas station.
Okay. And so that first, big man. So that first video that we showed was an aerial view, meaning a kind of a bird's eye view of it. This is closer in. This is the Shell station that you were going to that particular day. That states 16.
Yes.
All right. And did you go to that Shell station often?
Yes.
Right. Now, about how many times, if you could just kind of count in your head roughly how many times you've been inside that Shell station?
I can't count on my hands. It's been too many. I've lived in that area for over 3 years. So that was the gas station I frequent.
Okay. And so having been in there before, you kind of had a chance to walk and look around the store. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And was there anything about the decorations in that store or pictures in that store that would bring your attention to things?
What's alarming is when you walk in the store, you see all the photos on the wall.
Okay, so let me show you what's been marked states exhibit number 52. Okay. Take a look at this and tell me if you recognize that, if you're familiar with that view.
Yes.
Tell me what you're seeing generally.
The clerk stand and the photos.
Okay, and you see several photos, right?
Yes.
All right, may I have that? And it's stage 52 that is up on that board for photos that you're talking about above the clerk stand. Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you would see on a daily basis or however often you shopped in that convenience store?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to have conversations with the clerks and people who were in that store?
Yes.
Do you see any of them sitting in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Who do you see sitting in the courtroom if you know a name?
Mr. Chow.
And where is he seated?
He's seated over there.
And the hand reflect the defense, excuse me, the witness for now, Mr. Chow. Yes, the defendant in this case. All right, so if we focus on the 28th, you were heading home that evening, is what you said. What kind of vehicle were you guys riding?
BMW X5.
Okay, BMW X5?
Yes.
And that was your mom's car?
Yes, it was.
And you said your daughter was in the car, you were in the car?
Yes.
Where was everybody positioned inside of that car?
My mother was driving. My niece was in the passenger seat up front. Me and my daughter were in the back seat.
Okay. And you were, so okay, you said you're in the back seat. I'd like to, and what, if anything, occurred as you were coming home and turning on the Spring Street to go to that store?
We pulled into the gas station. As we were pulling in, Cyrus was running out, and behind Cyrus was his son and Mr. Chow.
Okay. So I'd like to show slide number 20 of states exhibit number 4. So tell us if you recognize a vehicle that you would have been traveling in on May 28, 2023.
Just passing right there.
Okay. And when you say right there, do you need to step down or can I, is that the one that's,
I can describe it. There's a red sign in front of the car, and then we are right behind that red sign there.
okay. And so as you pulled into that gas, did you take a ride into the gas station?
Yes.
All right. And what did you observe when you took a ride into the gas station?
Cyrus was running out. His shoe had fell off, and he was holding his pants up with one hand and pumping his arms with the other.
All right. And when you said he was running out, you said there were people behind him. Do you recognize in this courtroom anybody who was behind him?
Yes.
Tell us who you recognize.
Mr. Chow.
The defendant, Mr. Chow? Rick
Yes.
Chow? All right. Now, I'd like to show, and tell us what was Cyrus, what was his demeanor as he was running away?
His eyes were big. He was running pretty fast.
Okay. Was it a casual stroll like you walking through the park?
No.
Describe or show the jury, if you could, with your hands, what you were observing as Cyrus came out of that store.
Cyrus was holding his pants up like this, pumping his arms like this.
You said you saw a shoe.
Yes.
Tell me about that. Explain that a little bit more.
Before he hit Spring Tree Road, his shoe had fell off.
I'd like to show slide 21 of State Exhibit number 4. So based on slide 21 of State Exhibit number 4, Did you see a shoe?
Yes.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate representation of what you viewed as you and your family were in that car pulling into the gas station?
Yes.
Can you describe about, although it doesn't seem to be in the video, where you all would have been positioned, where your car would have been, so you could see those things?
Goodness. This car is kind of in the way, but we were at the corner at the end of this parking lot area. That makes sense.
And what was Rick Chow doing at that point, the defendant Rick Chow?
He was running behind his son.
And the son meaning Andy Chow?
Yes.
We show states slat 27, I apologize, from state exhibit number 4. Can you describe, well, first of all, does that vehicle look familiar to you?
Yes.
Whose vehicle is that?
That's my mother's.
All right. And you're inside of that vehicle?
Yes, I am.
Tell us what you saw.
So Cyrus was running out, his shoe came off. He was pumping his arms and holding his pants with the other arm. He crossed the street. He tripped over the curb. At that time, he got back up. I see Mr. Chow step out. He had his arms up. And then we see Cyrus fall again to the ground. He kind of like crawled, basically, to the place where he passed.
And I'm going to go back through that with you slowly. I want to show you something real quick before we go to this next portion. I'm going to show you states, exhibits, and 3 markers. 72. Not membership. Okay. Take a look at that, if you would, please. Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Tell me what it looks to be a still shot of.
It looks to see, there's a still shot of Andy in front of his father and me and my family in the car. And Andy and his father are running.
Is it fair to say it's a still shot of the video we just watched?
Yes.
All right. I'd like the Interstate 72 in evidence.
Objection? No objection. All right, the state 72 without objection.
May we post that, please? So as Andy and Rick are running after Cyrus, you said you saw the shoe come off.
Yes.
You said that you saw a little bit farther down the road Cyrus trip or fall multiple times.
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk a little bit more. You said that you saw him standing. Go back through that. I do not want to put words in your mouth.
I'm sure. And so we pull in. We stop right where you see us. They run across. Cyrus trips over the curb. He gets back up. You see Mr. Chow go and step out, put his arms up, and Cyrus trips again and kind of gets back up, but he's like a crawl to where he passed away.
What, if anything, did you see in Cyrus Carmine Belton's hands when he ran past you?
Nothing. So when he was in the parking lot, well, running out the parking lot, he had his like book bag right here. When he tripped the first time, he didn't have his book bag anymore. When he was in the parking lot running, he was pumping his arms. It was visible and he was running.
And from your vantage point, could you see if there was anything in his hands?
There wasn't anything in his hands.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states exhibit number 20. Can I hand that to you?
Yes, sir.
Does that vantage point look familiar to you?
Yes.
Is that where you observed all of the goings on Spring Tree Road?
Yes.
On May 28, 2023?
Yes.
Is that where you just testified you saw Rick Chow, the defendant in this case, and his son Andy, chasing after Cyrus?
Yes.
Is that where you saw that shoe fly out?
Yes.
Is that where you saw him, Cyrus, fall and the backpack fell?
Yes.
Is that where you saw after he tripped, he meaning Cyrus tripped over that curb, Rick do some kind of motion with his hands?
Yes.
No, I'm going to object to the lead. I'm just saying, come on, thank you.
What did you see him do with his hands at that point in time? Him meaning the defendant, Rick Chow.
Okay. So after Cyrus tripped, he had his hands like this. You know, if I can.
We just step. Can the witness step down there? Come on. One second. Thank you. All right, please continue.
Okay. If the jury is my vantage point this way.
Okay. And excuse me. So defendant Chow right here. So where was Cyrus positioned?
Cyrus was in front of him.
Okay.
We're all facing the same
Okay.
way.
You turn me in the direction of where Cyrus would have been facing Rick Hunt.
Maybe a little lower because he had tripped and he was coming back up. Yeah.
More like that?
Yes, sir.
Or,
You can lead with words and you can lead with actions, and I objected either way. And you went about this.
Your Honor, she said lower, and I got lower.
Over.
So if I'm getting lower, more like this or more like this?
More like that.
All right. And so is that when you tell us what you saw when you saw him lower in the position that I was just in?
He tripped back up.
All right, so I'm positioning myself again. Somewhere in here.
Yes, he was on his way back up. Mr. Chow was already like this.
Did you see Cyrus Carmack Belton turn around at any point?
No.
Did you see him point anything at Rick Chow or Andy Chow at any point?
No.
Did you hear anything?
There was a lot going on. My mom was in the car, and my mom was in the car, a little hysterical. She said, "Is that a gunshot?" And I didn't really want to be involved with this, and I was like, "No, that wasn't a shot. That wasn't a shot." We had the windows rolled up, and so it was muffled. Yeah.
But even with the windows being rolled up and it being muffled, did that interrupt what you saw with your eyes?
No.
From the vantage point that you saw it?
No.
Now, your mother eventually, drove down to the incident location?
Yes.
All right. And came back. Was there a conversation of some sort that took place between she and anybody?
Yes.
While you guys were still in the car?
Yes.
Okay. Who did she speak with?
Mr. Chow.
All right. And did she come back to the scene for a brief moment?
Yeah. She circled around. So after the incident took place, she drove down some. She asked Mr. Chow, "Did anybody need help? Is anybody hurt?"
So don't tell me what he said, but after that conversation, the driving took place?
Yeah, so she turned back around. We turned around the park.
May I show slide number 30 of defense exhibit number 4. What do you see there?
That's my mom whipping the car around.
Who do you see walking past that car?
Yes, that's Miss Chow. I'm not too familiar with her.
And is that the point you went back down to the scene?
Yes.
All right. And what happened when you went back down to the scene? I think you said it, I went for words, you said you parked.
Yes, we parked.
Okay. All right. And after you parked, what happened? Let's start generally. That would like to know. Don't tell me what other people said, but just tell me what you did.
We parked. My mom hopped out. I hopped out the car, and we went down to the scene.
Okay. What did you observe with your eyes?
Mr. Chow was sitting over Cyrus. Yeah, he wasn't doing anything. He was just sitting there.
And did you interact with, what was the scene like for people? What was the scene like when you were out there?
My mom made it down there before me. And when I was walking down, there was another young lady. We kind of just walked down at the same time.
What was Cyrus doing?
Cyrus was laying there.
What was defendant Rick Chow doing?
He was just sitting there, just looking at him.
What, if anything, was the son doing? Andy Chow?
He was standing off. He didn't move after the incident happened. He was still.
Did you observe anything around the scene?
There was a gun by a tree over there. Cyrus didn't have his book bag. And there's Mr. Chow and Cyrus over there. Yeah.
And do you know who that gun belonged to?
No.
Did you see a gun in Cyrus's hand at any point in time?
No.
Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
Now, a couple more questions. Could you tell any type of just the sizes of the people who were involved in this entire incident that we're talking about?
Sure.
Okay, tell us what you could observe.
Andy is much taller than his father. Cyrus is much shorter than Andy.
Now, you've, and I don't want to make this personal, so I'll try to ask this as gingerly as I can. How old does Cyrus look?
I thought Cyrus was like 16. Yep. I thought he was 16.
You look like a grown man?
No, he looked like a child.
So I'll question that this time.
Cross-examination.
We have slide 27. One you have on two. It's a, maybe just sort of civil, it's the child's going across the front. 72. Charles, let me show you what's the state pull out as 72. So that's your automobile that you were in?
Yes.
Where were you in that automobile?
I'm in the back seat. It would be on the passenger side.
Passenger side?
Yes.
So that would be to the left side?
Well, the right side is the passenger side.
Okay. So, all right. So are you on the left side?
I'm in the back seat on the right side.
And this photograph, State's Exhibit 72, is that pretty much the way the thing looked that evening?
Yes.
And it was that dark? It was 8 o'clock at night?
It was bright outside.
Bright outside. Okay. And you know the distance? Well, your automobile stopped in the parking lot, yes?
Yes, well, right, turning into the entrance.
And there was a bush there on the side, and you pulled up to that bush.
Yes.
And you saw these three people run past.
Yes.
And nobody had a gun.
No.
You heard no yelling, no cursing.
No.
You just saw three people run past.
Yes.
Now you said that you saw the first person who you described as called Cyrus. You described that he appeared to be pulling up his pants.
Holding his pants.
Could he have been holding a pistol in his waistband?
No.
How do you know?
You seen the pants in his hand.
Well, didn't he have a long hoodie on, red hoodie?
He had a hoodie on. You're still holding your pants. You can still see him holding his pants.
Did you know he had a pistol?
No.
You didn't know anybody else had a pistol?
No.
And the windows in your vehicle were rolled up.
I'm sorry?
The windows in the vehicle that you were in were rolled up.
Yes, they were.
And you saw Cyrus's shoe come off?
Yes.
Did you see him throw things left and right? As
No.
he ran across the parking lot?
No.
Didn't see him throw cell phones?
No.
Did you see him throw the backpack down the road?
He didn't throw the backpack. He tripped and fell. When he got back up, the backpack wasn't on him anymore.
Had it been on his shoulders?
It was on the shoulder.
And now, the distance from where your vehicle was, and your vehicle stayed in the same stationary position, same spot, until after he fell down. Is that correct?
Yes.
And fell down and didn't get up.
Correct.
And would it surprise you to know that that's 130 yards?
Okay.
And you wouldn't quarrel with that number, would you?
I wouldn't know the distance. I seen it.
So it's longer than a football field. So if you're standing at one end of a football field, it's even further than that.
I can see down a football field.
But as you described and exhibited here, these people that were 130 yards away, Mr. Chow had his back to you, as did, you couldn't see Mr. Belton. You couldn't see what he had in his hands, could you?
I seen what Cyrus had in his hands when he ran across
Right,
our
you didn't have
car.
anything in his hands, that's not my question.
When he got back up from tripping, his hands were, he was like crawling when he crawled. So his hands were on the ground.
All right. But when he started to get up, and you said, I think in your You and your mother made a 911 call, didn't you?
Yes.
You remember telling the dispatcher he might have got shot? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it was a lot going on. I was processing my emotions.
You remember telling the dispatcher that you believed he might have stolen something?
That's what was being said.
You told the dispatcher, I don't know who shot him.
I did say I don't know who shot him.
You so you also testified a few moments ago that, let's see, that you saw him trip multiple times
Correct. He tripped twice.
and crawl to where he passed.
Correct.
You did not include that detail in your 911 call.
I didn't.
Do you remember talking to officers, Officer Carter, I believe? Or deputy, I believe it's English or Carter. Do you remember speaking to officers at the scene?
Yes.
You didn't include that detail. You never told either one of them that you saw this gun, that you saw him shot and crawled to where he died. You didn't include that in your explanation to them of what you just seen. This was something that was moments before.
Yes, I did.
Well, you think you did?
I know I did.
Well, I'll be happy for you to find it in this transcript, but if you think you did, you think you did.
I think I did. Yeah, I know I did.
When you went to the sheriff's department on July the 25th, 2023,
Mm-hmm.
did you tell that tale to that investigator as well?
I was asked as far as vantage point. I wasn't asked what happened.
In fact, nobody asked you any questions about what happened.
No, they wanted to know vantage point, where I was.
They wanted you to draw a diagram, didn't they?
Yes.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Please let her finish.
They asked you to draw a diagram?
Yes.
Did they question you about anything about what you saw?
No.
Did they question you about how far away you were?
They asked where I was and to draw the vantage point of what I seen.
And you didn't volunteer anything like you testified to today?
No.
So before I sit down, let me get one more clarification here. When you saw these three people run past your vehicle, did you know that the third person in line, the person following the tall younger man, was Mr. Chow?
Yes.
You knew him to be the store owner?
Yes.
But in the 911 call, you recall saying, I don't know who shot him.
Yes, I said that. I was processing. I didn't want to be involved. When my mom stopped the vehicle, I told her to keep going because I did not want to be involved. My mom called 911 and she handed me the phone.
Okay.
And my mom has been hysterical in the back. And I have to be calm and process what I see. I did not want to be involved. That's the reason why I said, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Because I didn't want to be involved.
But in the 911 call, I'm saying you didn't tell the police that you saw Mr. Chow shoot anybody.
I didn't want to be involved. I was made to be involved.
Thank you.
Anything else for you, Peter? Yes, sir. There's a set of questions about the statement that you gave. The two that you gave statement to the police, a written statement on the 28th
Yes.
of May 2023.
Yes, they called me back. I went home and they called me back to make the statement.
That's all.
Might have this mark for ID purposes only. Yeah.
What number shall I get?
Of course, another time. Just make sure we get it right. 82. 82. Thank you. Now you asked a series of questions. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 82 for ID purposes only. Take a look at that and tell us if you recognize that document. Recognize the document?
Yes.
Whose handwriting is that?
It's handwriting, I believe it was the officer that I was speaking with, but that's my signature at the bottom.
That's your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
So this is what you told the officer, what the officer wrote down in your signature.
Yes.
And in this statement, it says, you're making this statement free. I can't read today. I make this statement of my own free will in accord without reward or intimidation. All of the above is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Do you see that written on that document?
Yes.
Okay. So at 21:23, military time, so I'll do my math, I can't do that. 9:23?
Yes.
On 5/28/23, you gave a statement to them?
Yes.
All right, and the question, did you see a kid with a gun? Answer, no. When he was running, he was holding his pants up. Is that what that says? Is that what that says?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any weapons on the ground? The answer is yes, a gun by the tree. Did you see how the gun got there? The answer is no. You remember saying those things?
Yes.
Did you hear the owner say anything about the kid? The answer is no. Did you hear anyone say anything about being shot? The answer is no. Do you remember saying those things?
Yes.
And you remember in this, you're saying that you heard a pop?
Yes.
You saw the kid fall down?
Yes.
You called 911?
Yes.
You parked the car and you walked and the owner was shaking him, trying to wake him up?
Yes.
You remember saying that?
Yes.
You said that you saw people run out of the store?
Yes.
The kid, the store owner?
Yes.
The owner and his wife?
His wife came after Mr. Chow.
And that you followed on Spring Tree? And the son in the corner, and the son and the owner had the kid boxed in?
Yes.
The kid fell down and they were on arm's reach of him? And
Yes.
that's when I heard the pop? You said that?
Yes, I did.
And you said that on May 28th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
At 9:23 in the evening, correct?
Yes.
And that was about an hour and some change after this incident took place, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show slide 21, please, of State's Exhibit number 4. And while we're doing that, there's this question about 130 yards. Did you measure?
I didn't measure.
Do you know if the 130 yards is from the front door of the store or from the tip of the property when it goes off of their property onto the public road with Spring Tree?
I don't know where they were.
But did you have a clear vantage point?
I seen it all.
All right, so please play that, please. My weight glasses is hard to see. Is it light or dark outside?
It's light.
And that's a fair and accurate representation of what the weather conditions were like at 8:02 or so on May 28th, 2023?
Yes.
Was not dark.
It was not dark. It was dark at 9:22.
Now, you said, and you're correct, you saw Chow pointing at Cyrus.
Yes.
Cyrus was on his knees, getting up on the ground.
Yes.
And not too long after that, you realized that he'd been shot.
Yes.
And he passed away out there.
Yes, he did.
Do you know who shot him?
Mr. Chow shot him.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I noticed in this statement that you gave, you say, I pulled into the store with my mom and I saw 4 people run out of the store. 4 people. The kid, the son of the store owner, the owner, and his wife.
Yes. She picks the shoe up.
But you say here that you saw 4 people run out of the store.
Yeah, so Cyrus, then his son, and Mr. Chow. And a few seconds after that was his wife.
You didn't say that. You didn't know that these videos existed when you gave this statement.
Yes, I did. There's cameras all around that store.
I'm sorry?
There's cameras all around that store.
So you knew that there was going to be a video that would accurately reflect what really happened, not what you.
I didn't know this was going to take place at all.
And then you say in the statement, the kid fell down and they were all in arm's reach of him. And that's when I heard a pop. Right?
Yes.
You didn't say that you saw the pop.
Can't you see a pop?
Well, you didn't say you saw a gun. You said the boy got up and tried to run and he fell back down. You never said you saw Mr. Chow shoot this young man. You never said you could see the young boy's hands and that he didn't have a gun because you couldn't see him.
That wasn't asked at that time. You see the question on that document. It wasn't asked.
Well, but you're there to make sure that you tell the story.
I was answering the questions I was asked.
I see. Well, nobody was in a hurry to finish, were they?
There was a lot going on. I was in a hurry to leave because I didn't want to be involved. My daughter was there. My niece was there. My mom was hysterical. It was a lot going on.
And there's nothing in here about this young man crawling to die.
I stated that he got back up when he passed away. After the second time he fell, that's when he crawled over to his passing point.
Well, ma'am, what you said is if you need the statement, I can provide it to you. Here. You want to read along with me?
I don't.
You don't?
I don't.
Well, I want to make sure that this is a fair opportunity to see about midway on that first page under A, colon, the sentence that begins with under. You say in the next sentence, the kid fell down and they were all in arm's reach of him. And that's when I heard the pop. The boy got back up and tried to run and he fell back down.
Yes.
No crawling.
He tried to run.
No, Mr. Chow
And he
shot
fell back down. I wasn't asked that.
Okay.
They asked me what I seen.
And on the second page, you were asked, you say you saw a gun by the tree.
Yes.
And the tree you're referring to would have been within a couple of feet or a foot of where the young man died?
It wasn't a foot. It was closer to the road, but that's where the gun was found.
Right. And you were asked, did you see how the gun got there? Your answer was?
No.
No. Thank you.
All right, all done? Yes, sir. All right, Ms. Carter, you can step down. Thanks for being here. Carson, I'm sorry about that.
Thank you.
All right, one argument. Also, happened a couple times yesterday, lawyers need to stand when they're addressing the court, with the exception of Mr. Swirling. He did address that with me. He had an issue with his knees, and his birthday is Saturday. So, don't say that on my birthday. What else? Just caution you also as to the redundancy, especially on your act. 611B allows me to permit some of that. But I know Ms. Taylor may remember the last trial, I was with you, the juror sent a note, or the jury sent a note requesting that counsel limit their repetitive questions to 2 or 3. So y'all keep that in mind. Just everybody take a glance back at Rule 18 of the criminal rules of procedure. Also, in pretrial matters, we dealt with the issue of today being the anniversary of the event, which we are all here for. I'm told there may be some lapel buttons or things of that nature. In pretrial, I ordered that there not be any mention of the anniversary today. So if anybody has anything like that on, including by a juror, I'd ask that you remove. Mr. McCullough, you were the point man on the subpoena for Ms. Rutherford. What's the status of that?
Now she is released.
She is released, okay. And someone from the state or potentially let Ms. Rutherford know? Did she release from her subpoena?
With our apologies, Your Honor.
No problem.
Well, it is a problem. Apparently, she had a personal trip that she is now canceled, perhaps, but I hope she can put it back together.
Okay. I had that on the list. I think that is everything. Oh, just wanted to follow up too on the issue yesterday with, Deputy English and Deputy Carter, the statements, the Rule 106 issue. Based on, just to clarify, I did have the opportunity to look over the exhibits. I'm gonna stand by that ruling on the rule of completeness, but, just with a finding that the statements or the body cams consisted of two separate statements. There's some case law, basically two statements don't satisfy or aren't required. If they're two separate statements, they aren't required to be both submitted per terms of the rule of completeness. So I'm going to stand by that ruling, but again, we'll find that the statement of English and the statement of Carter are two separate statements. Anything else?
Gentlemen, say.
Just per your ruling, we understand completely. Just let the court know with the court's instruction and the solicitors, Carter has been subpoenaed and will be testifying. So it's just we know that we've done everything that the court has required.
And based upon the other cases I read, and it does, it appears in here, I may have made it.
He is subpoenaed, and he will be testifying to the remainder of the statement based on the state's request.
All right, Mr. Tolbert, can you let your number 232 know that she is now part of the town? I will. Thank you, sir, and bring them in.
Jury seated, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Madam Court Lady, I received your note with regard to a juror having a medical appointment next Wednesday, June 3rd. In the event we are still here, I will make the juror, we will adjourn in order for, or start later, or we'll work around it. I was having trouble spitting that out, but we'll make the appointment happen. How about that? All right. Stay ready to see.
Stay ready, Your Honor.
All right, next week.
Stay close, Jasmine Broadwater.
The gist of the case is black kid goes in store, allegedly steals some bottles of water. He takes off running. The store clerk and the defense is saying that the 14-year-old pointed a gun at the store clerk's son. The state's saying, nah, he ain't had the gun dropped when he was running, but he never pulled it on him. But they're saying self-defense, even though he chased dude like 130 yards and shot him in the back. They're claiming self-defense. So that's the gist of the case. I'm just seeing your comment.
the record. Jasmine Barward.
Thank you, Sport.
Yes, Ms. Weaver.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning.
I'm good. Would you mind just telling us where you're from?
I'm born and raised here in Columbia. I currently live now in Michigan,
What took you to Michigan?
job wise.
Where do you work?
I work for the Department of Veteran Affairs.
When did you move to Michigan?
I moved to Michigan 2 months ago.
2 months ago. Where did you live before that? Here?
I live here.
Where at? Alex?
I live in an apartment complex, Brookside Crossing on Park Lane.
Okay, so pretty close to where all this happened.
Yes, sir.
And so were you living there on May 28th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Could you walk us through what you were doing that day?
That day I had family from Michigan in town, and we were on our way going out to eat when we saw the incident occur.
Who was with you?
My aunt from Michigan.
Anybody else?
No, just me and her.
Were you guys driving together separately?
We were driving together. She was driving.
She was driving. Okay. What kind of car were you in?
We were in, it's a Cadillac SUV, one of those new models. It was her vehicle.
Do you remember if your windows were up or down?
They were half cracked.
And were you pulling out of, like, where were you pulling out of what subdivision or neighborhood?
We were pulling out of Brookside Crossing, leaving out, trying to make a right.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to show you what's already in evidence as states 15. Now, Ms. Broadwater, I am unfortunately lacking in the height department. So even with this great piece of modern technology, I may not be able to point exactly to where I'm indicating, but if you need me to specify, I will let you know. Or you let me know. So could you tell us roughly where your neighborhood was?
The neighborhood is right there. That's considered, yes, that's considered Brookside Crossing.
Okay. And were you pulling out of this area?
Yes, we were pulling out, making a right.
Okay, so you're coming this way?
Yes.
All right, and then this is the gas station? So,
correct.
Okay, so whenever you were pulling out this way, did anything draw your attention to the right?
No, we were just pulling out. When I turned my head to the right, me and my aunt, that's when we saw the incident occur.
No. Stephanie, can we do 26? I'm going to show you what's also in evidence of stage 26. So this is, with what direction is it? Is it towards where you're coming out or away?
This is towards, so as you come, this will be my right, so it's coming out up there where the tree is at.
Okay, so you would have been down over here, far into the far right?
Correct.
Okay, okay. Do 27, 70. Is this the same rough?
Correct. Where that truck is at, that's where we were coming out.
Okay, okay. And can you just point in? What direction is this pointing on something?
So with the car being this way, it will be to my right.
Okay, so this would be roughly where you were coming out of?
I was on the passenger side, so that's to my right.
Okay. And you said you were on the passenger side?
Yes.
So whenever you were coming out, you said were you just looking for cars, looking if anything was coming so you pull out?
Yes, sir.
And whenever you looked to the right, what did you see?
When we looked to the right, I seen a young man running. I heard a pop sound, and my aunt we said, "What is that?" We saw the young man go down to the ground, and we saw the older man had a gun in his hand, pointed in a gun stance.
All right, let's walk through that just a bit slower for the jury. Okay. So you said you saw a young man running. Do you remember what he was wearing at all?
Yes, he was wearing a red hoodie, black basketball shorts, white long socks.
Okay. Do you know how close everybody was? Were they pretty close, pretty far away to each other?
They were pretty close.
Pretty close. Okay. So whenever you looked over there, did you see the young man carrying anything?
No.
Okay. You said you heard a pop. Did you recognize what that sound was?
Not at first until I seen him hit the ground.
Okay. And when you saw Cyrus hit the ground, what did you see anybody else doing at that time?
First, me and my aunt, we were just staring. We saw the older guy had his gun pointed still, and I believe his son was running behind him. He came to a stop as well.
You said the guy was holding a gun. Do you know who that guy was?
The store owner of the Shell gas station.
Okay. The man sitting over that table?
Yes.
Compared to Cyrus, how big were Mr. Chow and his son? Were they bigger, smaller, same?
Mr. Chow, he's pretty small, and he kind of got a little weight on him.
Okay. So after you realized that a shot happened, what did you guys do?
We stopped. My aunt said, "Jazz, he just shot that boy. You need to call the police." We're both about to call them, so we both put on our cell phones. We called. My aunt said, "I just want to make sure we're seeing what we see." So we drove out real slow, and we still see Cyrus on the ground. Looked like he was trying to push himself up, like how somebody's doing push-ups, but just shaking really bad. And he propped back down on the ground, started banging on the ground like in pain.
So at that point, were you still sitting at this intersection we have right up here, or were you moving?
We were moving real slow because we wanted to make sure we saw everything. And that's when I got on the phone with 911 and explained to them, like, "Hey, we just saw the gas station owner shoot a young boy. And then my aunt, she said, we need to get out of here. So we drove up to an empty parking lot near where the old Columbia Mall is at. And 911 had me on hold for a long time. So we hung up and we called again.
Whenever you were driving by, did you see Mr. Chow's son doing anything?
He was standing with his hands on his hips like he was trying to catch the breath.
Okay. Now you said you drove past this incident location and you parked somewhere for a mall, you said?
Yes, so it's further up the street. So once we drove out, we went further up, passing the gas station, making our right and going to an empty parking lot.
Okay. When you parked there, did you call 911 again?
Yes, because they had me on hold.
And after you talked to 911, where did you guys go?
Me and my aunt, we went to go get something to eat because that was our plan. That's why we were leaving the neighborhood. We wanted to go get something to eat. We ate. By the time we came back, it was dark outside. My aunt said, hopefully everything is fine by the time we come back. But by the time we turned down to where my neighborhood was at, the street was blacked out and we saw nothing but blue police lights.
When did you talk to law enforcement about what you saw?
Once I had my aunt go back into my apartment, I told her I'll be back. I need to go speak to somebody, let them know what I saw. When I went out of the neighborhood, it was kind of hard to come out. And I saw a police officer. I said, hey, what happened to the young man that was here? I seen an incident that happened. He asked me, did you see what happened? I said, yes. And he said, okay, did you file a report? I said, no, not yet. I'm just letting you know what I saw. And he said, okay, somebody will get in contact with you.
Okay. Did you talk to law enforcement the next day then?
I did.
Courts and orders?
Yes, sir.
Just two more questions for you, ma'am. Whenever you were pulling out, who did you see holding a gun?
Mr. Ray.
Did you see Cyrus holding anything?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor. Please answer any questions from the defense.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Barlow, how are you?
I'm getting yourself.
We got to get some pleasantries. The two of us have never met. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
Madam Court Reporter next to you is taking down every word that you're saying. I want to go through this with everybody. And she can't take down head nods and shakes and things of that nature. You understand that?
I understand.
Two, she can't take down if the two of us are talking over one another. So if you'll give me the opportunity to ask my question, I promise I'll give you the opportunity to answer. Is that fair?
I understand.
And finally, sometimes I've been known to speak way too fast. And if I speak too fast and you cannot understand my question, if you ask me to repeat it, I promise I will. Is that fair?
That's right.
Okay, so I want to make sure I get a little background. What part of Michigan? I went to law school in Michigan. So what part of Michigan?
I currently live in Clinton Township.
How long did it take you to get there? Drive, fly?
I drove.
I've done that drive. It's not an enjoyable drive whatsoever.
No.
I know it's not. What is that? 15 hours?
10.
Did you make it in less than 10? Or did you go to speed the whole way?
Whole way. Whole way.
Jasmine, I really don't have a lot of questions for you. I really want to talk about everything that happened that day. You understand?
I understand.
And if I'm not mistaken, you feel free to correct me where I'm wrong. This was definitely an emotional situation. Is that, remember that? Yeah, yes.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
And if I'm going through your testimony correctly, the first thing you did was call 911.
That is correct.
That's when emotions were still going high and heavy. Do you remember that call 911?
Correct, yes.
And you talked to the 911 operator?
Yes.
You remember our conversation with the 911 operator?
Yes.
And that was as close to the time as possible. Is that correct? Do you mind if I call you Jasmine?
That's fine.
Okay. And that was close to the time as possible, correct, Jasmine?
Correct.
And when we talked to the 911 operator, do you remember specifically how you did not actually see the shooting?
I stated in my 911 call, I said, I think I saw it. And then my aunt was behind me, as you can hear in the 911 call. She said, no, Jasmine, he did shoot that boy. And I said, yes, he did.
Okay. And I want to go through some of that, and I'm not trying to track you. I want to make sure I understand. I think that is exactly what I heard on the 911. But when you were talking to the 911 operator, you initially said, I didn't see anything, correct?
No, I said, I think I saw.
You think you saw. You're not positive when you talked to them.
Correct, because my emotions gone.
Fresh to the incident as possible, close as possible, emotional situation.
Correct.
And then you utter what you remember to the 911 operator. Fair?
Correct.
And then you said, I think I saw. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
And then somebody in the car told you actually did see. Is that what your testimony just was?
Yes.
And a lot of that 911, and Devin, you've had opportunity to work 911 call.
Correct.
Okay. And so I'm not tricky or anything, so I'm going to ask you questions. And would you agree with me, a lot of that 911 call with things like you just said, I think I saw this may have happened, with stuff like that. I think they call it equivocation. Do you agree with that?
Agree.
Okay. And then when the dispatch officer, whatever they call those 911 officers, they ask you a question. Did you see him shoot the boy, or did you just hear the gun go off? And your response was, we just heard the gun go off, and then we happened to see the owner pointing the gun at the boy while he was on the ground. You remember that?
Correct.
Okay. And so what you're telling us, and I think you had described maybe you thought they might have been fireworks because you weren't sure what they were. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
And then later, I think you gave two different statements. I won't say different, but somewhere in between. You gave two additional statements. Is that it?
That's sorry. Yes.
That's a yes. You gave two additional statements.
Yes.
And each statement after that first 911 call, would you agree, got a little more detailed?
Yes.
And this was after you had met with law enforcement?
The next day.
Yes.
That's when I met with law enforcement.
And I want to make sure I understand, you also testified, you also gave law enforcement, or one of these interviews that you gave, you specifically saw Mr. Chow toss the gun away?
I'm not sure if it was a gun. I remember when my aunt and we was driving slowly away.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chow still had his gun pointed at him while Cyrus was on the ground. He still had his gun in his left hand. He squat down, he grabbed something off the ground, tossed it, and then put his right hand back on the gun, still pointed at Cyrus as he was on the ground.
So to repeat my question, you saw him toss something away, but you're not sure what it was?
Not sure what it was.
You don't remember if he told 911 or one of the other subsequent interviews that he had been a firearm?
No.
Okay. And I'm not saying you did, I'm just asking the question. You understand, I'm not trying to trick you or anything like that, Devin. And Devin, do you remember doing or getting a diagram to law enforcement about where you saw the bodies?
Correct.
And they went through and you gave us identification where you saw everybody on the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
And you may or may not know, and don't answer the question if you do not know. Are you aware that the diagram and the identifications of where you put the bodies would have been after the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Which would have been consistent with you seeing the end of the shooting and maybe not the beginning or during?
No.
Okay. And possibly going in conjunction with your 911 call, which you originally told the 911 operator that you did not see the actual shooting, and maybe you just saw the aftermath of that.
So I want to make sure I answer this correctly.
Yeah, that was, remember those long questions I told you about?
Yeah, I want to make sure I answer this
Take your
correctly.
time, please.
So as I stated, when I turned my head to the right,
Yes, ma'am.
we heard a pop. You know, I said, what is that? We saw Cyrus go down. That's when I seen Mr. Rich had his gun pointed. And that's when my aunt said, he just shot that boy. We need to call 911. And we both called 911. That's when my aunt took her time to drive out slow to make sure that we saw everything. And we, as I stated, he still had his gun pointed in the back of Cyrus.
I think you answered my question absolutely perfectly. Thank you so much. And are you going back to that?
Yes.
Right after this?
Mm-hmm.
I pray for your drive safe.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Feel ready.
No further questions, John.
Very good, Mr. Bellboard. You can step down. Thank you for being here. Ready to call next witness? Sir.
Take off Devontae Bryant.
Do you swear or affirm testimony to give in this case with the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, so seek witness stand and state your full name for the record.
My name is Devontae Bryant.
How old are you?
33.
Okay. Are you employed?
Yeah.
Where do you work?
Rutherford Company. It's a company out of
Second?
Rutherford Company.
You live, where do you live?
Hopkins, South Carolina.
Yes, speak up a little bit.
Hopkins.
Hawkins, okay. Where did you
Right,
go?
if you'll speak up a little bit for us, our court reporter here is taking down everything you say. Make sure you say yes, no, answer verbally. You know, we all understand what you mean, not it, but make sure you speak up a little bit, so that's make a record there.
Okay.
All right.
Devontae, where did you grow up?
Like Fairrow area. I grew up in Bethel Bishop Apartments.
What are the Bethel Bishop Apartments?
It's mean what?
What are they?
I mean, it's today they still consider it as like the worst, one of the worst neighborhoods in Columbia.
Okay.
Things like that.
Is it a high crime area?
Yeah.
All right. You said low income kind of housing?
Yeah.
Did you witness crime when you were growing up there?
Yeah, a lot.
Okay. Did you ever see teenagers with firearms?
Yes.
Was that common or uncommon in your experience?
Common.
Okay. Why do 14-year-olds have guns?
I mean, it's like.
No, I'm gonna object to that, a lot of speculation, I say it right there, this is definitely not an answer.
I will allow it to the extent you can speak from personal knowledge, but not speculate about general population.
Yes. You were a 14-year-old kid once, is that correct?
Yes.
And in your experience, did you ever see other 14-year-olds or other youths with firearms?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, I'm just asking, honestly, did you ever have a chance to hold a gun when you were underage?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you feel compelled to hold a gun or carry a gun?
I mean, just seeing the stuff that's around me, trying to, fit in with people, and then, like growing up, you want acceptance. You want to be cool with everybody. You want everybody to like you. You want everybody to be around.
Okay.
So you follow what's going on.
All right. So in your experience in the areas you grew up with, guns were cool.
Yeah.
And would you have certain cachet? You know what that means? Would it help your reputation sometimes?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Can you explain that?
I mean, it's like I said, it's more like it's a acceptance thing. That's what it help with. Kids being cool to you, being cool with other kids. You having an influence. You just not being talked about in a, how they say, a lane way with kids. You want to be popular or things like that.
Okay. So in your experience growing up in the Bethel Bishop, was it common or uncommon to see people who were under the age of 18 with guns?
Common.
Okay. High crime area Bethel Bishop. You yourself have been in some trouble. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
All right. And got to ask you about some. I've got, as far as criminal convictions, in 2017, you got in a little bit of trouble, or maybe a lot of trouble. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see a conviction for an accessory after the fact to a felony.
Yes, sir.
Did you plead guilty to that?
Yes, sir. I did. They gave me 5 years for that.
Okay. I see that you were convicted of a possession of a stolen vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see that you got convicted of an auto breaking. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And looks like that was about 9 years ago that you pled guilty. I don't know when did the crime occur?
I can't remember exactly, but all of that, I played to all of those in one.
Okay. And that was 9 years ago, 2017?
Yeah.
Let's go to 3 years ago, May 28th of 2023. You remember that date?
Yes, sir.
You remember what you were doing on that day?
Yeah, I was going to my brother's house. Her brother's. I was meeting my girlfriend at her brother's house.
Okay. You meet your girlfriend
at her brother's house.
I got you. Okay. And where did your girlfriend's brother live?
Greenbrier Apartments, off of Park Lane.
Okay. Had you been to the Greenbrier Apartments before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that an area you were familiar with?
Yeah, kind of. Just like going to his house, and her mom stays up the street.
Okay. What were you driving at the time?
White Honda Accord.
All right. Do you remember what direction you were? I guess you would have turned off Park Lane Road.
Yeah, I was coming from the interstate, which is by the Circle K.
Okay. So then you would have taken a left or right onto Spring Street.
All right.
Right. Okay. Let me 14. All right. You recognize what we're looking at in page 14?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I understand you right, what was this building with the red?
That's the gas station.
All right. Can you say anything about that?
Yes.
So you were coming up Park Lane and taking a right?
Yes.
Okay. 650. All right. Keep going on 16. Okay. And this, where that car would have been, you were just going up and you were taking a right?
Yeah, well, that gray car is.
Okay. So let me have slide 20. All right. Have you seen this video before? State slide 20?
Yeah, I think you should.
All right. Let me, if you see your car and just let me know when you see your car in this video.
Right there.
That's you over there, that white car?
Yeah.
Okay, play it. Okay. And did that show you on Park Lane taking a right on Spring Street?
Yeah.
Who was in the car?
Just me.
All right. What did you see?
When as I turned, once I got like maybe by what's that stuff? An entryway in the parking lot for the store. There was the young boy and it was two people chasing. And by the time I got close by the entrance, he had ran out of shoe. You know, like ran across the street. They still chasing him. He stumbles and falls. He's trying to get back up. He's making up.
Wait, let me stop you real quick. You talk about the young boy. Did you see the young boy you're describing in that video?
Yeah.
Station 20?
Yeah.
Okay. What was he wearing?
A hoodie.
You said they were chasing him. Who was they?
The man and his son.
Okay. Did you ever seen any of these people before?
No.
Okay. The man and his son, do you know who that man is now?
Oh, yeah, now.
Okay. Who was that man?
His name Chow.
Okay. Do you see him?
Yeah.
Okay. Where is he?
Right there with glasses.
Okay. So Rick Chow and his son, and Rick Chow's son were chasing the red shirt boy?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see the boy in the red? Do you know that now these Cyrus?
Yeah. Now.
Okay. If I call him Cyrus, would you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Did you get to see Cyrus's face when he was running?
Just this side when he crossed the street. And yeah, the right side of his face as I was advancing up Spring Street.
Okay. What, if anything, did Cyrus have in his hand?
A book bag.
Okay. Okay. What else did he have in his hand? Anything?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. And how close did Cyrus, Rick Chow, and Andy Chow get to you while you're driving down Spring Street?
Real close. I had to hit my brakes because if I wasn't paying no attention, I could have hit one of them. That's how close it was to my car.
Okay. So they were in front of your car?
Yeah.
Okay. As they crossed Spring Street?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you able to see any kind of facial expressions that Cyrus was making?
No, not really.
Okay. What did you think when you first saw Rick Chow and his son Andy? Did Rick Chow and his son Andy, did they appear to be adults or did they appear to be young adults?
No, adults. And I thought that maybe it was the police maybe chasing him because when he was running, I could see his holster. You know, like, and I see people on the pictures in front of the stores but still not being chased. So at first I was thinking that he was maybe a police officer.
Yes.
It looked like, or you thought it was the police chasing the boy,
Yeah.
Cyrus. And you thought that because what did you see on Rick Chow?
I seen a holster with a gun in it.
And that was in plain view.
Yeah, like his shirt was flapping up as he was running.
Okay. Did Cyrus appear to be an adult or?
No, you could tell he was a kid.
Okay. All right, where was I? Let me see slide 24. All right, who's that white car that just stopped?
That's me.
Where about? Okay, play that back up a little bit, Stephanie, where this car goes by. All right, play. Okay, what are you doing there?
I'm slowing down because they running across the street.
Okay. If you hadn't slowed down, what was your fear that would happen?
I would have hit one of them.
Okay. You're driving up Spring Street, going to your girlfriend's brother's house. Were you expecting 3 people to run across your passenger car?
No.
Okay. You slow down, almost gonna stop. Is that what we just saw?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you go out of view of this camera shot, this is states 24. What are you doing next as you're driving?
Driving real slow, paying attention to the 3 people that's running.
Okay. Did you drive behind them or did you sort of pace them? You know pacing?
Yeah, pace them.
Okay. Or did you go on ahead of them?
No, pace them.
All right, why did you pace them?
They was chasing him, so I was really trying to see what was going on. And like I said, at first I thought it was like the police chasing somebody.
Okay. Well, you're in the right lane of travel, I assume.
Yeah.
All right. And so are they on, as you're pacing them, are they on your left or are they on your right?
They're on my left.
Okay. And are you focusing on the road or are you focusing on these people that just ran out in front of your car?
The people.
Okay. Did you have a good vantage point or a bad vantage point?
Good.
Okay. Why are you focused so much on the people instead of the road in front of you?
Like I said, trying to see what's going on. And then once he fell.
Wait a minute, we're gonna get there.
Okay.
From that vantage point, did you ever see Cyrus pull anything out of his pocket?
No.
Okay. Did you ever see anything? Did he lose any clothing while you were watching him?
Shoe.
You saw him lose a shoe?
Yeah, he had a white Air Force One on.
Okay. Did he stop? Did his shoe or did he continue running?
He kept running.
Okay. Did you see him drop any other things while he was around the shoe?
No.
Okay. Did you see him throw anything?
No.
Okay. Stephen, can you play slide 21? All right. Is that what you're describing, what we just watched in that video?
Yeah.
Stephanie, can you go back maybe like 5 seconds or something? Put the cursor here. All right, I want you to focus, Devontae, on this area.
Okay.
And I want you to speak up if you see your car or when you see your car.
Okay.
All right?
Now.
That's you?
Yeah.
Okay, so were you in close proximity to them or were you a great distance from them?
Close.
Was your vantage point good or did you have a poor vantage point?
Good.
Okay. And your testimony was you continued to pace them as they ran up through.
Yes.
All right. He lost his shoe at some point. Had he already crossed Spring Tree or was he still in the parking lot side of Spring Tree?
No, he lost his shoe before he crossed the street.
Okay. And then you're saying he continued to cross the street?
Yeah.
Okay. What, if anything, happened to his book bag?
I wouldn't have known. I mean, yeah, I would have known if anything happened because once he fell, he didn't pick it back up.
Okay. Well, that's right. Let's go ahead then and get to what you're talking about when he fell.
Okay.
Tell us what you observed about him falling.
Okay, so when he fell after he got across the street.
Okay.
It was something over there that it looked like he had to trip up over or something.
You saw him trip?
Yeah.
Okay. And were Rick Chow and Andy Chow in front of him when he tripped or were they still behind him?
Behind him, but they was real close up on him when he tripped.
Okay. So when he tripped, how would you describe the fall?
He fell hard. The first fall was real hard.
Okay. Did he try to get back up or did he get back up?
Yeah, he tried to get back up, but it was more so of a stumble versus him standing straight up.
Okay. Did you see the book bag again after he got up?
No, it was on the ground.
Okay. All right. Did you see anything in his hand at this point?
No.
All right. Was he able to get back up on his feet?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
It's like he stood up almost all the way up completely. He maybe took a step, if that, and that's when he shot.
Okay. And then what happened?
Like Cyrus fell. Once he fell, he was trying to like roll himself over, but I don't know if he could or not. But he was like putting his hands up as he was trying to roll himself over.
Okay.
But you could tell he was still out of breath. Like he was still breathing real hard.
Okay. Okay. Yes. That states 25. You recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the spot where you remember him taking that first fall?
Yeah.
Okay. Judge, I think probably with court permission, if you want to take a step down and point out. Okay. All right, Devontae, all right, so this is, where, and on States 25 is the gas station in front of us or behind us? Okay, and if we're right here, do you see the spot you were just describing where Cyrus took that initial fall?
Yeah.
All right, can you point to it with the pointer?
It's like, he took that person to feel like he hit the ground real hard.
Okay, and speak up to her, so she.
Yeah, I said up there, he hit the ground real hard. That's when he first got it.
Okay, point to it again. Okay, so he was in the road and then he falls into the grass, or he falls into the road?
No, he was in the grass and he fell into the grass, like on the side. He never got back in the road.
I got you.
Once they crossed the street this way, he never went back towards the right.
Okay.
All his movement was on the side of the road.
I got you. But he's running up the road, and does he trip over the curb, or did you see what he tripped over?
No, I couldn't tell what he tripped on.
Okay, but he fell towards the grass.
Yeah.
All right, and at this point when he trips, where's Rick Chow? Can you point where he is?
He's like right behind. So if Cyrus trips up here, Rick Chow.
All right, can you say about how far behind him he was?
Maybe 2 feet, if that.
So he's right up here?
Yeah.
Okay, and if you're Cyrus, he's about this close?
Yeah.
All right, where is Andy Chow? Rick Chow's son?
And when Cyrus fell, he's beside him.
Okay, these two, Rick's behind him or to the side?
Beside who, the son?
Yeah.
No, they side by side almost.
But they're right back in 2 feet or so is what your testimony is?
Yeah.
Okay, so about the distance, maybe give or take?
Yeah, give or take about the distance. Yeah.
Okay. Did they do anything to him while he's on the ground?
No.
Okay. Did you see anything in Cyrus' scene at that point?
No. Just the book bag had filled.
Okay. Did Rick and his son Andy allow Cyrus to get back up or attempt to get back up?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
So once he get back up, like I said, he fell. He's trying to get upright, but he stumbled after the second fall.
Okay.
And as he's trying to get up after that last stumble, he's trying to stand straight up so he can keep advancing because he's trying to get away from him. He's not once like trying to turn around or trying to go towards the street. He's trying to get to the apartment. He's going straight up.
Okay. That's what it appeared to be. He was trying to get to those apartments. What are those called again?
Brookside.
Okay. That's what it appeared to you that he was trying to make his way to those apartments?
Yeah.
Are you comfortable kind of demonstrating what you're talking about? I think I know, but you say he hits the ground, he's trying to get up and go, but he's stumbling. Can you kind of demonstrate that to the jury? Do you feel comfortable doing that?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the first fall, when he falls, it's like he completely falls all the way down almost.
All right, chest to the ground.
Yeah, and then he gets up. And as he's, like I said, he's getting up, but he's moving so fast, he's stumbling.
Okay.
So after the last stumble, it's like he's trying to get completely up, stand upright. So he maybe took a step or two after that, then that's when the shot went off.
Okay. And that was the second fall.
Yeah, well, you can say it's the second fall, yeah.
Okay. Did he ever get back up again after that?
After the shot, no.
Okay.
After he fell, he got shot.
And you're saying you saw him roll around?
And it's like he was trying, after he fell on the ground from being shot, it's like he was trying to turn over with his hands.
Okay. You take this. Did you see anything in his hand at that point? I see. Do you recognize this little area behind these trees to be where Cyrus came to rest?
Yeah, like on the left side of those trees, yeah. Right here.
Yeah. All right. Zoom back out. And we're still looking at stage 25. All right, so I just want to be clear, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you say the first time he fell, it was somewhere in this area?
Yeah.
And what I understood you say, correct me if I'm wrong, was that Rick Chow and his son were somewhere in this area behind him?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see Rick Chow out here in the road?
No.
Did you ever see Andy Chow out here in the road?
No.
Your testimony is that the two of them were, correct me if I'm wrong, I want you to I don't want to put any words in your mouth. But if Cyrus fell right here, you saw Rick and Andy side by side, I think you said this kind of area.
Yeah.
And why did you have such a good vantage point again?
I was in the road, like I said, I was just staring at it. It was, I don't remember a car being in front of me or behind me, so I was driving real slow, just watching the whole time.
Devontae, did you stay on scene after this?
Not really on scene. After the situation happened, I rolled back past. I saw all like older ladies around me, and I went to the car wash up the street. That's why I still was on the phone with my mom, telling her what was going on, just trying to get my head on straight. And then I went right back down.
Okay. So where did you turn around? Did you ever go to your girlfriend's, your girlfriend's brother's apartment?
No, I never made it.
All right. And did they live in this apartment that's over here to the left?
No, they lived in the one that's all the way back.
Okay, does the Spring Tree dead end into that apartment that?
I would say because Greenbrier is the last part back there, and I don't know if they have a back entrance. I think it's just a front entrance.
Is that Greenbrier?
I can't really tell from that picture.
So, but I understand you were going this way. Is this the driveway you turned around into, back down after you saw the shooting?
No, I turned around a little bit past that.
That driveway?
Yeah, like over.
Okay. And you just abandoned your plans to go to the girlfriend's brother's house?
Yeah.
Why did you abandon those plans?
Because of the situation that happened.
Okay. You said you left to get your head straight, but you did return and speak to law enforcement?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you know any of these people before that day?
No.
Monte, please answer any questions that Mr. Kent has for you.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna take a short break. Let's say we'll be back out at 10:45. Got some technological issues that we need to work through. So we'll take about 15-minute break and we'll see you shortly. Do not discuss the case and don't discuss your testimony with anyone. Yeah, and you can get down, you can go rest. All right, just from, I guess, the media standpoint, I know we only have the one camera in here, but the clerk's office just got an email from a alleged concerned citizen in Washington, D.C., watching the trial, and says that, I don't know if the person is a lawyer, knows something about the procedure, but said they were able to see one of the jurors on camera.
Didn't happen.
Okay, well, I
The
just.
deputies, probably the top of the deputies head.
It said a blonde lady, and maybe they don't know whether it's a court reporter, is a juror, I'm not sure, but I just wanted to address it and make sure since it was sent to the clerk's office.
And I can tell you it didn't happen.
Okay, so just,
I'm very cautious.
yeah, I know you are, and, but I just want to make sure since it was sent to the clerk's office. It probably, or is it a blonde hair with a pinkish outfit, it's probably talking.
Make sure they know what I am.
You want to address it for the record, be sure.
No, I think that's true.
Ready for cross? All right, so bring in jury, please.
Jury's present, John.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bryant, my name is Sean Kent. I do not believe we've ever met each other. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, we never met.
And I'm going to go over a couple of rules so we can be on the same page as I'm asking you questions. Is that fair?
Okay.
And I do this with everybody. Just make sure we're both on the same page. Madam Court Reporter is taking down every single word that you are saying. You did a good job from the state, but you cannot take down head nods and shakes and things of that nature. So make sure you answer yes, no, and so on, so she can get every word. Is that fair?
Okay.
Two, she cannot take down if the two of us are talking over one another. So if you'll give me opportunity to ask my question, I'll give you opportunity to answer the question. Is that fair?
Okay.
And if at any point in time I speak way too fast, and I've been told I do that, and you do not understand my question, you simply ask me to repeat it, I will repeat it so you can have it read again. Is that fair? If I can remember the question.
Okay.
Is that fair enough?
Yeah.
Do you prefer Mr. Bryant, Devontae? What do you want to be called? I'm going to give you a proper title.
Either or.
Okay, is it fine if I call you Mr. Bryant?
Yeah.
Mr. Bryant, I want to go through first the testimony that you offered the state of South Carolina just a few moments ago. Do you remember what you testified to?
Yeah.
And I want to first start at the beginning part of your testimony that you were giving to the jury when they were asking you questions about guns. So remember that.
Yes.
And when they were asking you questions about guns, they were asking you about the prevalence and the amount of guns in the community of children, 14-year-olds and so forth. Remember those questions?
Yeah.
And you remember saying that it was basically normal that a lot of kids have guns.
Yeah.
And it is okay for them to have guns because it's a sign of status or something of that nature, right?
I'm not saying okay, but
It's not okay. It's not okay.
I didn't say that it was okay for a child to have a gun. I never said that.
And then let me follow that up with that question. It's not okay.
I mean, it depends on what point you come from. I don't.
Please explain. What point would make it okay for somebody under the age of 15 to possess a firearm?
I wouldn't.
Well, you do know. You just said it depends. So let the jury know, based upon the questions from the state and your answer, when is it okay for someone under the age of 14 or a child to have a gun?
I mean, I wouldn't know. I mean, everybody had their own viewpoint of it. That's why I say it depends.
And I'm asking your viewpoint, based upon your testimony, based upon what you offer to this jury, when is it okay?
I mean, protection-wise, you ask me.
Go on, please. I did ask you.
That's it.
What do you mean protection-wise?
Depending on the area you grew up in or the area you stay in, maybe.
And so when the state of South Carolina put you on the stand, they understood that you felt it was okay to break the law for protection.
Objection to the question.
I'll repeat.
All right, ready.
It is your testimony that it is okay to break the law for protection purposes.
No, I'm not saying. I never want to say that.
Okay, tell me what you said. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I don't remember, but I didn't say that.
No, you just said it a few seconds ago, that it would be okay for protection purposes for someone under the age of 14 to have a firearm. Is that what you just said?
That's what I said.
Is it legal for someone under the age of 14 to have a firearm?
No.
So would it be breaking the law for a person under 14 to have a firearm?
Yeah.
And so what your testimony not have just been, it is okay for someone under the age of 14 to break the law for protection. Isn't that your testimony?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I guess. Because that's what they put you up to justify and say it's okay. So is that your testimony still to this jury?
Objection to the question and the implication.
I'll allow it. Be careful.
I know. Do you understand my question?
No, sir.
Well, let's move on just a bit. We'll go back to that. Do you want to fire?
He is a complete asshole, but he's cooking. And I don't know why dude didn't just say, yeah, in my opinion, it's okay. So yes, that's my testimony, that it's okay to break the law to protect yourself. He can't go to jail for saying that. So I don't know why he's apprehensive to answering it, where he already said, I understand, depending on the circumstances you grew up in and all of that, what you got going on. I can understand why. Why is he apprehensive? But dude is tearing his ass up. He looking around for his mama, and it just ain't happening. Nigga, just answer the question and move on. Yes, it's okay to break the law for protection, in my opinion.
No.
You don't have a firearm?
No.
Did you have a firearm that day?
No.
In your vehicle?
No.
You have a child yourself, if I'm not mistaken.
3.
And I think one of them would be 14 years old right now.
Yeah.
You would not want him to have a firearm.
No.
You would instruct him not to have a firearm.
No.
You would not want him to have a firearm for protection of status or anything.
No.
No, you would think it would be wrong. Correct? Correct?
Yeah.
It would be dangerous.
Yeah.
And you would not want your child in the community carrying a firearm.
No.
The solicitor's office asked you about your criminal record. You stand on the stand currently as a convicted felon.
Yeah.
So you couldn't own the firearm anyway.
Yeah.
And so you stand over there convicted of 3 separate offenses.
I'm not sure how many. I'm not sure.
Not sure how many felonies you have?
No.
Were these all in Richland County?
Yeah.
And so were you prosecuted in this courthouse?
Yeah.
And so they are familiar with you?
I don't know.
Okay. When you talked to officers on the scene, well, let's go through this. You actually gave 2 separate statements to officers. One on a body cam on scene. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And then separately, you talked to another officer. Is that a fair statement? Like you sat down and met with an officer and gave an actual recorded interview. Remember that?
Yeah.
And I'm going to go backwards. I'm going to talk about the second interview first, because this was with a member of the Richland County Sheriff's Department who interviewed you.
They both were.
Okay? Both were Richland County officers.
Yeah.
They interviewed you, right?
Yeah.
They asked you what happened.
Yeah.
They asked your details.
Yeah.
They let you give the story.
Yeah.
And you gave them this story, and after you gave the story, you remember one of the officers telling you, don't embellish, that doesn't fit the evidence.
I don't know what that means. Yeah, I don't know what that means.
When you met with them, did they think you were exaggerating the story?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation of what somebody else believes.
When you gave the story to law enforcement, what was your belief when you left, when you talked to them? Do you believe they believe your version?
Objection, Your Honor, to what he believes somebody else believes.
I wouldn't.
You're asking to determine what the officer believes.
When you gave your story to law enforcement, I want to make it clear, you told law enforcement that, and I want to make sure it's good again, I want to make sure the testimony is good. At some point, you're saying the victim had his hands up?
Yeah.
Okay. And he shot when his hands were up? I just want to make sure, tell me if I'm wrong.
No.
So explain it to me again so we can all understand.
When he was on the ground, like
Yes, sir.
after he fell from being shot, it's like he was trying to roll himself over. That's when his hands was up.
Now, there's no question he fell twice.
Yes, it is.
Your testimony is that he was shot the first time.
Which
I'm asking, you tell me when he was shot, if he fell twice. Do you know exactly when he was shot?
you said if he fell twice after the second stumble. It wasn't two falls.
It wasn't two falls?
No.
Okay. And I guess I'm getting more confused, and you did it with the solicitor's office, but I need to know exactly what position he was in when he was shot. And if I'm not mistaken, when you were.
When you saying when he was shot, as in when he hit the ground?
No, when he was shot.
Like, oh, he was trying to stand completely up.
He was trying to stand completely up.
Yeah.
And I think when you were right here, you had him completely straight, correct?
What you mean completely straight?
Was he standing completely up when he was shot like this?
I mean, almost as if yeah, almost.
And Mr. Chow, was he directly behind him?
No, not directly behind him.
If you can come down again for me and just put your body in the position that you saw, I want to make sure I say this correctly, the position you saw Cyrus in when he was shot. Does that make sense? I'll make sure you understand my question before you do. Do you understand my question?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you come down from the stand and just show the jury the position, the exact position his body was in when he was shot that you saw?
Yeah. So like I said, it was almost like completely up. Like he was getting up like this. He wasn't here. Yeah.
Okay.
No, he was like here, but still trying to move and get up at the same time. You get what I'm saying?
I do, and I'm just confused because I thought with the solicitor's office you said he was straight up. So you're not saying he was
He's
straight
trying to get straight up. He's trying to get up like how I'm standing, like this. He's trying to get to this point, but he never could get to this point. He's still stumbling, trying to catch his movement. That's what's going on.
That's what you saw.
Yeah.
And then after he was shot, what happened from that position?
He fell. He fell completely again.
Right there.
Yeah.
Didn't move any further.
It's like maybe like a try to turn over type of thing, maybe.
So where the body came to rest is where he was shot.
I don't know where his body came from because it was so many people gathered around him. I couldn't see exactly nothing. All I could see is like legs and feet, and the older lady's son was on their knees and all of that. I couldn't really exactly see him. Like I'm looking at this desk right here,
Yes,
I couldn't literally just see everything. I see everybody huddled around.
Okay, go ahead back up there. Thank you. Now I want to go backwards to the body cam footage. Do you remember you said on the side of the road you talked to the officers while they were there?
Yeah.
Is that yes?
Yeah.
Do you remember telling the officer on the body footage that you watched the shot through your car mirror, through your rearview mirror?
No.
You do not remember that?
No.
And if I was to find testimony or anything, you would dispute saying that to anyone that day?
I don't remember that.
Is it possible you could have said that?
I don't remember that at all.
And you had mentioned that when you were driving by the scene, you were going at a very slow pace.
Yeah.
And if there was video of your car not going at a slow pace, would you disagree with that?
Yeah.
And so how fast would you say you were going?
I don't know.
I need you to guesstimate because you said you were tracking them. So how fast you were? 1 mile, 2 mile?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't know. I don't remember.
You had mentioned in your testimony that you did not see anyone throw anything. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you said you saw the book bag laying directly on the ground?
Yeah.
And it just had fallen?
When he fell, the book bag. The first time.
Immediately at the same spot?
Uh-huh. Well, no, I would say the same spot. I can't remember exactly where, but I don't want to say the same spot. I think it kind of fell down, so I can't really remember.
Well, you testified to it, so that's why I want to make sure. You testified on direct that it fell right there. So if you
Yeah.
want to correct it now, please.
I mean, can you explain what right there is? It could be here, it could be there. You're saying right there. I don't know where right there is.
I need to know because that was your testimony. Where did the book bag fall?
On the ground.
Where?
I mean, I have to look or something. I can't just say where exactly it was on the ground.
You saw the book bag?
Yeah.
You saw the book bag on the ground?
Yeah.
It was not down a hill in some grassy area. You personally saw it?
Yeah, it was on the ground.
And your testimony is you personally saw the shoe come on.
Yeah.
Take your questions on that one.
Yes, sir.
Now, you are not testifying, I want to make sure we're clear on this, you're not testifying today that the young man was shot while he was on the ground.
No.
Have you ever before under oath, any testimony ever testified that he was shot on the ground?
Testify. This is my first time testifying.
Yeah. Have you ever given any statements or anything to suggest that he was on the ground?
I believe so. I think.
You believe so? You have actually before the law enforcement said he was on the ground when he was shot.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, so much going on at one time. You know, like right after the incident, I'm calling my mom. So much going on. The social media thing going on. So much going on.
I got it. So much going on. So much stuff in our head. So much to pay attention to, and then time to figure out a different story.
No, not a different story.
Well, originally you have told law enforcement that he was on the ground when he was shot. Correct?
Okay.
Not okay.
Yeah.
And we now realize that's not possible. Correct?
Yeah.
And you know that's not possible. Correct?
Yeah.
And now today you're telling something a little different. Correct?
Not just today when I spoke with him too.
When you spoke with who?
Officer.
But you understand, we always want to try to get someone's statement as close to the event as possible, right? Because we want to get as accurate as possible. Is that a fair statement?
No.
You don't want to get someone's memory as close to the event as possible?
I mean, yeah, but that's not fair because no.
That's not fair. We don't want to know accurate. We don't want someone to plan. We don't want someone to think of something. Don't you want someone's memory as close to the event as possible?
No.
No? Why not?
I mean, no.
Why not?
I mean, I don't know, but I mean, it shouldn't matter. If something happens, something happens. It don't matter when you ask.
You got that exactly right.
This nigga is slow. The sooner you're asked about an incident, the fresher the details are. But this nigga is slow. And why, like, you're not, this cross-examination is not making him seem like any less of a credible witness. It's just badgering the man for no reason. Like, he didn't shoot this nigga. He just telling y'all what the fuck he saw.
It shouldn't matter. When something happens, it should stay consistent. Is that a fair statement?
That's not what I just said.
So tell me what you said.
I just said when something happens. I never said nothing about being consistent or anything. I didn't say that.
Okay. So should someone's story change?
No.
No. That's what consistent means. So it should be consistent from one time to the next. Is that fair?
I mean, you said that, yeah.
You don't think a story should be consistent?
Yeah, story is consistent.
A story is consistent.
Should be, yeah.
Should be consistent. So at one point you told a story that he was shot directly on the ground, and then today you're saying he wasn't. You agree that's not consistent?
Yeah, but I think there was a misunderstanding because I don't think the officer was really understanding what I was saying. So I think he kind of misunderstood my explanation. That's what I think.
That's what you think?
Yeah.
And a few minutes ago, I asked you, you specifically stated that you said he was on the ground when he was shot, and there was a bunch going on in your head, and you were incorrect.
No, I didn't say that. I said the women was around him on the ground as I was passing back by the scene. So
A
I
moment
couldn't
ago,
see.
when I directly asked you about telling an officer, giving a statement that you said originally that he was on the ground when he got shot. That's what I asked you.
Yeah, but you just asked me something totally different pertaining. You didn't ask me the same thing.
What?
What you asked me prior to the question that you just asked me.
Do you remember? Let's make it very simple. Do you remember at some point in time telling an officer, anybody, that Cyrus was on the ground when he got shot?
Yeah.
That's a yes.
Yeah.
That's not a confusion. That's not a trick question. That's a yes.
Yeah.
Today, you're saying that's different, correct?
Yeah.
You have met with law enforcement, solicitors, everybody in between those two times. Yes?
Yeah.
And we realize the first thing that you said about shot on the ground is not possible.
No.
Yes. A moment ago, I was asking you if there would be any video or anything of that nature of your car going at a fast level, and you said there would not be. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
And you do recognize your car?
Yeah.
And you know what it looks like? What type of car is it?
Honda Accord.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to send you out to address a matter. I'll get back to you as quick as possible. I apologize for, and don't discuss the case, and we'll get back as soon as possible.
If that makes it clear and easier for you, I don't have any problem with it. Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. I do have a problem with this being published, but I don't understand it's not. Okay. It's not actually a concern. If we publish it, we'll introduce it in evidence, and they're concerned if we're just going to publish it. So my only question there, if you want to come there and show me the question, what you do, and how we're going to come there and see that. We're just talking. Okay.
We're back off the record.
I think we're ready to go. Yeah, I think we got. Your Honor, so what we are going to do, sorry for confusion, is rather than publish to the entire panel, we will utilize to refresh his memory. Okay. There will be no objection. They have no problem with someone from our team showing him the camera, so it speeds it up a little bit. Okay. And we go from there.
There you go.
And we're trying to get our technical staff here at this point of the way.
Well, let you know when you're ready.
I just want to make sure.
don't bring it here, please, sir.
I'll find you with Yes, sir.
Jewish brothers, John.
Thank you, Mr. Dover. Mr. Kent, Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Pratt, I promise I'm almost there. When we took a break, I was asking you about your car, you remember things of that nature?
Yeah.
And the direction of travel?
Yeah.
The speed your car would have been going?
Yeah.
And what direction you would have been looking at the shooting?
Yeah.
Is that all? You remember all of that?
Yeah.
And then there was a question if you remember the speed and things of that nature, and I talked to you about potential video.
Yeah.
If I was able to show you a video, would it help refresh your memory as to what your car was actually doing that day?
Yeah.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, I would ask one of the lawyers from our table to show the video just to him.
Okay.
And now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna show you two videos. I don't want you to talk about them, I don't want you to say anything about them, just watch the two videos that I'm gonna show you. Is that fair?
Okay.
Sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Scott's gonna come up there as well. Look at what you watch.
Sean, do you want me to play both?
Both of them, just both of them. Just let me know if they both acting like both of them. To make sure no one.
I know, I'm trying to. Right, maybe start this one. Did you see that whole one?
Yeah.
Devontae, have you now seen both of the videos?
Yeah.
And a little louder to make sure she did. Is that a yes?
Yeah.
And the videos, that's your car in the video?
Yeah.
And that car shows the direction you're traveling?
Yeah.
And it shows the speed you're traveling?
Yeah.
And you were the only one inside of the video?
Yeah.
And that car shows both directions that you're driving?
Yeah. It goes the same way. Yeah.
Yeah. It's different angles?
Yeah.
Okay. And one of the videos shows your car in one position that will be an opposite side of the chute. Is that a fair statement? Going past the chute?
No, you can't explain that to me, man.
How about you explain this? I'm not the one asking the bad questions. What did the video show you?
It showed me going up Spring Street.
Okay. Away from the chute?
Yeah.
Is that a yes?
Yeah. Not really away from it, but it's still like right there. I mean, that's the entrance of the apartments.
And the interests of the apartments are past where the incident happened.
Yeah.
Okay? And that's what we see as your car going past where the incident happened.
Yeah.
Okay? And that would go along with the question in which I asked you from the body cam, that you said on scene, I was looking at it through my rear view.
No.
But you do remember that question
Which one?
about looking at it through your rear view?
No.
You don't remember me asking you that question earlier?
No.
You don't remember me asking you a question about what happened on the scene and you telling the officer that you had looked at it through your rear view?
I don't remember that.
But you remember that question?
Yeah.
And you understand what I'm saying about that video that shows your car past the scene, right?
Yeah.
And that would make sense that you're looking at it through the rear view mirror.
No.
Okay. And two, the other thing that we're showing is you're not going 1 or 2 miles an hour in that video. Would you agree with that?
Well, the first one, it looks like, yeah.
Is your position that the video that we showed you, you were going 1 or 2 miles an hour?
I wouldn't say 1 or 2 miles per hour, but very slow, yes.
Very slow. What is your definition of very slow?
I mean, it's just exactly what I said.
What speed limit would be very slow?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I need to know because that's a big deal. How fast you were going.
I would just be guessing. I don't have a direct answer, like a direct speed limit answer. I don't know.
And I just showed you a video showing you how fast you were going. That refreshed your memory. You
Yeah.
say from that video, you can't tell how fast you're going?
No.
Ask objection, ask and answer, Your Honor, several times, sustained.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
All right. Be direct.
Devontae, do you know where those camera angles, where they were from?
Those look like the apartments he tried to make it to.
Okay. So your testimony, from what I remember, was that you were driving. At some point, you do pass the scene where Cyrus came.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Your testimony at some point after you drove past, you were still looking over your shoulder.
Yeah, looking over my shoulder. Yeah.
Okay. And I think your testimony is you turned around and went back out.
Yeah. When I got a little bit past what he showed me, I turned around in the middle of the road.
Okay. But did you almost stop in those videos that just showed you?
Yeah. That's how slow I was going.
Okay. Now, one more time. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, when you're watching, and do you remember the video that we had, I think it might be 24, 21, where it shows Cyrus running and shoe comes off?
Mhm.
Remember?
Yeah.
All right, and you saw your car in that video?
Yeah.
Okay. And does that depict how close in relation you were to Cyrus and the two Chows?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you continued up the road?
Yeah.
When Cyrus hit the curb and fell to the ground, how did you describe that fall?
Hard, real hard.
All right. Is this or is this not an accurate depiction of what you were explaining? As he's getting up, he doesn't fully make it upright. He's still, is this accurate?
Yeah, he's
to some degree?
he's trying to stand up right, but he's still moving too
And
fast.
he's still moving forward, trying to get his balance.
Yeah, they're trying to get away from him
And then he falls the last, final time.
for being shot. Yeah,
Okay. And how do you know this?
I seen.
Thank you.
You been ready, girl?
Briefing on?
Yes, sir.
Will not take long. When, based upon solicitor's questions, on the scene, you specifically told the officer, do you remember, that Cyrus was facing him when he got shot?
No,
You do not remember saying that?
no.
Anything else? Yeah. All right, sir, you can step down. Thanks for being here. Okay. Senator Chow next with us?
Yes, sir. Speak with Greg Walker. You're recruiting, sir.
Yes.
in this case, with true hope and the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. So, you witness stand and state your name for the record.
Gregory Walker.
May I please go?
Yep, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Mr. Walker. How are you?
How you doing?
I'm good. So I just want to introduce you to the jury for a little bit. So could you tell us where you work?
Columbia Fire Department.
How long have you been with the firefighting department?
26 years.
26 years?
Yes.
What's your current position?
Battalion chief.
How long does it take you to get to that position?
Depends on how you hit it. If you hit the promotional right, you can get it. But some guys making it 15 years.
15? Yeah. It takes a minute.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
It's not, they just hand it to you when you walk in the door?
No, you don't get it. No battlefield promotion.
So do you live in Columbia?
Yes, I do.
How long have you lived here?
27 years.
27? Born and raised or no?
No, I'm originally from Birmingham.
Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, Birmingham, yeah.
So you're a Clemson Tide fan?
No, I'm a Florida Gator.
That's a good man. All right, so when we're talking about May 28th, 2023, were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Where were you working? Either were you on the road, were you at a station?
I responded from my station, which is North Main. Off of North Main, yes.
Do you know roughly ballpark how far that is from where this happened?
I don't know the exact mileage, but it's not right off the dome.
Okay. How about whenever you were notified that something had happened, how long did it take you to get to the location?
Roughly 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. So you're there pretty quickly?
Yeah.
Okay. When you get there, what do you see? Can you kind of describe what the scene looked like?
I get there, my guy was on scene. I think EMS and the Richland County cop, the crowd was getting kind of big around there. So as I always do, I get out my battalion, make sure the scene is secure. I talk to the captain that was on scene, ask what he needed. And then I always try to talk to people that's around if I can gather as much information as we can.
When you say your guys are on scene, do you mean an engine?
Engine company.
How many guys are in an engine?
4.
4?
Yes.
Okay. Do you guys respond to these kind of calls?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we do.
So when you get on scene, you see your guys, do you see any other emergency personnel?
Yes, EMS is on scene.
Okay. Or deputies, officers
Yes.
on scene too?
Yeah, deputies on scene.
Are there a bunch of lay witnesses around or lay individuals, regular
Yes.
people?
Regular people, and
Yeah.
EMS in Richland County.
So you talk to your guys?
Right.
And then you kind of mill around, and do you talk to anybody else?
Yes, I did. You talking about on that day?
Yeah.
Yes, when I got finished talking to my guys, I seen another guy that was standing back. I asked him, do you know what happened? And
Okay. Don't tell me what he said.
Okay.
Okay. Without getting into anything that he actually said to you, did anybody on scene, your guys, this guy, whomever, tell you about a gun being involved some way, shape, or form?
Yes.
Yeah. Did anybody say that the victim, Cyrus, had pointed a gun?
No.
Did anybody say that the victim was carrying a gun? Did anybody say the victim was carrying a gun?
No.
Okay. Do you know who you were speaking to that day?
Yes, I do.
Could you say who it was?
I don't know his name. I think it was the son of the storm.
It was Mr. Andy Chow?
Yes, it was his son.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor. Please answer any questions from the defense.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And there were a lot of people there gathering at that point?
Yes, it was.
Okay, you didn't actually conduct an interview or interrogation with anybody, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
And of course, the state asked you about whether or not anybody had said anything about a gun. That was their first question to you?
Yes, sir.
Actually, somebody did say something about a gun, didn't they?
Yes.
Yeah, and the person you were talking to, I think you identified as the son,
Yes.
said that he told his father that Mr. Cormac Belton had a gun.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you ready?
There you are.
All right, so you can step down. Thank you. Is there anybody next with us?
Yes, the state called Ryan Metz.
I do.
Thank you. So, see, witness stand
stand, state your full name for the record, and please spell your first and last name.
Brian Metz, P-R-I-N-M-E-T-Z,
Investigator Metz, where do you work?
at the Richmond County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you worked there?
Next month will be 44 years.
It's a long time. And what is your current job there?
I'm an investigator in the digital forensic unit, which is part of the criminal investigative division.
How long have you worked in that role?
I've been in that unit since 2007.
Almost 20 years?
Yes.
And prior to that, what were some other positions you had at the Sheriff's Department?
Like most officers, started as a uniform patrol officer. From there, went to several different teams that worked out of investigations, uniform teams at that point. Went to be the resident deputy at the Dutch Fort Valentine area for about 8 years, where I pretty much did everything, worked from home and did everything law enforcement wise. And then have been in investigations since 99, I believe, 1999.
And what are some of your duties as a digital forensic examiner?
The digital forensic unit covers mainly cell phones now. When I first started, we did computers. We did cell phones, which were just coming about, especially the smartphones were just coming about. Also installing cameras and other GPSs and type work like that. And then currently we're kind of split where we have several people that do all the cell phones, and I do just about all of the video. If I'm available, then I do the video and DVRs.
And it's part of your role to participate and assist in criminal investigations when asked?
Yes.
And in your career, I guess, as a patrol deputy, a investigator in the criminal investigations unit, and now in the digital forensics unit, have you been asked to collect and download surveillance videos for crimes like murders, robberies, shootings, shoplifting, thefts, and other crimes?
I have.
And you said, compared to when you first started the Sheriff's Department, technology has kind of changed. Has video evidence become a more common and important type of evidence in investigations?
It has. Most major investigations have video involved somehow or another. Most minor investigations have video involved somehow or another. You have a lot of the video that I don't have to deal with because it's automated through license plate cameras and stuff like that, that the investigators or the intel division can access through databases. But then a lot of what we have is video that's in stores, people's houses that they don't know how to download, or they forgot their passcode or something like that. So just about the vast majority of our cases have something to do with video.
So you mentioned license plate readers. Did that exist? That type of technology exists when you first started?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so in your role, have you had to learn and become familiar with advances and updates in digital technology?
Yes, ma'am. It's constantly changing. You have to keep up.
Okay. And back in 2023, or May 2023, did you work as a digital forensics examiner?
I did.
Okay. And regarding this specific case, were you involved in collecting surveillance video equipment and other storage equipment from the Shell gas station and downloading videos from them?
I was.
Okay. And did you do a report to document your involvement?
I did.
Did you also take pictures to document your involvement?
I did.
And as part of your job, do you commonly go to like stores, gas stations, retail stores, and other types of places to collect surveillance videos?
I did.
And when you go to these different locations to collect videos for these criminal investigations, typically, do you work with the investigator or the deputy involved to kind of learn some information about the case and what video footage to collect and timeframes?
My main involvement is they're supposed to give me a time frame that they want. On occasions, it'll be an object that they're looking for, a blue car or something like that, something specific. But I usually need the date and time that they're looking for.
On May 30th, 2023, did you respond to the Shell gas station?
I did.
And that would have been 2 days after the shooting?
That's correct.
And by that date, had Rick Chow already been arrested on May 29th?
I believe so.
And when you got involved in this case, were you aware that this was a murder case stemming out of the child's allegations that the victim shot with the water from the store?
I was.
And were you aware that another Sheriff's Department digital examiner, John Burkhardt, had downloaded some videos from the store the night of the shooting?
I was.
And were you able to access and review the videos that he downloaded?
Not at that time. I did later.
Okay, but at some point.
At some point.
Okay. Did you later go to the store and collect additional surveillance and storage equipment and computers?
I did.
Or after Burkhardt did?
After Burkhardt, that's correct.
And when you went, were there other investigators with you in the store that day?
There were.
About how many other investigators were you?
At least 3 that I recall.
And when you entered the store, where in the store was the video equipment located?
In the office,
It was at the back of the store?
back of the store.
And did you take pictures of kind of how the office looked and the video equipment when you first entered it?
I did.
I'm going to show you states 57, well, 58 and 59 first. You tell me if you recognize this in these pictures.
I do.
Okay, and did you take those pictures?
I did.
Okay, what's showing those pictures?
The first picture is the information screen from the system that was on the computer in the store. The other picture is a screenshot of the monitor showing the different views that were available.
Okay, and showing you 57, do you recognize what's shown at this?
I do.
Okay, what's shown?
So that's several of the computers that were in the store and the 6 servers that were in the store.
Your Honor, state request to enter number 57 to 59 in the evidence.
Without objection.
The administration 78, 69 without objection.
So let's look at state number 57. Okay. Now, this picture was not taken at the Shell station the day that you went, correct?
That's correct.
But does this picture show the equipment that you collected from the store?
It does.
Okay. And can you describe what type of equipment is shown in this state 57?
So basically the 4 items to our left are computer systems, Windows-based computer systems. The other items, the 6 items stacked one on top of each other, are storage systems, currently referred to as RAID systems that were in store.
Okay, those 2 things at the top, what are those?
Those both appear to be the network switches.
Were those the NVRs or?
Well, first there's a network switch, and the other one. So on the top row, the kind of one to the left, that's a network switch. That could be, that might be the back end to one of the DVRs, the NVRs.
Okay.
And then the other one is definitely an NVR.
Okay, so focusing on the 6 servers stacked up, what are servers usually used for?
For data storage.
Okay. Like video data storage?
It can be, yes.
All right. And on the day that you went to the store office, was the equipment like organized like this? Describe how the equipment was laid out in the office when you went.
So the servers were on the shelf that was off to one side. The computers were, a couple of them were on the desk, one was on the floor under some paperwork. The DVRs were actually on the other side of the room, but they were hooked in through a network cable somewhere.
Were there a lot of wires and cords attached to these things?
Going everywhere.
You said what?
They were going everywhere.
Okay. And did the investigators at the scene transport these items back to Richland County headquarters?
They did. They transported back for us.
And can you describe like how y'all transported this video equipment back?
I don't recall if they had Tahoes or Ford Explorers, but they were SUVs. As I would turn things off and get them disconnected, then I would hand it out to them, and they were loading them into the trucks, and so that they could all take them back to the office.
Did it fit in like the back seat in one of the cars, or like how much space did it take up?
It pretty much takes up a full size Explorer, or medium size, whatever it is, Explorer.
And when you analyzed this equipment, when you got back to your office, were some of those servers and devices used to store surveillance videos recorded from Rich House cameras?
Yes, I was able to get video from the 2 NVRs.
Okay. Now, were you able to gain access and download video from all of those servers in this picture?
I was not.
And why weren't you able to do that?
I did not have the correct passwords.
Okay. And what were the names of the, systems that you were actually able to access and download videos from?
So there's the Hikvision NVR and the Dalua NVR.
And were you able to download and access videos from those two devices?
I was.
Okay, and why were you able to do that?
I was able to get access into them, and they're NVRs is another name for a DVR that is networkable. And so if you could get access to it, you could download them to DVR.
Were any of them password protected? Would you like to see your report to refresh your memory?
I better look at that.
Okay.
So I was given one passcode that worked several items, but did not work the other items that I tried to get into. And I believe one of those DVRs had a swipe passcode, but I was able to get access in both of those.
Okay. And where did you get that password from?
It was sent to me through supervisors at the department who had, I told them, requested it, that some contact be made to get those.
And that contact would have been made with someone in the Chow family?
I really don't
Or
know.
associated.
It was my understanding it was, may have been with the attorneys that were representing the child.
I'm sorry, Ron, I can't understand what you said.
So I don't know exactly where they came from. I requested them, I was given them back, and it was my understanding that it may have been from attorneys speaking to the child family, is where we got them.
So let's look at say 58. All right, and what is this?
So while I was in the store before it was actually later, I brought up that was the one computer that I could get into that held the Blue Iris software. So that is a sheet that gives you the information on what version and that type of thing. So I made a record of that by taking the picture.
And that says that this Blue Iris security software is registered to Rick Chow?
That's correct.
Okay. And is Blue Iris software designed as like a video surveillance management system?
It is.
Okay. And are you familiar from your experience in dealing with different types of video surveillance systems and downloading videos? Are you familiar with some of the features of the Blue Iris software, the Download and the Quick Vision NVR that you?
I am, and depending on the cost and how high line it is, there's a lot of different variety in what you can get.
Okay, so let's just talk about some of the general features of these things. Do these camera systems have the ability to customize or add features?
Some do, yes.
Okay. Do they only allow you to operate one camera through the system, or can you have multiple ones?
Multiple cameras.
Okay. Can you have like an audio feature in these types of camera systems? Audio, like you could have, do they record audio in some of these video systems?
I'm not hearing what you're saying.
Do these video systems record audio in the video?
Some do, yes. And that's usually, you'll have the option to either hook a microphone, or a lot of times that comes off a camera that has a microphone to it. And then you can select and have it come through. It's usually only done on one channel.
Okay. And do these camera systems, can they offer some type of remote access?
Most do, yes.
Okay. And does that mean that you can you don't have to be in the actual store or on one computer to access the videos and stuff?
That's correct.
Do these camera systems have the ability to have remote access to like a cell phone too?
Yes, most manufacturers will have an app that you can download and then access it through that app.
What about the ability of the camera system to take screenshots and save them?
A lot of the systems, even the basic DVRs, you can select a screenshot of the video that you're looking at, and on some of the higher line ones, it's able to download it and put it to a computer that you're using.
And speaking of these, customizable features that you talked about and the added features, can you add any facial recognition features to these cameras?
You can on many of the systems nowadays.
Okay, so let's look at 59. All right, can you zoom in a little bit? Okay. So looking at 59, did you take this photo while you were inside the child's store?
I did.
Okay, and are all the cameras on this screen maintained through the Blue Iris software system?
They are.
And is each camera angle labeled by different names?
They are.
Okay, and do these angles show either inside or outside the store?
They do.
Okay. And at the bottom right, it says May 30th, 2023.
That's right.
All right. Looking at that, I guess, let's see. If you look at like the different screens, do you see some of them have like little bells on them?
I do. You're talking about
It's like a little bell symbol.
yes, I can see those on several of them.
Okay. Now, when you went back to your office to analyze this particular equipment or software or video cameras associated with Blue Iris software cameras, were you able to download any videos from those particular cameras?
I was not.
Okay. And were you looking for, what date were you looking for videos
From the date of the incident.
but you couldn't find it?
I did not.
Okay. So were you also asked to collect surveillance videos from other locations around the area?
I was.
And were those locations Springtree Apartments and like Greenbrier Apartments?
That's correct.
And where are those apartments located in relation to the gas station in Springtree Drive?
So Willow Oaks is the road that runs beside the gas station. If you go down there, the first place on your left is Spring Creek. And then all the way at the end of that road is the entrance, guard jack and all, to Willow Oaks. And then there's a back gate about halfway down there.
And why did you decide to collect videos from those specific locations?
You don't know what you have until you go and look at it and collect it. So with both of those, there was a possibility that the cameras had shown the incident occurring on the roadway.
Okay, and after you reviewed those videos, did they show any of the chase down the street or the shooting?
I could not see that. I could see cars moving and stuff, but the one from Spring Tree is kind of blocked by a hill and trees. The one from the guard shack at Greenbrier is blocked by the hill in that roadway. And then there's a separate camera on hold by the back gate. And of course, they're interested in people coming to the back gate, so that camera's turned down too low.
So earlier, you talked about as part of your job and your kind of just 44 years
That's right.
at Richland County. As law enforcement, you collected videos from multiple different types of stores and other gas stations?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's look at page number 57. Okay, so how would you compare the amount of video surveillance systems, the amount of storage servers that the Chow had in their stores compared to other stores that you've been to?
An objection, I'm going to a foundation to establish that he has that information, the ability to.
Overruled, sorry.
So the DVR systems, it's not unusual to see more than one in the store. It's not unusual to see DVR systems that are built into computer systems. What I found unusual was the amount of storage. That's way more storage than I've ever seen at any convenience store or house or anything like that.
Okay, and those 6 servers that are stacked up, those like little individual slots, what are those?
Those are hard drive names.
Okay, and based on your review of those servers, like how would you estimate how much storage that they had?
If I remember correctly, they each had a 20 terabyte hard drive. So you're looking at 120 terabytes for each box.
For each one of like the big boxes is 120?
I believe that's what they were.
Okay, so it would be estimating 120 times 6
Yes.
is the amount of storage. Okay. And is there like an analogy of like something that's close to that amount of storage? That's like
Actually, man, the figures on that. So you've got 12, not 6 in each box at times 20.
So you said what?
So you have 20 terabyte times 12.
Okay. And like, apps and stuff like that, like I guess computer storages, like do they usually have this much storage?
They do not.
Okay. And based on your familiarity with digital equipment, would you describe the types of equipment that the Chows had in their store as low quality or inexpensive?
It would be expensive.
It's expensive?
Yes.
Okay, like $200 expensive?
No.
What?
I have not priced the Synology. That's a brand name on those storage boxes.
I have no idea what objective is around relevance. It's very interesting, that question of the foundation, but it is irrelevant.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Just the hard drives nowadays would be very expensive. Hard drives have gone up tremendously. At that time, you were probably looking at several $100s per hard drive. Boxes like that are, I would be safe to say, in excess of $5,000 a piece. The one that I have in my office is nowhere near as robust as that. And it's at least as much.
So it's fair to say they made a large investment in their security and storage equipment.
Yes.
Okay. So you said earlier, as a digital forensic examiner, you have to learn about advances in technology, correct?
Correct.
And are you familiar with facial recognition software technologies?
To some degree.
Okay, can you just generally explain what your knowledge of that is?
So facial recognition basically uses biometric points on a person's face. It's science type thing where you pick out so many points that are in the same place. It then basically makes a mathematical algorithm out of it. And then with the newer DVRs and cameras, there are actually some cameras that will do the facial recognition itself, but you can compare that to a known picture and it can tell you whether it's the same person, or it will give you a probability rating as to whether it's the same person.
Is facial recognition a method that law enforcement can use to identify people?
It is.
And typically, to use facial recognition technology, you have to have a photo of that person's face, right?
That's right.
Okay. And can that photo come from a screenshot of a person's face from a surveillance video?
It can.
All right. And are you aware of Richland County Sheriff's Department investigators using screenshots from surveillance videos to identify potential suspects through facial recognition?
I am. We have an intel unit in the investigative division, and they usually handle that, but they also have software to do it with, where they can take pictures from a lot of different places and use it to compare.
And are surveillance videos a useful tool and source of evidence that can assist in criminal investigations?
They are.
Okay. And even in non-criminal investigations, let's say like a missing person investigation, are you aware of surveillance videos being used in that context?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you kind of mentioned this earlier, but surveillance videos can show people, they can even show cars of interest, right?
So yeah, most of the systems that do any type of recognition can be set so that it will recognize whether it's a person that it's seeing, whether it's a car that it's seeing, whether it's a small animal, dog, cat, something like that.
Have you personally ever been asked by an investigator at the Sheriff's Department to take a screenshot of a person's face from a surveillance video for a criminal investigation?
I have.
Can surveillance videos help identify potential suspects in crimes?
It can.
Can surveillance videos also be used to eliminate people as suspects in crimes?
It can.
Can surveillance videos be used to prove that someone did not commit a crime?
It can.
Now, in the videos that you downloaded from the Hikvision and Apple DVR systems, were there approximately 5 different camera angles captured in those videos?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and those captured angles from both inside and outside stores?
Correct.
And were those videos in color?
They were.
All right. And when you reviewed those videos, did you see any videos that showed the victim inside the store?
I did.
Okay. And how well were you able to see the victim's face in those videos?
There's pretty clear. It's very clear video actually.
So looking at a still shot from state number 3, and that's from a video that you downloaded, looking at the victim, excuse me a little bit. All right, so you're able to zoom in. Looking at his pant leg, are you able to tell what that symbol is?
It appears to me to be the Nike swoosh.
Okay, and that came from a video downloaded from the Chow's video surveillance system.
That's correct.
So still looking at this still shot, that green box on the victim's face, what does that appear to be?
The green box is what's known as a boundary box, and that's what the system is doing to focus in on what it's looking for or what it sees and recognizes as either, if it was a person, that boundary box would probably be, head to toe or somewhere about there. And so it appears to me that it's looking at face. I don't know how accurate it is or anything like that.
And what other types of technology have you seen those green boxes show up on videos?
I've seen it on a lot of different DVRs and MVRs.
What about facial recognition?
Yes.
Okay. So look at 59. Practically said. All right, so looking at these X59 with the camera screens that you're excited about, and you looked at this picture before, how many different camera angles did the defendant Rick Chow have set up in his store solely maintained from this Blue Iris camera systems?
We got 39.
39, okay. No further questions.
No questions. You can step down. All right, solicitor, what you got there?
You got one.
I just did, how long?
Very short.
Okay. All right, let's try to get that one into one. Oh, next one.
Yes, sir. State calls Matthew Dooley, Michael Dooley.
Do you swear or affirm that this which you in this case will be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, Chow. With this case, full name for the record, please spell your last name.
My name is Investigator Michael Dooley Jr. with the Richland County Sheriff's Department. Last name is spelled Dooley.
Yeah, please report.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm well. How about yourself?
I'm good. So you told us that you work with Richland County Sheriff's Department. Could you tell the jury what you do there?
I am a crime scene investigator and a DNA serologist in training.
Yeah, those are some pretty fancy words. Could you break that down into layman's terms?
Absolutely. So my job duties include responding to crime scenes and processing and collecting and documenting evidence. And I also am a evidence processor and screener for the DNA section.
How long have you been doing that job?
Approximately 3.5 years.
Did you do anything before then?
I was a patrol deputy on the road.
Did you have to do any specific training for this particular role?
The crime scene investigation role has a very extensive training program that involves a lot of book work. There are practical examinations to test and see whether or not you're competent in those areas that you were trained in, to include various different things that you may encounter on crime scenes, like photography, bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction. There's also written examinations and then a mock trial at the conclusion of that training program.
So it's fairly extensive.
Very.
Yeah. So as far as your role in this case, could you tell the jury what you did?
So in this case, I responded to the autopsy for Mr. Cyrus Carmack Belton in order to photograph and collect and document any evidence that may have been necessary to receive for the case.
Is that fairly standard in these kind of cases?
It is.
And I'm showing defense within our clarification state 7481. '75, '77, and '78. Without showing them to the jury, could you look through those and let me know if you recognize what those are?
Yes, these are photographs that I took of evidence or at the actual autopsy.
That you specifically took, right?
That's correct.
Do they look materially different from the photos that you took that day, or they changed at all?
They're not.
Okay. And at this time, the state would offer into evidence states 78, 77, 76, 74, and 75.
No objection. Article United States 74, 75, 76, 77, 78.
Commission of Public Health?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Dooley, Court's indulgence, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Dooley, could you tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
This would be a photograph of the projectile that was collected at autopsy.
Okay. And it was, you got it from, where'd you get it from? Who'd you get it from?
I received it via a chain of custody form from the coroner's office.
Could we show 76, 75, sorry, 75 next? Could you tell us what we're looking at here?
This would be a shoe that was collected from the autopsy that was said to have belonged to the victim.
And yeah. And is that the same item, just a different angle?
That's correct.
And we show 77. Can you tell us what was that here?
If I may refer to my notes so I make sure I said it correctly. That would be an injury that I photographed to the right shin.
The right shin of the victim in the case?
That's correct.
Can you tell us what this is?
That is just another angle of that same injury to the right shin of the victim.
Course indulgence? While you were at the coroner's office, did you notice anything on the victim's body? Did you notice anything on him at all, as far as on his? Did you notice anything?
Do you mean like clothing items, injuries?
When you got there, was he clothed or was he unclothed?
The victim was nude at the autopsy.
What, if anything, did you notice on his back?
I noticed an injury to the victim's back.
Was it something that you took a photo of?
It was.
Would you recognize that photo if I showed it to you?
I would.
Your Honor, the state's approaching the witness with what's the mark for identification purposes. It states 80 and 81. Stop showing those to the jury. Do you recognize what I just showed you?
I do.
Are those photos that you took?
They are.
Are they materially different from the photos? Do they look changed in any way?
They do not look changed.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer Exhibit 81 and states 81 and 80 as evidence.
Well, Your Honor, our objection is that he's not going to be questioned about what it is. He will introduce the photograph, but this is a medical question for the pathologist. And so I don't think this witness is competent to characterize what it is. So I have an objection. I don't object to the admissibility of the picture per se if he took it. I do object to any further testimony. And Your Honor, I simply, so I don't have to get up again.
It will be admitted as states 80 and 81.
Thank you.
Okay. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Was this what you saw on the victim's back?
It is.
Was it what you took a photo of?
It is.
And is that the same thing that you noticed on the victim's back, just different photo?
Yeah, it's just a closer photo.
Court's indulgence. When you were there, did you observe any diagrams of the victim?
The pathologist produced a diagram of the victim's injuries for me.
Okay. Did you observe any scans of the victim?
There was an X-ray performed on the victim.
Would you recognize the photo of that if I showed it to you?
I would.
Your Honor, the state's version of the witness report been marked by State Exhibit 79.
Your Honor, I have a slightly different objection, but the same objection. This is a photograph he didn't take. It's a photograph he saw. He can't.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Okay. How reminds me.
Do you recognize what I handed you?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is a photograph of the X-ray that I took.
It's a photo that you took.
That's correct.
My objection is he didn't take it. He saw it at the autopsy. That's for the pathologist.
You said he took a photo of.
He did take a photo, but he didn't know what he was taking a photo of. That's my point, Your Honor.
He's indicating the photo overall.
So it's a photo that you took.
That is correct.
Does what I handed you, does it look substantially similar to the photo you took that day?
That is correct.
Okay. And at this time, the state would offer state 79 evidence.
All right. It'll be admitted as state 79, subject to whatever that objection was.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And what are we seeing right here?
That is the photograph I took of the X-ray.
And lastly, Your Honor, I'm approaching witness for further marked for identification purposes as state exhibit 9. Do you recognize what I just handed you?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
This would be the package I submitted to evidence containing the projectile collected from autopsy.
Was it something that was it you who collected it from the point?
Yes.
Where did you take it after you collected it from the coroner's office?
It was immediately transported to our headquarters.
Did you do anything with it between the coroner's office and your headquarters?
I did not.
You just took it from the coroner's to Richmond County?
That is correct.
Your Honor, this time the state would offer State's Exhibit 9 evidence only for identification purposes and projectile.
No objection.
Be admitted state 9 without objection.
No further questions, Your Honor. Please answer anything from the defense.
Mr. Tilly, did you go to the, I'm not clear on this, when I've been clear to the jury, I'm having more trouble hearing you at my age, I guess. Did you go to the scene of this incident?
I did not.
Okay. But you did go to the pathologist's office where the autopsy was held?
That is correct.
So your job was, as you've said, just take some photographs, collect some evidentiary evidence, all right?
That's correct.
And among those items, you collected the things you testified to, and you took photographs, though we don't have them, you have, I assume, of a backpack?
If I may reference, make sure.
Sure, absolutely.
I did not have a backpack.
Sorry?
I did not collect a backpack or photograph one.
Did you collect all of his clothing items?
All that were present at autopsy.
Did they include a hoodie sweatshirt,
They did.
red,
Yes.
with a picture on the front?
Yes.
And did that have a pocket on the front, big pocket?
It did.
Hands or whatever?
It did.
Did you find anything in there?
Inside the hoodie pocket?
Yeah.
I did not.
Any money? Nothing?
I did not.
Do you have a pair of pants, shorts, pants, long pants?
He was wearing or had black pants and blue and black shorts.
These long pants and shorts?
He had both.
Had both of them. Find any money or other wallet, credit cards in that item?
I did not.
In the shoes, did you collect both shoes or one shoe?
I collected one shoe.
You have exhibit 75. Which is it. That's one, that's the side view of the shoe, I guess.
Yes.
Then you've got 76, which is the top view of the shoe.
That would be correct.
The top shoe is laced, but would you agree that that's loosely tied?
It appears tied to me. I can't tell whether or not it would be tightly tied or not.
You don't know the difference between loose and tight, but okay. You didn't find any money, wallet, credit cards, or any items, anything in the shoes?
No, sir.
So of all you collected at the autopsy in his personal belongings, no cash money,
None that I observed.
no credit cards,
No, sir.
no wallet,
No, sir.
no ID.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Anything over there?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, sir, you step down. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right, I think now is a good time to break for lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to excuse you to go to lunch. We will, let's be back ready to go at 2 o'clock and, again, don't discuss the case with one another or do any research or anything of that nature. Enjoy lunch. We'll see y'all back here at 2 o'clock. How long y'all? Yes, sir. All right, bring the chair, please. Go.
It's examiner.
Examiner minutes, okay. Where are you employed?
I work at the Richland County Sheriff's Department in the Forensic Sciences Laboratory in the Firearm and Toolmark section.
Okay. And how long have you worked with the Sheriff's Department in that capacity?
I've been at the Sheriff's Department for 16 years and in that capacity for 14.
Okay. Tell us generally, I mean, this is a broad kind of question, what goes on in the Forensic Science Laboratory, specifically the Firearm and Tool Marking section?
So the Firearm and Toolmark section primarily examines firearms and ammunition components and then report our findings to the court. So we're examining them for forensic evidence. What this means is primarily we're doing a bullet to bullet comparison, bullet to firearm comparison, cartridge case to cartridge case comparison, cartridge case to firearm comparison. That's our main bread and butter. We have a lot of other kind of smaller disciplines that we do, so tool marks such as bolt cutters to a padlock, that sort of thing, as well as serial number restoration, muzzle to target distance determination, and then we also participate in the National Integrated Ballistics Information Imaging Network, also called NIPIN. It's a lot easier to say. And we do that all with either evidence cartridge cases or evidence firearms.
Okay. Any clue, I don't know, how many firearms you examine in any given year?
The laboratory or myself?
You.
I could probably tell you over my career, I've examined thousands, 5,000 myself. Yearly, we examine well over 3,000, 4,000 firearms each year in the laboratory.
Okay. Are you ever asked to match a fired cartridge casing to a firearm?
Yes, all the time.
Are you ever asked to match a projectile to a firearm?
Yes, all the time.
Okay. Well, I guess before we get going too much farther, what is a cartridge casing?
So a cartridge case, well, we'll start out. A cartridge is the unfired ammunition. So it's the whole piece. It contains the projectile or bullet that sits inside the cartridge case, which is what holds the gunpowder as well as the primer. So the primer and the gunpowder are what have that combustion that allow the firearm to actually function, meaning it allows the bullet to be pushed down and out the barrel and towards the target. And sometimes, depending on the type of firearm, the cartridge case to be pushed back and extracted and ejected.
So a fired cartridge casing is what will be left behind after a projectile is fired?
Yes, after a cartridge is fired, a cartridge case could be what's left behind. So in some situations, such as a revolver, the cartridge cases aren't extracted and ejected. They remain inside the cylinder. But the cartridge case and a projectile are what we call fired components. They're what happens after you fire the cartridge. They're the remaining components. So the cartridge case will no longer have the gunpowder and the primer's been expended. And then the projectile obviously will have passed through the barrel of a firearm. And so those are two fired components.
So like this was an intact cartridge or unfired bullet. When it's fired, the projectile travels away and meets its target, whatever it may be, and what's left is this casing.
Correct, cartridge case, yes.
Okay, and the projectile, wherever it goes, you can sometimes recover it too and match it back.
Sometimes, obviously, it just depends on how far it's gone and what it's gone into. Same thing with cartridge cases. Sometimes you can recover them and sometimes you can't.
All right. Were you asked to, in this particular case, examine a Glock 45 and a Taurus 9mm pistol?
I was, yes.
Were you asked to examine a projectile?
Yes.
Were you asked to examine fired cartridge case?
Yes.
Have you been qualified as an expert before in firearm and tool marking ID?
Yes, I have.
All right. Approximately how many times?
Approximately more than 20 times, 20, 25 times.
Okay. Now, at this time, the state does offer examiner Amanda Metz as an expert in firearm and tool marking ID.
Objection. Objection. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you something about experts. I need to make this final note that expert testimony is necessary to assist the jury in resolving certain factual questions. Ms. Metz is qualified in the area of firearm and tool mark, and methodology testimony is reliable. Ladies and gentlemen, normally a person cannot give you opinion testimony. Their testimony must be what they heard, saw, smelled, touched, something of that nature. However, there's an exception when somebody is qualified because of their education and experience. They are permitted to give you their opinion in certain areas if I find that they are qualified. As I stated, Ms. Metz will be qualified in the area of firearm and tool mark. And that does not mean you must accept her opinion, but it's evidence for you to use in any way you see fit, give it whatever way of credibility you deem necessary during the deliberations. Okay, Mr. Scott.
All right, Examiner Metz, I have that your analyses took place between May 13th, 2024 and June 10th of 2024.
Yes, correct.
All right. And during that time period, did you have an opportunity to examine states number 11 to get an evidence evidence?
Yeah, so I recognize and identify States Exhibit 11 as my Richland County items 21 and 22.
Okay. Well, it's states number 11 for this trial's purpose, but you recognize?
Yes, correct, as Richland County items 21 and 22.
Okay, I'm going to need to refer to the states number 11.
Yes.
What is states number 11?
It is a Taurus Model G3 9mm Luger caliber pistol. The serial number is ADG 488788, and the other part of that, which is a separate item number for us, but still states Exhibit 11, is a Taurus 9mm Luger caliber magazine assembly and 10 unfired 9mm Luger caliber cartridges.
Okay, so the magazine, you had not only the pistol, but the magazine and 10 unfired bullets.
Well, yes, however, they're not in this box.
Okay. For course safety purposes, we don't typically enter a gun.
Correct.
But you received 10 unfired cartridges.
That's correct, yes.
And did you find states number 11 to be in working order?
I did, yes.
Ms. Hawk, something keeps popping up on the Mac screen. It's like someone's computer is locked and it keeps making noise popping up. I don't know if it's bugged.
Anybody look into the system?
Somebody,
I don't look at it.
somebody's in the house and it keeps popping up at their screen. We just don't know.
Somebody can log it. We're not working.
Try to make this one.
That's what it is.
Nobody has what that's to do. We would, is it?
No, I'm not.
That's the monitor we use for WebEx.
Yes.
But it's in one of this house.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're having some technical difficulties. It should be.
10 unfired, I'm gonna call them bullets. We're talking about, you had 10 unfired, I'm gonna call them bullets, but that's a cartridge in.
So yes, cartridges is the correct term for unfired. Bullet is what comes out and down and out the barrel of a fire.
You had 10 unfired cartridges.
Yes.
You had a magazine, and then you had 9mm pistol.
Correct.
Did you test the 9mm pistol?
I did.
Was it in working order?
It was functioning properly, yes.
Did you or did you not have a chance to look at State Number 6? Is that tack light? What we can call them?
I did not have a chance to look at State Exhibit 6.
Okay. We met last week.
Week before that.
Week before. And I showed you State Number 6, the tack
Yes.
light, and we were able to put it on the forest, were we not?
Yes. Well, this is a solo fish laser flashlight combination. And the way they design it is so that it has rails that can expand and contract. They're designed to fit most pistols, even compact pistols, as long as the firearm has an accessory rail. They could even fit a rifle, depending on, again, if it has a correct accessory rail. They're really universal. They're meant to go on quite a few different firearms.
Okay. With State's Number 11, forest, it would be compatible with the solo fish tack light.
It's compatible with just about every pistol that has accessory rails, which the Taurus does have accessory rails.
Okay. Are you familiar with the solo fish brand?
I'm familiar in that I've seen it attached to firearms and know how it works, yes.
Okay. Are laser pointers attached to firearms, is that an uncommon thing?
No.
What about flashlights attached to guns? Is that uncommon?
No, that's not uncommon. I mean, this is a very popular brand flashlight, and almost all of their flashlights are flashlight laser combinations. So you have the option of either having a laser or a flashlight or both at the same time.
I mean, could I buy one of those, like a Dick's or Academy?
You could get it off of Amazon if you wanted to.
Amazon, okay. Did you have an opportunity to, well, you already said it, the Glock 45, that's State's Number 10. An opportunity to examine that.
Yes, I recognize and identify States Exhibit 10 as Richland County items 19 and 20.
The 10 is the Glock 45 caliber?
That's correct. It's States Exhibit 10 is the Glock Model 30 or 30S 45 auto caliber pistol. Serial number is XRP621, as well as a Glock 45 auto caliber magazine assembly and 8 unfired 45 auto caliber cartridges. But again, I don't have the unfired cartridges in this box.
Now, with the Glock, were you asked to test it against a fired cartridge casing?
I was asked to do a general examination, which is when we get this evidence, we look at the fired evidence first, look at class characteristics. So class characteristics for fired evidence is the caliber, what sort of, for cartridge cases, we're looking at firing pin shape, ejector shape, any breech face markings. For projectiles, we're looking at the caliber again, as well as the rifling type. Once we determine that, then we would look at the appropriate firearms that we have.
Okay, so the Glock number, State's Number 10, was it in working order?
It was working order, yes.
You just described a general kind of analysis of.
Yes, so we don't get fired evidence and only compare it to a singular firearm. Like that's not our main goal. Our main goal is to look at the fired evidence first, see what characteristics fit, and examine the firearms that could have fired it. So in this instance, we have 2 different caliber firearms, and then we would compare our fired evidence to which firearm has the correct class characteristic or caliber.
Let me see if I can ask that another one. This is State's Number 7. It's been admitted into evidence, and it is a fired cartridge casing from a 45 caliber pistol. So did you examine State's Number 7 and compare it to State's Number 10 Glock pistol?
Can I have some scissors, please? Yes, I recognize and identify State's Exhibit 7 as Richland County Item 5, which is one fired .45 auto caliber cartridge case.
Oh, you have it open. Come on. Just gonna set it here. So. Okay, so that, we kind of talked about there. That's a fired cartridge casing.
Correct. So there's nothing inside of it. When it's unfired, gunpowder is housed inside of it with the bullet kind of like holding it all in.
My analogy, that would be the pin part that's
yes.
left behind the projectile
Exactly.
leads. That fired cartridge casing.
Yes.
Did it match either one of those guns you tested?
It did identify to State's Exhibit 10.
Which is?
The Glock 45 auto caliber pistol.
That fired cartridge casing matched State's number 10, which is the Glock 45 caliber pistol.
Yes.
All right. You still get your scissors, so this is State's number 9. Let me ask if you had a chance to examine State's number 9.
Yes, I recognize and identify State's Exhibit 9 as Richland County Item 16, which is one fired metal jacketed bullet.
Okay.
Do you want that too?
Oh, yeah. Is that this is State's number 74?
I have to, that's not my photo, so it looks similar, yes.
Okay. Is it projectile?
It's a bullet, projectile, yes.
Is that how the projectile, the bullet looks when it's attached to the cartridge before it's fired?
No, that's not how it looks when it's intact before firing.
What causes the projectile?
So this is a jacketed hollow point, which means that the inside is lead and surrounded by a metal jacket, usually copper or brass. And jacketed hollow point means that the point, the top of the bullet, the nose of the bullet is open. And those are designed to, when upon impact, spread so that it doesn't travel through your target and possibly hit something you're not meaning to shoot at.
Okay.
So this is what happens. It expands into this pretty starfish.
Okay, so State's number 9, projectile. Were you able to match that to out of the firearm you tested?
Yes, I identified it to State's Exhibit 10, the Glock 45 auto caliber pistol.
So the Glock 45 fired this casing that you heard testimony about before, and it fired the projectile shown in State 74, but also which you got in front of you is State's number 9.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so is it your expert opinion the Glock 45 fired the casing, State's number 7, and fired the projectile, State's number 9?
Yes, correct.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Okay, so any questions that the defense might have to?
Cross that.
So, the firearms expert, you're familiar with the, I guess it's States of 11, which is the Taurus 30 pistol.
The Taurus G3?
G3.
Yes.
I remember I had Taurus 30 G3. And you examined it.
I did.
Now, you testified that there were 10 bullets submitted to you, though they're not in the same box.
Yes, 10 unfired cartridges.
So you agree that this weapon, this 9mm pistol, semi-automatic, is that right?
Yes, a 9mm Luger semi-automatic pistol, yes.
So it holds 1 in the chamber
Yes.
and 9 in the magazine.
No.
All right. How many in the magazine?
Give me 1 second, because sometimes it can be submitted with extended magazines. 1 second, and I'll refer to
That would
my.
mean more bullets.
I'm sorry?
That would mean more cartridges.
Yes, more cartridges. This particular firearm was submitted with a magazine that could hold 17. So if you fill the magazine, it's 17, and then if you carry one in the chamber, the firearm itself can hold up to 18.
17.
Yes.
And now you mentioned that this Taurus weapon was compatible with what you were asked about being a solo fish.
Yes, the solo fish flashlight laser combination, it is compatible with the Taurus. It's also compatible with the clock. Both of these firearms could have that flashlight on them.
Be aware that your department concluded this weapon belonged to the young man Belton who was deceased in this incident.
I don't pay attention to the particulars. I just look at the evidence.
You examined the Taurus to see if it had markings that would indicate that all this was attached to it.
No, I did not.
And what's the function? We can assume a tactical light is a flashlight.
Yes, the flashlight and laser. It just has buttons. You can turn either one on.
And this pad also in combination, meaning one accessory that attaches to the
Yes.
weapon and would attach to the bottom of the barrel of the gun.
It attaches to the frame. The frame has like kind of grooves cut out. That's called accessory rails. And it's underneath the barrel, but it's actually attached to the frame.
As consistent with the Taurus, which have those rails.
Taurus and Glock both have those. Yes.
And the red dot laser, is this a red and green or just a red dot laser?
I did not examine this, so I don't know what color the laser is.
What's the point of this accessory, a red dot laser?
Well, it's not necessarily a red dot laser. So a red dot laser is actually a brand. So this solo fish flashlight laser combination, the point is so that you could possibly shoot in the dark if you needed to illuminate anything that you plan on shooting at. And then the laser can be used to help shoot what you're intending to shoot. So targeting.
So the gun not equipped with a laser sight, is that fair? One not equipped with a laser sight, you have to look down the barrel and try to hit what you're aiming, right?
You would look down the sights, which are on top of the firearm. Again, it doesn't matter really. It is helpful, but it can also not be helpful. It depends on what scenario you're in. If you're in a scenario
What is
where
it? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
I'm not sure what it, if you said it.
the flashlight laser combination.
That's not my question. My question is, without that equipment of a laser sight,
Yes.
you're relying on your aim.
Well, you're relying
pointing
on
the weapon, looking down the barrel, and the two sights that are metal pieces on the top of the barrel.
You're relying on your aim either way, I guess is what I meant, is it. Your aim is not necessarily made better with a flashlight laser combination. Aim is not everything. When you fire a gun, if you are anticipating firing that gun, you are going to usually miss what you're aiming for.
Let me ask you to get back to my question, if you don't mind, John. That's not really responsive to my question, which was pretty simple.
Guys, I'm just asking to use interrupt a couple times. Let her explain her answer.
Well, that's because her answers are not responsive to my question.
Well, I understand sometimes you don't like it, but you need to let it finish, and then we can move on from there.
Have a what?
I'm sorry, I don't know where I'm at now. So I don't remember what I was saying. You can
Let me ask
rephrase
the
your question.
again. Can we agree that a laser sight fires a beam of laser light?
Correct, yes.
And the purpose of the laser light is to allow the person, whether it's nighttime or daytime, to put that light on whatever you intend to shoot to improve your ability to hit what you intend to shoot. Isn't that the purpose?
It does help, yes.
Okay,
But
thank you.
only if you are competent with a firearm. If you are not competent with a firearm, it's not going to help you.
And you don't know about the owner of this.
I don't know who's owned this and I don't know their competency, but having a flashlight laser combination does not make you suddenly a magically gifted shooter.
Do you have a red laser or a laser sight on your service revolver?
I do not.
Thank you, Ron.
You may already ready.
You familiar with a Smith & Wesson Bodyguard 380 pistol?
Yes,
Oh, that little one.
yes.
I got one of those. It came equipped with a red dot.
Yes, it comes with the Crimson Trace laser, yes.
No, I don't think that's probably correct, and I don't know that it's relevant, but he owns it. Although I'd be happy to get into his gun collection if you deem that relevant.
You familiar with that gun?
I am familiar,
Oh,
yes.
it's a mass-produced pistol.
Correct, yes.
And it actually comes from the factory with a built-in laser.
It does, yes.
Do you have any firearms with lasers?
I don't know.
Do they help you shoot any better?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing wrong.
All right, you step down, man. Thank you. They ready to go in there, please?
Yes, sir. You're on a state call. Time to.
Do you swear or affirm that this much in this case the truth, the whole truth, the truth, the whole God?
I do.
Please I say the witness stand and speak according to the record.
Taima Jordan.
Mr. Jordan,
Where are you employed now?
I'm currently employed with Garfield Wilson Associates.
Okay. You, and what are you doing over there?
I'm now a polygraph examiner and private investigator.
Okay. You used to be, where did you used to work?
Richland County, I retired in September of last year.
Okay. And do you miss me, working with me?
Actually, I do. But it's one of my favorites.
How many years did you work for the sheriff's department?
22 with the sheriff's department and 3 years with Camden Police Department.
Okay. 25 years in law enforcement altogether, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And, just generally, I'm not asking for specific, did you see a lot of change during your time in law enforcement? Just in investigations, just crimes, everything?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you did retire from the sheriff's department, what unit were you in?
I was actually in the narcotics unit.
Okay. But at times, did you investigate violent crimes as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You had occasion on May 28, 2023 to become involved in this case, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And May 28, 2023 was the date of this incident, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Could you walk us through how you became involved in the case?
So that was Memorial Day weekend. So I was actually supervisor on call. So the way that works is from Thursday midnight to the following Thursday midnight, there's a team of investigators that handle calls after 5 o'clock. I happened to be the supervisor on that particular shift. So we were responsible for handling any calls after 5 o'clock that required investigating.
Okay. And at some point, did you get a call to respond to either Springtree Drive or 7441 Park Lane Road?
I did.
Okay. And what was the nature of the call?
It was a shooting hit.
Okay. Where did you respond first?
Actually, I was on the way to Ranch Road. We were called there because they had found some juveniles in a vacant apartment with firearms. So I was actually headed there to help the other investigator at that time.
Okay. So you were redirected, you're going to an incident involving juveniles and firearms. Is that what you just said?
Yes, sir.
While we're at it, you talked about a lot of changes in 25 years in law enforcement. In the year 2023, was it uncommon for the sheriff's department to get calls regarding people under 18 being involved with firearms?
It was not.
Being in possession of firearms?
It was not.
Okay. And that's illegal, is it not?
It is.
Your testimony, that's become something that has become more and more prevalent as time has gone on from when you started in law enforcement.
Yes, over years it has.
Okay, so you called for service at Park Lane Road with shots fired, you said?
Shots fired or someone hit from gunfire.
And are you familiar with shots fired?
Yes, I am.
What is shots fired?
So shots fired is a system that we use or that we did use before I retired. It's a system that's placed around the county with sensors, and those sensors are able to detect gunfire.
Were you familiar with the shots fired hit in this particular incident?
Yes, I was.
And so essentially, that's just microphones that they're set up around Columbia, Richland County, and certain places that they're basically microphones on the tower.
Correct. Microphones and sensors.
And they're trained to pick up gunfire.
That is correct.
Let me show you stage number 5. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is that just a copy of the shot fired that was picked up on this occasion?
It is.
All right. You want to set off the stage number 5 permission?
Objection? No. All right, just take 5 without objection.
Okay, so that would be something that shots fired would pick up, and then does that, shots fired detect gunfire, do they alert local law enforcement?
Right. That's exactly what happens.
Okay, and so is the time attached to those shots fired alerts?
It is.
Okay. When you respond to 7441 Parkland, do you go directly there, or did you go to the scene on Springtree Drive?
To the scene on Springtree Drive.
Okay. And what was going on Springtree when you got there?
I think EMS had already left. There were several other investigators already there, and also deputies that were there as well.
Okay. Was crime scene there yet?
I don't recall seeing them yet.
Okay. Was Mr. Chow there at Springtree, or had he already gone back to Parkland?
I don't remember seeing him at the scene.
Okay. All right, so you probably didn't spend too much time at the Springtree Road incident, did you?
No, I did not.
Did you go to 7441 Parkland then?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and who was there when you went there?
It was Mr. Rick Chow, defendant, Andy Chow, and Alice Chow.
Okay. At that particular time, what was your understanding of what you were investigating?
Apparently, the victim in this case apparently allegedly has stolen some water. And so we went back to the store to try to get the surveillance video to see what actually occurred.
Okay. So Mr. Chow was there, you said?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And was he cooperative with you as far as trying to obtain video?
Oh, he was, yes.
All right. There was some testimony earlier about a room that he had his equipment in. Do you remember that room?
Yes, so you walk in the store, you pass the front counter, kind of make a small left, slightly up to a small right, and it's right there in the back.
Okay. What do you remember about that room?
Monitors and hard drives everywhere.
Okay. And did you direct Mr. Chow to look up a certain time period?
Correct, that would be correct.
And what was that time period? What were you trying to watch and review on the video?
Try to see the time that the victim came into the store and also the alleged shoplifting that they said it occurred.
Okay. Did you have multiple angles to choose from as far as video camera surveillance footage?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you review multiple angles?
Yes, we did.
Okay. We had earlier a series of clips. It states number 3, which has been admitted into evidence. Then we had a number of slides that came from that were also admitted into evidence. I'm going to walk through those with you and just see these videos that you would review. But first of all, let me, was Deputy English in there in the room with you, Mr. Chow, when I was looking at the video?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And he was wearing his body worn camera?
Correct, he was.
Okay. We're going to, it's in evidence as Deputy English's body cam. We haven't published this portion yet. But it's in evidence. It's his body cam. We're going to publish a section just of them back in the period. So we're going to call that stage number 84. And permission to publish states 84.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Just send it a ring, hit something. Let you open the door. Yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna video. We'll see what I get. Yes.
Tom, just real quick. Did you find Mr. Chow being to be adept at navigating through the security system?
Very much so.
Okay. We just saw some of. Was he able to fast forward his video?
Fast forward, rewind, slow it down.
Okay.
Enlarge.
Did you speed it up?
Yes.
Put it in reverse?
Yes.
Zoom in?
Yes.
Zoom out?
Yes.
Toggle between different cameras?
Yes.
Was he able to do that for you rather quickly?
Yes.
Okay. All right, continue. I'm sorry.
Yes, yes. So you want to see this? I'll do that right now.
Tyler, what did you just say?
Actually, could he go back to the angle where he was at the water cooler?
All right, so you just asked him, can you rewind and go back to the angle where he's at the water?
Correct.
Why did you ask him, why did you recommend to do that?
Well, wanted to look at it to see exactly what the young man did to make sure that we saw what we thought we saw.
Okay. To your knowledge, was any stolen merchandise found on or around Mr. Cyrus Carmack building?
No.
And you're asking him now to go back to the scene where he's at that water cooler, is what you're saying?
Yes.
I'm gonna continue playing it now, okay?
Yes, sir.
on the video last?
Previous one, so I can say for something.
You remember that moment when you realized Cyrus never took it? You remember that?
I do.
And in the video, Mr. Chow turns, he just sort of does that.
He does that.
Was anybody showing any emotion during this time? With your recollection?
Not my recollection, no.
And so he's fast forwarding, he's reversing, he's zooming in, and he's pausing. He's putting it in slow motion. Is that what you remember?
That's what he was doing.
All right. I'm going to show you some videos now that came from states number 4, number slides, and we haven't published them yet, but you saw them that night, you've seen them since. Is that
Yes.
true?
Yes.
So I'm going to start with slide 2, states number 4. Okay, I'm going to go next to slide 3 of states number 4. Next is slide 4 of states, slide 4 of states number 4. Moving on to states 5, another slide 5 on states number 4. Slide 6 of states number 4. Okay. On slide 7 of states number 4. Slide 8 of states number 4.
Investigator Jordan, while we're watching that, who is this woman that we're seeing right here on this screen?
Alice Chow.
Alpha?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other male we see in the videos with the hat on back too?
Andy Chow.
Thank you. Who is that individual
In the plaid shirt.
in the plaid shirt?
Rick Chow.
All right. Moving on to slide 10 of stage number 4. Slide 11 of stage number 4 next. I'm gonna skip slide 11, because for now, go to slide 13 of stage 4. Next is slide 14 of stage 4. me ask you, investigator, your view of the video is, did Cyrus Carmack Belton ever brandish a firearm inside of 7441 Park Lane Road, the Shell gas station owned by Rick Chow?
He did not.
Did Cyrus Carmack Belton ever point a red laser that was attached to a Taurus pistol while he was in the Shell station at 7441 Park Lane Road?
He did not.
To your knowledge, has anybody ever said he did that
In the store?
in the store?
No, no one.
I'm gonna go down to slide 15 of States on the Floor. Next is slide 16 of States on the Floor. Okay, state 17, or slide 17 of States on the Floor. Moving on to states, or slide 18 of States number 4. Do you agree with it? There was multiple angles that you were able to review of the same incident.
That is correct.
Next on my list is slide 19 of States number 4. Slide 20, States number 4. Next is slide 21, States number 4. Did you ever see the shoe that popped off of him in that slide?
When I went back to the store, it was on the counter along with 2 cell phones.
Okay. And who had collected those cell phones in that shoe?
Alice Chow.
And she had taken it from the scene and brought it back to the gas station?
That is correct.
Do you know if she took any other evidence from the scene?
I do not.
Okay. But the crime scene was unable to collect the shoe and the cell phones from where they were originally found because Alice Chow had already moved them?
That is correct.
All right, I'm going to skip a couple here to slide 24 of States number 4. Slide. slide 25 of state's number 4. What would that detect?
Ms. Chow with the shoe and 2 cell phones.
Going now to slide 31 of stage 4, which is these videos kind of stitched together as Dustin Martin described before. Let me show you a couple pictures. This is states 67 to 68. Do you recognize those just to be screenshots from videos?
They are.
See 70, 71. Do you recognize those to be screenshots from videos as well?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Now, the state offers states 67 and 68 permission in the evidence.
Yeah, I think a screenshot from what they already put in on some pictures.
Oh, they're already in?
Well, their videos that they just played, a screenshot from the video.
All right.
And then also 70 and 71 permission in evidence.
All right. State 67, 68, 70, and 71. Okay.
Ty, let me show you 61 and 62. You recognize those also to be just screenshots from videos as
Yes, they are.
And what about 63 and 66?
Yes, they are.
Now, the state offers states 61, 62, 63, and 66 permission to evidence.
Mr. Scott, may I see those, not those two, the two that you just, they were still in front of me? Just make sure I can get a new mic. Okay. You know, just no objection, but just renew a pre-trial objection.
Sure. All right, then we'll be in that state 61, 62, 66, subject to pre-trial.
Thank you. Let me put up states 63. All right. Investigator Jordan, 25 years in law enforcement. Have you had occasion to handle a case where you had video or a picture of a suspect that you were trying to identify?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is it common to eventually identify subjects based on surveillance video or photography for that matter?
It's very common.
And is it helpful if you have high definition video or screenshots of an individual?
Yes, it is.
Is it helpful in your experience to have good descriptions of the clothing they're wearing?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be helpful in a case like this, if you're trying to identify somebody who is suspected of shoplifting, to be able to do freeze frames, to do the reverse, to do the zoom in on their picture? Would that be helpful in identifying them?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Let me ask you this. If you were looking for a suspect and they were accused of something, you had the video footage of them from multiple angles, said that would be helpful. What if you had their shoe? Would that be helpful?
Yes, it would.
What sorts of things could you do if a suspect left their shoe behind at a scene and you were trying to identify them?
DNA or fingerprints.
You could request DNA or fingerprints?
Yes.
All right. What if a suspect, you had multiple camera angles of their face, high definition videos of their face, you had their shoe. What if they left behind 2 cell phones? Would that help you in identifying that person if they did commit a crime? Would that be helpful to you?
Yes, it would.
Have you ever responded, or has your department ever responded to a call for service to a convenience store because there was a complaint of shoplifting?
Yes.
And is that common?
Unfortunately, yes.
But that's your job. Is that not the sheriff's department's job to respond to calls for service if somebody is accused of theft at a store?
It is.
And is it your job to investigate if you were called to a convenience store for the crime of shoplifting?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any knowledge of your department instructing employees or owners of convenience stores to follow suspected shoplifters and chase them down?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Not that you're aware of. Have you ever heard of anybody in your department instructing anybody to do that?
No.
You familiar with facial recognition technology?
I am.
And what is that? Do you think it would be, you would have some tools to work with if you had gotten a call that this guy, this boy right here is stolen? Do you think you would have some tools to help identify him
Yes.
and investigate whether or not he had stolen water?
Yes.
Do you feel confident law enforcement could have handled this?
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right. Answer any questions, Mr. Kent.
All right, we're gonna take a break. We're going about an hour and a half, so we will take our afternoon break. We will, leave, let's just say till 3:45. Remember, please don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, just do research and take that next break. All right, anything before we take a break?
Nothing on behalf of Mr. Chow.
These and, board don't discuss testimony.
Yeah. Thank you.
Investigator, I want to give you your proper title. Would you tell me what you would like me to call?
Ty's fine.
Ty?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me make sure I give you your proper title and the respect that you are due. You have been sitting in the courtroom, so you understand all the questions I ask people at the beginning, so I don't think that's necessary. You've testified many times before. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
And the two of us have never met. Is that also a fair statement?
That's correct.
Okay. Focus over here while I ask you these questions. I want to go through a little background to make sure I understand a little bit more about you. Is that a fair statement?
That's fine.
As I ask you these questions, I just want to make sure I understand a little bit of everything. You were with the force for how long?
25 years.
In those 25 years, you started out with your training at the Criminal Justice Academy?
That is correct.
And at the Criminal Justice Academy, they gave you training?
They did.
They trained you on how to become a police officer, if you will?
Essentially, yes.
Training on report writing,
Yes.
investigative techniques,
Yes.
witness interviewing.
Yes.
And in conjunction with that, the other thing that we also work on is you go to seminars.
Continuing education classes, yes.
And you've been to many continuing education classes, I'm assuming.
Yes, to keep certification.
And we do all of these things to make sure that we are good investigators, officers, stewards of the community. Is that also a fair statement?
That's fair.
And when we go through these classes and things of this nature, we want to make sure that we uphold a certain standard so that we treat every case the same. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
And when we look at these things, we talk about the investigative techniques, the witness interviews, investigation, collecting evidence. We want to make sure we uphold a specific standard so that later we can sit down and talk to a jury or a judge about what has happened in the case.
That's fair.
We want to make sure when we're looking at these cases that we don't use our memories, we use the evidence and information that we find on scene or witnesses, so we do everything correctly.
That's fair.
Because we do not want to rely on witnesses' memories and we do not want to rely on emotion when we're trying to make decisions. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
And we do not want emotions to get in the way of actual critical evidence and police work. Is that also fair?
That's fair.
You have been put on the stand. Is it safe to assume that you are the case agent in this case?
For lack of better words, yes.
And as the case agent, I am free to ask you questions about this case. You're pretty familiar with it, as the solicitor just did.
I am.
And you have looked at all of the information, the files, the witnesses, the evidence, everything that I was just asking you about that we do in a very specific way to make sure we can do things quickly. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And so I'm free to ask you questions about what has happened, the investigation, the evidence, and the other witnesses that were talked to in response to this specific case.
Yes, you are.
And so first, I want to talk to you about, and we spent some time talking about the store in question. So again, I want you to tell the jury, where is this store?
7441 Parkland Road here in Richland County, Columbia.
And one of the things that we started talking about in the cross-examination and the direct examination from the state is they were talking to you about the victim in this case, correct? They're talking to you about him.
Yes.
And when they were talking to you about him, they were talking about him going inside of the store, correct?
Yes.
And there was questions about when he walked inside of the store, what was he doing?
He's walked in the store.
He's walking into the store.
Correct.
And through the course of your investigation, is that something that you looked at to make sure that he was just walking into the store? Not anything else. We just investigate, or we just say he's just walking into the store, we don't investigate any further? I'm just
Walked
asking.
into the store, then we observed whatever else is on the video.
And so you watched the young man walk in throughout the store.
I did.
And as you walked into the store, did you think anything when you watched the video yourself? Did you see him walking around the store and you said, this is a little strange? You had mentioned that you had studied and looked at shoplifting for many times. Did you look at the video and thought there was something there?
No.
You didn't think there was anything suspicious or anything strange about his behavior patterns, walking around, or how he acted in the store?
No.
And this is, you have testified to this jury that you have investigated how many shopliftings in your time?
I can't give you a count of that. I've investigated numerous cases.
And when we investigate shoplifting cases, one of the things that we look at is we watch the behavior patterns and how individuals walk around the business. And as your testimony, there was nothing odd or strange about this.
No.
So when we watch the investigation and look into the behavior patterns of the young man who walked inside of the store, you watched him go to a water cooler. Is that correct?
I did.
And when you watched him go to the water cooler, you saw him take water bottles out and put water bottles back in. Correct?
Did.
And as a matter of fact, when you saw him taking the water bottles in and back out, immediately the first time you could not tell it was done, and you asked to rewind it and watch it again.
Just to make sure that I saw what I thought I saw the first time.
And you had them zoom in so you could look a third time to make sure you saw what you thought you saw.
Yes. Yes.
And so you saw the young man put water bottles in, put water bottles back out several times, or twice maybe, I think.
Well, he took them out and put them back.
And you thought there was nothing peculiar about this?
No.
And I'm looking at this case, looking at the background that you know everything about. You know your young man went into the store with an empty book bag.
With an empty book bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes.
But I'm asking you, you're the case agent.
Yes,
I'm
I
asking
mean,
you
there's
whether
other contents in there, but I mean, essentially empty, yes.
So it was essentially empty?
Yes.
And you've heard testimony that he went in there with a firearm?
Yes.
Okay, so this young man, and there's also been testimony that there was no money on him. There was no finances on him whatsoever.
That is correct.
So this young man went into the store with no money, an empty book bag, and a loaded firearm, and you're telling this jury there was nothing suspicious about that.
Well, we don't know they didn't have any money on him at all. There was no money found on him.
Again, my question was, you're telling this jury there's nothing suspicious about that.
Absolutely not.
And that is normal, and that happens.
It depends on who you are and what your normal is.
I'm asking you as the investigator.
But I can't speak on behalf of him. It's okay. I would probably do the same thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
You would go into a business with an empty book bag, a loaded firearm, with a bullet in the chamber, with no money in your pocket?
No, you asked me about the money.
That is what happened. Officer, if you'll allow me to ask my question, I promise you I'll give you opportunity to answer. If you simply allow me to finish the question, I'll give you as much time as you want. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
So as I was saying, what you said to this jury right now is you probably would have done the same thing. And my question was, as in going into a business with an empty book bag and a firearm, pick water in and out of a cooler with no finances or no money on you to pay for it. That's something that you would have done, is what your testimony was?
To that question, no.
And it's your testimony that that behavior that I just described was nothing that caused you any concern whatsoever? And watching the videos and rewatching them?
Well, that was determined or found out after the fact, as far as the book bag being empty and him having a firearm.
Well, officer, when we talk about investigation, one of the things we talk about is we investigate the entire thing, the totality of the circumstances. We don't piecemeal investigation, do we?
We do not.
And so we investigate the totality of the circumstance. So are you telling me you did not investigate the totality?
We did, but go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
But you asked about the store. At the time he was in the store, there was no indication that he had a firearm, that the book bag was empty, and that he had no money. No one knew that.
But you did when you investigated, because you're the investigator. You're not a witness in this case, correct?
Correct.
You are an investigator.
Correct.
We do not try with emotions, correct?
Correct.
We try to utilize evidence and look at the full scene so we can present the full story to the jury, as I just asked you, correct?
That's correct.
And so looking at the totality of the circumstances, your testimony to this jury, there was nothing strange about that behavior
Once again,
as an investigator.
him going into the actual question, because you do a lot of word salad, so can you give me the actual question?
That behavior is not strange.
For him to have a book bag?
An empty book bag, a loaded firearm, a bullet in the chamber, going inside with no money to pay for anything, pulling water in and out of a cooler, putting it back and forth.
Objection, Your Honor. Number one, ask and answer. Number two is opinion. Testimony was asked. Do you find this to be strange? Your opinion.
I'll put just one more time. The firearm being on him is the only thing that I would find that would be not right.
And so now let's go to the firearm. Through the course of your investigation, one of the things we have to figure out is ownership of said firearm. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
And the solicitor was asking you questions about 14-year-olds in the community with firearms. You remember talking about that a little bit?
I do.
And you are aware that Richland County, your sheriff's office, your sheriff has a problem with children and minors with firearms.
That's correct.
And it is not your testimony to get on the stand and normalize it and say it's okay. It is a problem.
It is a problem.
And so we're not trying to sit here and say it's okay for a minor to have a firearm with a bullet in the chamber going into a store. That is not your testimony.
No, it's not okay.
And as we were trying to figure out, there's little things that we have figured out about that firearm. Do you agree that we figured out and found DNA on that firearm?
We did.
And the DNA belonged to who?
Cyrus?
So we have that. And then during you utilizing your investigation, you have testified prior before that you looked and utilized and went through the social media of Cyrus. Is that a fair statement?
I didn't go through his actual stuff, but what was given to me through extractions and through their findings, I was told what was in there.
As the investigator, the lead investigator on this case, one of the things we went through is to look to try to figure out the ownership of the firearm.
Correct.
And one of the things we utilized is went through his social media page to figure out ownership of the firearm.
Social media wouldn't tell me that he actually owned that gun. He's 14, so he wouldn't be able to purchase a gun.
I apologize, that's a bad question. Ownership and or possession. Is that a better statement?
Yes.
And through the course of your investigation, you discovered that he had possessed that exact firearm within 24 hours of this incident.
It appeared to be the same gun, yes.
And this is something you have testified to prior. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
I'm going to show you this picture and ask if you recognize it, and have been asked to testify to that prior under oath before. You can look at me on that.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you can look at me and ask. The question, do I need to repeat the question, officer?
Yes.
Do you recognize the picture based upon the questions that I just asked you about your investigation, and have you testified about it formally under oath before?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it a picture? What does it depict?
Picture of Cyrus holding a gun.
Which gun?
It's a black gun with a light on it.
Does it appear to be the gun in the case that we're talking about today?
It does appear to be the gun.
And that is a picture from his social media that was posted on his social media.
He was on social media.
And that picture, could you describe what he's wearing?
Red hoodie with Chucky on the front.
Is it the exact same outfit he was wearing when he went into the store on the date that we're talking about?
The hoodie, yes.
Now, at this point in time, can we move this in as defense number one? I'm sorry, Judge.
Look, the Action Foundation, we discussed it before.
Okay, all right, based on the pretrial motions, I'll allow it as defense one, subject to state objection.
Now, before we get into a little bit more about the ownership of the firearm. Now, the picture that we're talking about in the picture that we have just exhibited from defense exhibit number one, that comes from a social media page, correct? As you just testified to.
Yes.
Okay, and that was from his Instagram page, and that was actually a larger post that was posted. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
It's a screen grab from a larger post.
Correct.
Can you describe the jury what that post was that you saw when you looked?
I don't remember the exact.
You don't remember what the post was?
No.
If I show you the post, will that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
First, let me show show you. Does that video help refresh your recollection as to the question I just asked you about where did the screen grab of that picture actually come from?
A video.
And could you describe the jury what was in that video?
The gun in his hand.
And what was he doing with the gun in his hand?
He said in his hand, the light was on, so I couldn't see what he was doing behind the light, but he had the gun in his hand.
You're a 25-year officer. You've been doing this a long time, correct?
Correct.
You know firearms.
Yes.
You understand firearms.
I do.
And you're telling the jury you do not know what he was doing in that video?
The light was flashing, so it appeared that it could have been pointed at the camera. That's the way it appeared, but I can't say that for sure because of the glare of the light behind the flashlight.
But this is a video from his Instagram that goes with the screen grab that we're just talking about now, correct?
Yes.
And this is one of the things that we utilize to determine and prove ownership of the firearm that we're talking about in question.
Once again, he's 14, so he can't actually, own or buy the gun, but he had it in his possession.
And his DNA is on the firearm.
Correct.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we would move the full video at defense exhibit 2 based upon what you just testified to, understanding the defenses and the prosecution's pre-trial objection.
It's a foundation issue. That's not how this evidence comes in, and we talked about this. Talked about it.
We addressed that in pretrial motions, and I think Lawyer ruled on that.
Thank you.
It's not coming in. Well, there's an email this one.
Your Honor, this is first, defense number 1.
Sure.
Can you show that down? There was a question for some time about the light that was found on the scene that was attached to the firearm. Looking at defense exhibit number 1, is that one of the things that would aid us in discussing where that light came from?
It could.
It could or it does?
You asked could it aid? I said it could aid.
Okay. Did it?
Yeah, it did.
So is that, from your example, from looking at defense exhibit number 1, is that the light that was on the firearm that was found on scene that day?
It appears to be.
And that would be the firearm that we believe is in state's exhibit number 11. And I'll show that to you.
Yes.
So again, through the course of your investigation, do you not find it strange, weird, peculiar, that on the day before this, or within 24 hours, this is posted and then he goes into the store through your investigation?
You shouldn't have had a gun, period.
Now I want to talk about the thing that happened inside of the store, okay? Is that fair?
Okay.
And talking about what happened inside of the store in the videos that we just watched, we watched actions of different individuals. We watched actions of Andy Chow.
I don't know if you're asking me a question or making a statement, sir.
Did we watch the actions of Andy Chow?
We did.
Did we watch the actions of Rick Chow?
We did.
Did we watch the actions of Alice Chow?
We did.
And did we watch the actions of Cyrus?
We did.
We've already established that Cyrus would have had a firearm when he walked inside of the business.
That's correct.
We've already established that he legally did not have a right to either own that firearm or walk into the business with that firearm.
That's correct.
And then one of the questions comes up, and we're going to talk about Andy Chow's action that we watched in the video first. Okay. You have been at the front of that store before and looking back to where the coolers are?
On that day?
Yeah, anytime, like in part of your investigation, anytime.
I may have been in that store in my time in Richmond County maybe 3 times, if that.
And that's fine. And one of the things that we have talked about is that Andy Chow had made a determination that he believed that Cyrus was stealing from the store.
Okay.
Is that a fair statement?
It is.
And then you went and looked back and forth at that video, and it appeared as though nothing had been stolen.
That is correct.
And that he was putting water back and forth, but it did not appear that he had stolen something.
That is true.
And so, but still, from Mr. Chow, and I mean Andy's vantage point, that's what he had told you he had thought. Is that a fair statement?
Now, hearsay and what somebody else thought.
This case is all about if shoplifting occurred, according to the state, correct?
It is.
When he went back up to the counter from the videos we watched, the question is, did he have anything in his front hood? Is that a fair statement?
They asked me if he had any water in his front of it.
And it appeared as though there was something heavy in his front hood.
I believe so, yes.
Could you see how someone could have mistaken water for a firearm?
Objection, I think the proper question.
Yeah, I was saying that, about speculation.
And watching the videos at the front that we've replayed, were you able to see something heavy in that front hood?
Not necessarily, but
What do you mean? Did you look?
I did.
Okay. And were you able to see and check if there was anything heavy from your vantage point looking at these videos?
He had his hands in the spot.
And in your 25 years of experience, was that suspicious behavior?
Give your hands in your pocket?
Yes, sir.
No.
When you went back and looked at the videos, we can agree based upon your testimony that Rick Chow was being very helpful in letting you see the videos.
He was.
And when he was talking to you about the videos, as we were watching them on the screen, he was asking Alice, when did the shoplifting occur? Something like that. Do you remember that?
Vaguely.
Okay. And so is it safe to say, I'm sorry, and in watching the videos that we watched, most of the actions that happened inside of the store are Alice Chow, Andy Chow, and Cyrus.
That is correct.
And Rick Chow was in the back.
Yes.
And Rick Chow was the one who was showing you the videos.
He was.
And then once the three of you, and I think it was you, Officer English, and Rick, were looking at the videos, I think you had made the impression when he saw nothing was taken, he put his hands up or something like that.
He did.
Genuine shock.
I don't know if it was genuine.
Did you think it wasn't?
I didn't know everything.
Did you indicate that in a report, anything of that nature, that I felt that he was faking or anything of that nature?
No.
And we had talked about when we do report writing that we want to make sure we have specifics. Would you agree with me there?
That's true.
And we don't want speculation.
Don't.
And we don't want to rely on our memory from 3 years ago.
But the video showed what it showed.
And what I'm asking you is the shock. Did you indicate anywhere in his report that he looked like he was faking, this was not genuine, he was making this up?
Well, I didn't say any of those words, but the video showed what it showed.
And when he talked to you, he had no lawyer with him.
He did not.
He didn't request a lawyer.
Not so logical.
He just was talking to you and helping you and aiding you on what was going on.
That's correct.
And the conversations that were happening at the front of the store were between Alice Chow and Andy Chow concerning the potential shoplifting. Would you agree with me there?
That is true.
And none of the conversations were between Rick Chow and this young man.
Not that I'm aware of. No.
And not that we saw in any of the videos.
That is correct.
And also, we've gone back and forth, and I understand how you feel about following someone out of the store. that this is not something we would advise anyone to do. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely not.
And you would definitely not advise anyone to follow anyone, chase anyone for 130 yards. You agree with
Absolutely
that?
not.
But you would also agree that that's not against the law.
It's because not against the law, you have to use common sense sometimes.
Correct. But we're not sitting here and saying following out of the store is against the law.
It is not, but once again, common sense has to be applied.
And in certain situations, we've been asked this question before, officers sometimes have to follow individuals. Would you agree with me there?
We do, and we're trained to do so, and we are, once again, trained to do that, and that's our job as law enforcement officers.
And sometimes-
To go into danger so that you as other citizens do not have to do so.
And sometimes officers make mistakes.
We all make mistakes.
We all make mistakes.
Absolutely.
And we can only take the information that is presented to us as we are paying attention at that point in time. Is that fair? Meaning the officer walks in a situation, he can just take the situation as he sees it.
Could.
And in a situation, if, and this question was asked to you before, if you are following someone and they turn and point a gun at you and or your partner, what would you do?
Tell them to drop it.
And if they did not, what are you trained to do?
Fire, stop the threat.
Mr. Chow has a concealed weapons permit,
He does.
and that was part of the investigation that you looked into.
Correct.
And that is something that we also teach in the concealed weapons classes. Would you agree with me there?
What's that?
That's the same thing that they teach you officers on how to be proper and how to assess threats and things of that nature.
Correct.
Have you had an opportunity to look at all of the interviews and everybody who was given an interview in this case?
I have.
Are you pleased with the way that other officers conducted and did their interviews?
We all do things differently, but I have confidence in all my fellow coworkers and did to the best of their ability.
To the best of their ability. But there's some things that could always be done different. Is that a fair statement?
Some things we all can do different, all do better. You're human.
And when I started talking to you, one of the things I was asking you about, Ty, is trying to, well, maybe I didn't ask this question, I'll ask it now. When we try to get statements, do we try to get them as close to the incident time as possible?
We do.
Almost always. That is one of the things that is paramount to be an officer. You try to get as close to the incident as possible.
Try to, yes.
And I'm not trying to cut you off, but could you explain to the jury, why do we want to get something so close?
Well, we want to do it also, I guess, to capture the time so that nothing is possibly forgotten to help with the investigation.
And that is a great answer and a great question. We want to make sure nothing's forgotten. Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes,
I apologize. Sometimes I do make statements instead of questions, but one of the questions that we want to make sure witnesses do not forget.
That's correct.
We want to make sure that witnesses' memories aren't merged with someone else's memories.
True.
We want to make sure that social media and things of that nature don't influence an individual's memories.
That's correct.
And these are the things that we're taught at the Criminal Justice Academy, as well as the seminars and classes that you've attended. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And we try to make sure that when we interview witnesses, and I think we watch some of the body camera, we want to separate people. We don't want them interviewed together.
Correct.
I mean, that's one of the first things that they do not interview witnesses together.
Correct.
Why do we want witnesses interviewed together?
You want each person's authentic statement and what they saw and not have them impact each other.
And as an investigator, as an officer, as a gentleman who's doing this a long time, you have seen situations when other statements influence other individuals when done incorrectly. Is that a fair statement?
I haven't.
I know you've never done it, but have you ever seen a situation where someone else's statement?
Not that I can recall.
You do not believe that actually happens?
You actually have, if I've seen it.
Yeah.
And I have not. I said I can't recall having seen it.
Have you seen a situation where an officer interviews two individuals at the same time?
I have not.
And we watch all the body cams in this case.
Yes.
Would you agree with me sometimes some of the officers are actually talking to individuals as they're together giving statements at the same time?
In this case?
Yeah.
I don't recall seeing that.
But if that did happen, that would be a no-no?
It would be.
We talked, well, we haven't talked yet, but 911 calls are something that's also very important.
That is correct.
Because 911 calls, that's when we get the, I use a legal phrase that all of us know, the excited utterance. That's when we get the person's true emotion when they're talking and what really happened. And that's as close to the incident as possible a lot of times.
That can depend. Sometimes people's emotions and what they see can cause them to maybe, how can I say it? Maybe forget things that they saw, but once they calm down and think about it all the time, they start remembering things. And so that's why we try to bring them back sometimes so they can get a more detailed statement.
But don't we worry about witnesses coming in and getting 2-3 different types of statements? Isn't that something that we have as officers?
It is.
And you were in here, we worry about individuals getting different statements. We want things to be consistent. Is that fair?
That is true.
And when we're talking to the jury, our goal is to try to present all facts to a jury so they can have everything, so they can understand what happened on the scene, so they're not taking our opinion. Is that
To the
fair?
best of our ability, yes.
Did you interview either Rick or Andy? And I don't know, I'm literally asking.
Andy.
You did interview Andy Chow?
Yes.
Thank you for that. a question asked of some witnesses, and you may or may not be able to answer this since you are the investigator who knows the full file. There's a question asked if anyone on scene was told that Cyrus pointed a gun at Andy Chow, or if Andy or Rick Chow ever said that. Do you remember?
I don't recall.
So you do not remember if that was said?
I don't recall at that time.
That was such a bad question. It could have like 6 different answers, so that's on me. You do not recall a question being asked of anybody, or, well, first let's start there. Do you recall that question being asked?
I don't.
To the best of your knowledge, did Ricky or Andy Chow on that night indicate that Cyrus had pointed a gun at Andy Chow?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fine. You've heard the testimony of some of the witnesses who have testified. Whether, as the case agent, were there ever any concerns about the veracity of any of the witnesses who have testified?
No.
Did any of the officers under your steward, when we were looking at this case, question any of the witnesses' veracity?
Objection again to hearsay, Your Honor.
Same.
No, I promise you I'm almost done. I promise you I am. I think the court told you something.
Yes, sir.
And I very much appreciate your testimony. I know this is a difficult time, a difficult situation, and I don't want to take that for granted. But just to make sure I go back and finish. Cyrus Belton went into the store with a firearm.
He did.
It was illegal for him to walk into the store with a firearm.
It was illegal.
In the course of your investigation, you showed that he had possession of that firearm within 24 hours before going into that store.
Correct.
The firearm was equipped with a light that we see on the TV now.
Yes.
Through your investigation, you found no money or payment ability for Cyrus to pay for anything in that store.
Did not.
The book bag you found had nothing inside of the book bag.
There's some papers in there, but essentially, no.
Your testimony is there was nothing strange that you thought of going inside of that store with nothing in it. Nothing in the book bag, other than the gun. I'm sorry, you thought it was strange going into the store with the gun.
Correct.
Rick Chow immediately talked to you that evening.
Not. He talked to, I guess, other people there, but then spoke to me at the store to show me the video. Yes.
No attorney.
No.
He went down and showed you the video surveillance.
He did.
He comported with everything that you asked.
As far as the video, yes.
When you were watching the video, you had to watch it not 1, not 2, but 3 times. And on the 3rd time, you had to blow it up.
Didn't have to, but he said that he could.
He said he could.
Yeah.
And then when it was shown that it appeared as though this person may not have taken anything, he said something that showed shock, but you're not sure if it was genuine.
The video speaks for itself.
And he was not in the store when shoplifting occurred, or the alleged shoplifting occurred.
Who?
Mr. Chow. He was in the back. I'm sorry, he was not in the main area of the store.
Correct.
Is that a better question?
Yes.
Andy Chow and Alice appeared to be the one having conversations with this young man.
That's true.
Andy and Alice were not charged with anything.
No.
Andy Chow was the one who went out of the store first.
Yes.
You conducted an interview with Andy. We can't get into that, of course, but you conducted an interview with Andy.
I did.
On the scene.
No.
So you conducted an interview with him later.
Correct.
You're aware he gave several interviews on scene.
I learned that, yes.
You learned that, yes.
Yes.
Not later, that he gave several
Yes.
interviews on scene. And Rick Chow gave several interviews on scene. And we saw a portion of one already.
I learned that.
Yeah, but we saw one of them.
Yeah. I'm sorry, yes, yeah.
When it's all there together. And then finally, you have testified that we may disagree with it, we may not like it, but you would agree it is not against the law to follow and or chase somebody from the house.
Not against the law, but once again, use and exercise common sense.
And you are not sitting here testifying even with any suggestion that you believe it's okay for a 14-year-old in Richmond County to have a gun with a bullet in the chamber.
It's not okay.
Thank you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything on either end?
If you saw two grown men chasing a child down the road, one armed, would you intervene?
I would.
Okay. Was Rick Chow licensed law enforcement?
He was not.
In 2023, were you licensed law enforcement?
I was.
In 25 years of being a licensed law enforcement officer, have you found yourself in dangerous situations before?
Yes.
How many times have you shot people?
Never.
Have there been times in these dangerous situations where you were felt compelled to
have restraint instead of pulling out a firearm and shooting somebody.
Yes.
In 25 years of law enforcement in Richland County, you never aimed a gun at anybody and pulled the trigger.
I have not.
Let me ask you something, Investigator Jordan. I'm still calling you investigator. That's what you are to me. When Cyrus Carmack Belton walked out of 7441 Parkland Road, May 28, 2023, was he walking or running?
Walking.
Was he combative with the Chows or was he polite to them?
He's very polite.
Okay. In contrast, what were Rick Chow and his son Andy doing when they left the store?
Hastily running after him, hurrying out of the store to try to catch him.
They're hauling ass.
Yes.
What did Cyrus do when he saw two grown men running at him and screaming?
You know, I'm not sure if it is, it's helping out the editorial lesson. Overall.
Thank you. On the other hand, when Cyrus turns the corner after he's walking, what does he do when grown men are running after him screaming at him?
Appeared to be scared and take off running.
Where again was Cyrus Carmack Belton shot and killed?
On his body?
Where was his body found?
On Spring Tree Drive.
Do you know how far away?
Over a football field.
You were asked a lot of questions and about what you find suspicious and what could have happened here and there. Cyrus Carmack Belton did not steal anything from that store.
He did not.
Had he been left alone to walk away, not been chased, if everybody stayed in the store whose name was Chow, would this situation have occurred?
No.
Thank you.
The solicitor just asked you, I don't really have one question. He asked you in your 25 years, you have never had to pull your firearm?
He actually had to shoot somebody.
And the answer is no.
Never shot anybody.
Have you ever been in a position where somebody has pointed a firearm at a loved one while you were sitting there watching?
Actually, the firearm pulled on me. On a loved one, no.
On a loved one, no?
No.
Different situation.
It is.
Thank you so much.
All right, you step down, sir. Thank you for being here.
State calls Dr. Haynes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony shall give this case the truth and whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, please see the witness stand and state your claim for the record, and please spell your last name.
Amy Durso, Durso.
So where are you employed?
I'm currently employed by the Medical University of South Carolina as a forensic pathologist.
What is forensic pathology?
So forensic pathologists are medical doctors. We go through medical school and we go through pathology training, but we're specifically trained to do autopsies, so to look at bodies after death, to determine the cause and manner of death, and also we're educated about patterns of injuries and different mechanisms of death.
Okay. You perform autopsies on people who have passed away to determine cause and manner of death, is what you testified to?
Yes.
Approximately how many autopsies have you done?
I'm up over 4,000.
And you are a medical doctor?
Yes, I have a medical degree.
And how many times do you think you've been qualified as an expert?
Your identification for answers.
All right, I find that expert testimony is necessary to assist the jury in resolving factual questions. Dr. Durso is qualified in the area of forensic pathology. The methodology and testimony is reliable, ladies and gentlemen. The same applies to what I told you earlier. Dr. Durso has been qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology. You can accept her testimony and opinion and give it whatever way you deem necessary during your deliberation. Mr. Scott.
Dr. Durso, did you have occasion to perform an autopsy on Cyrus Carmack Belton on May 29th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Let me start with a couple of questions. What do your notes show that Mr. Belton, what was his weight?
Mr. Belton weighed 114 pounds.
Okay. And it looks like he was about 5'6", does that sound right?
I have him as 5'8", but
68 inches in your,
yeah,
okay. 5'8", 114 pounds.
yes,
And his listed age?
is 14 years old.
Okay. Initially, when you examine the body, what was the first thing you do?
So the coroner's office identifies the body, brings it out, and then we look at the outside of the body and we notate everything, eye color, hair color, scars, tattoos, any injuries, height, weight, postmortem changes. And after we complete that, we start opening the body and looking at all the internal organs.
Okay. Initially, what were your observations before you began dissection?
The most notable finding was a gunshot wound entering his right back.
Okay. What about other superficial type wounds?
There was a partially healed injury on his right hand, and there were some abrasions on his right lower leg.
I want to show you states 77. Does that accurately reflect the abrasions on his leg?
Yes.
Okay. And did these appear to be recent wounds?
Yes.
Okay. The location of the wound on his back, say that one more time.
It was on his kind of right back area, just below kind of mid back.
Okay, and that states 80. Does that fairly accurately represent what you yourself witnessed?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been introduced, state 79. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a photo of one of the x-rays we took before we started the autopsy. So before we do autopsies on gunshot wounds, we x-ray the body to make sure we know where the bullet is, if there's a bullet in them, to make sure we recover that so we can hand it over to law enforcement. He's on his side.
Okay, I was about to say, so where his head would be to the right of the screen?
Yes, his head's to the right, his legs are to the left.
Okay, yeah, and I guess his buttocks would be at the bottom left corner there.
Correct.
Okay.
And he's kind of boosted up on a body block so we can shoot across the table.
And, okay. Dr. Durst, what is this object right here that we're seeing? You say 79.
That's the projectile we recovered from the body at autopsy.
Okay. And this is just another, this is an angle, different angle, but this is stage 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's upside down. But this is an x-ray going front to back of the body, again, showing where the projectile was located. So it's just left of midline, as you can see.
8399, but we're all from stage 83 for admission now. Okay.
Already been there, stage 83.
Okay, this is a little, in stage 83 again, this is what?
That's the projectile, and you can see the shadow of his heart just above that.
This is his heart?
Yes.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but his head would be, this is basically looking at his head being up,
Correct.
being down. I even see, I think, an arm right here.
Yes.
Okay. What were your general findings as far as the bullet wound? Did it have an exit?
It did not exit, no.
Let me show you, it hasn't been introduced yet, but do you often, or I guess rather, probably all the time, do you draft something like that when you do an autopsy?
Yes, so we have a stack of blank male, female, all sorts of diagrams that we take notes on when we do the autopsy. And then I kind of do my report based on some of the notes I take on there.
Okay, and this is not scale, or is it, this is just kind
No, it's a generic male diagram.
you know, state off for state 73 for Michigan.
No objection. Looking at states 73 without objection.
What were your general findings as far as the, we already said didn't have an exit wound, but the bullet wound that was found in his back, you said it was his right lower back?
Right, so it's the right lower back. It was just under 2 inches right of midline, 46.5 inches above the heel. It was a classic entrance wound. So entrance wounds have what we call an abrasion collar. So as the bullet enters the skin, it kind of rubs the edge of the skin and drags it for a split second on the way in. So that's a typical entrance wound this had. The other things we look for when we're looking at bullet wounds in autopsy is we look for soot and stippling, because that's going to kind of tell us if there's a clue as to how close the shooter was when they were shot. So if there's soot like in the wound, that's usually a contact wound. If there's soot more on the skin around the wound, that means the gun was usually within 6 inches. If there's stippling, which is actually the gunpowder that comes out of the end of the gun and has tiny little abrasions on the skin surrounding it, that's usually within around 18 to 24 inches. The exceptions to those, of course, if it goes through like an intermediate object like a car door or a wall of some kind, and also very thick clothing can block those things. On this case, I did not see any soot or stippling, so this is what I call indeterminate range, meaning I don't know if it's 2 feet away or 20 feet away.
Okay. That's a no indication of sooting or stippling. So
And then, so after we track the bullet, it comes in, it goes through, it kind of hits the 11th rib, so we have 12 ribs, and just above the bottom rib, it hits part of the rib and part of the T11 vertebrae, so the 11th vertebrae going down the thoracic vertebrae there. It then goes through the right lower lobe of the lung, and then it goes through the right ventricle of the heart. So this is the most deadly thing that happened, is that it goes through his heart. That's not a survivable wound. It then goes, and after it goes through the heart, it hits the inside of his rib cage. We're actually able to see when we remove the front of his rib cage where the bullet impacted. So it's actually a little higher up than where the bullet's found. So the bullet, because of the way it kind of mushroomed, got caught on the pericardial sac, which is the soft tissue sac that surrounds the heart. So it kind of pulled it back down, but it actually impacted further up and to the left.
would it have been immediately fatal, or would you expect to see somebody live for some time period after this?
So it's not immediately fatal. Those are more, and he would not lose consciousness immediately. Those are more with wounds to the head. So with a heart wound, maybe a minute or two, he could have, there's been reports of people being able to run with the adrenaline in their system, but not far. They collapse pretty quickly because the blood, every heartbeat is the blood's coming out of their heart and not circulating.
What is it that kills you? Is it
The blood loss. So instead of the blood circulating in your vessels and going to provide oxygen and energy to your cells, such as your heart, brain, vital organs, the blood is accumulating in his chest.
Tell me about midline is backbone, is that?
Yes.
How far from midline, left or right, was the wound?
The entrance wound was 1 3/4 inches right of midline.
And as far as the trajectory, was it, I guess, I assume back to front, there's no exit and it's holes in his back.
Correct. So it's back to front. It was going a bit upwards, and it's going just slightly right to left. So it goes from just right of midline to just left of midline.
Okay. Of course, permission, you can invite the nurse to sit down for a minute.
Sure.
Show me kind of on my back, just use me as a model, where does that entrance room be?
So if we go mid back, just underneath that, just right of midline, I would say approximately in this location here.
Okay. You can show the jury.
I would say right around here.
Oh.
No, sir.
Okay. You want me to draw? Yeah. Okay. Never drawn an attorney before.
Okay. And the trajectory was upward, you say?
Yes.
Okay. Show me with an X on the front of me where. Would it be on this side or this side?
It's going to be on the right side.
Okay. And do you need any names or do you?
Turn around again. Oh, the left side, sorry. Okay, so that, and it's kind of through the bottom of your sternum. So it would be approximately here-ish.
Okay. Now with this rod, stand at the side. Show during my profile generally where that would be, how that would look going into Mr. Carmack Dalton's body.
Let's do it like this. If he was standing straight up.
Okay.
The problem is like my diagram, everyone's standing in anatomical position. No one is ever really standing in anatomical position when they get shot. So
I got one more here. You can see my toy gun. It's not a workable gun. It's you've seen this too, Dr. Garcia.
I have this.
If you're in a shooter's stance, if that is testified to, okay?
Okay.
Stand with the jury or they can see you, and I'm over here.
Do you want to put this down?
Yes.
would you expect to see that trajectory, if you're in the shooter stance and you're behind me and I'm upright?
So a lot of times we get people, if someone is behind you with a gun, in general, someone's not going to stand there. A lot of times we have upward trajectories from people bending over.
Okay. The victim bending over, you mean?
Yes.
Let's just for argument's sake, you're the shooter and you're in a standard gunman stance. I am upright. Would you expect to see the trajectory that you observed on Mr. Bell?
No, so either the shooter would have had to be below you shooting upwards, or the victim would have had to be at an angle downwards, or he would have been uphill. There's a few different variables, but generally not straight. We're on flat ground and I'm directly behind you.
Testimony is we're on flat ground.
Okay.
Okay, and you're standing upright in a shooter stance. Would you expect this trajectory if I'm hunched over running from you?
Yes, that would make more sense.
Okay. Now, would you expect this trajectory if I was turned in any way like this?
Not from right behind you, no.
Okay. But you would expect this trajectory, would it be consistent with somebody running away in a runner's stance with their back directly toward you?
Yes, if I fired the weapon from here, the view in that stance.
Okay.
Essentially, if you just twisted just a tiny bit, that would be consistent.
Now, if I'm for some reason turning around and aiming at you, like I'm doing now, is it possible to have this trajectory?
No.
Thank you, Professor. In your expert opinion, were you able to determine the cause of death?
Yes.
Okay. What was the cause of death?
The cause of death was a gunshot wound to the torso.
In your expert opinion, were you able to determine a manner of death?
This is considered a homicide.
Nurse, I think that's all the questions I have for you. I probably was on, sure.
Okay, I hope so. Sharpie will not wash out.
Thank you. No, nothing further. Rose.
Good, how are you? I have not met you before now.
I can go through a couple of things. One, my name is Sean Kent. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And under no circumstance am I going to let you draw on me.
I'm good with that.
I can promise you that.
That's great.
Dr. Durst, I just want to go through some of your testimony to make sure that I understand everything that you said. And of course, I have no challenge to your expertise whatsoever. And so please don't take offense to any of my questions. And if I am wrong, feel free to correct me. Is that a fair statement?
Fair.
And you do not have anyone to reward, anyone to punish. We consider you a neutral witness. Is that fair? You don't work for the solicitors.
Oh, correct. No, I'm just here to explain the autopsy findings and what it means, and that's it. I do not take sides.
And I'm definitely not going to disrespect or ask you how much you make or anything of that nature. That's completely improper, but you work for a living, correct? You work for the University of South Carolina?
Yes.
And how long have you been there?
Well, I've only worked directly under them for about a year now. For 15 years before that, I worked for a private group of pathologists, and they just bought our practice. So I'm doing the same job for 16 years, but with MUSC for only a year now.
And doctor, as we talk about things, you are a doctor. You are say correctly, that is a rude phrase, but they want to make sure that they can look at it, challenge it, and see if it's done a consistent way.
Yes.
Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, there are specific standards that are utilized in doing autopsies.
Yes.
And that comes from the forensic autopsy performance standards.
Yes.
Are you familiar with those?
Yes.
And we utilize those to make sure that if somebody else is looking at the work that we've ever done, that we can have a standard, so not necessarily we can challenge, so they can make sure. Well, tell me why you have standards. Tell me the point.
Just so we don't have people making stuff up and creating havoc.
And we want to endeavor to make sure that if we utilize and follow the standards at all times, that's when we'll think they're done exactly correctly.
Yes.
What happens when we don't follow standards? Is that a problem?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, to be honest
It's just a
with
question. You know, I mean, how about let's make this, looking at the picture of the autopsy, do we believe that all standards were followed properly?
I believe I did.
When we're looking at the human body, I think you mentioned that we take it from the anatomical position.
Correct.
We take the height of the individual.
Yes.
Because we want to be very specific.
Yes.
And then we measure where the wound is, the defect, I think some call it, wherever the wound is.
Yes.
We measure it exactly because we want to have very precise measurements.
Correct.
And then in this situation, we're very specific that the wound path in this situation is back to front, and because we can tell that because we can tell the entry.
Correct.
And it's going front, back to front. And it's going, I think you mentioned right to left.
Yes.
And it's going slightly up.
Yes.
Now, first I want to deal with the word slightly. In my research and looking and talking to other doctors, they have mentioned that that's generally not a word that we utilize when dealing with autopsy because we want specificity. Is that a fair statement?
I use it and so do my colleagues.
But with a word like slightly, that's not a question where we can get a specific what number that we are dealing with.
I guess not, no.
And without having a specific, using a word like slightly on a small human being could be different than slightly on a large human being.
Yes.
And when we're dealing with standards and making sure we can make a point of what has happened, it makes it almost impossible for another doctor, another pathologist to look at our work and say, what does slightly mean?
Well, that's why we take photos.
And that's the next thing I wanted to get into. That's why we take photos.
Correct.
And when we take photographs in situations, we don't just take photos, we follow the standards to make sure it's done the exact same way. Correct?
Okay.
And you're familiar with the forensic autopsy standards? Are you familiar with them?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware that utilizing the forensic autopsy standards, there are specific things that we are supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
I'm not the one taking photographs.
But you would agree with me, there's some specifics that we're supposed to have in dealing with an autopsy.
What are you saying you were missing?
I'm asking you, are you aware of
Because
that?
I can see what.
Done. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Now, what are we supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
I don't understand what you're.
And it looks like I am completely on the wrong. No, yeah. In section E2, it talks about what happens when we have injuries. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. And just generically, what are we supposed to do when we take pictures of injuries?
This isn't saying pictures, it's describing.
Okay. So what are we supposed to do?
It says describe an injury by type, location, size, shape, pattern, and color.
Okay, and if we turn to page 15, that is where our industry standards talk about photographic documentation of injuries. Are you familiar with that section in the standards?
Yes.
And if we go to the forensic pathologist or representative shall, there's E31 and E3.2. What does E3.2 require us to do?
It says photograph major injuries with a scale.
Did we do that in this situation?
The sheriff's department or police department is the one that does that. And typically they do. I do not supervise them directly.
Do we have a picture of any of the injuries with the scale?
There should be some.
We haven't testified or seen any of that yet.
Yeah, Mr. Kent, you going down a road you might not want to go.
Can we wait for it?
Yeah.
And doctor, I think I understand what you were saying. That you did not take the pictures, these pictures that we have.
Correct.
And if you would have taken the pictures, you would have had a scale next to the pictures as required by the industry standards.
Right. So the sheriff's department always uses a scale. I guarantee you.
Sorry, Aaron. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to next door. I'll be right back to you. I promise this will happen. Don't stop the cake.
I'm trying to calm down.
accusing anyone of any type of, I don't want to use the word, discovery violation. But it has been handily addressed it, I know how to address it with this witness. She didn't do it anyway, so it was fine. My question was going to stop because she didn't put it on there. The sheriff's office would have done it, so I'm going to come through this witness. I mean, she's exactly right. She didn't do it, and that's where we're going to stop anyway the inquiry. She didn't put the picture on there. No, they have something. No, they have something.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about the standard practice. And what she testified to is, I don't take pictures, the sheriff's department coroner's office did. And she's asking, that should have been done. I said, has it been done? It has been done. It's been turned over, and we've called out all these pictures, because I thought we were all in agreement that a couple pictures was flagged, and 2 pictures, we were limited to 2 pictures of this fatal wound, which we agreed to, and now we're kind of being punished for that. So, I mean, it's a little,
I don't say there's no attempt to punish at all. I'm still in the middle of the direct decision. It is not, and they have a right to recross, and it is not handled properly at any court.
okay, so we're just, I can just print up this picture and I'll introduce it.
But she didn't take it anyway.
It doesn't exist there, we don't know. So it's just, I don't like it.
Why don't we let them finish the cross-examination? See where that goes. If it is rectified during the cross-examination, we'll be fine. If not, maybe we will discuss something curative for me.
Yes. Yeah, okay, and I think she did a good job of correcting it right there, and I think that's where we were going, but I'll make it up a little more quickly. She's smarter than me. So I think we're fine.
You told me I could correct
And
it.
you corrected the heck out of me, so I think that's where we were going.
It's court.
Just for the record, Your Honor, all of this information was turned over to current counsel, at least a portion of current counsel on what they. January 30th, 2025. They do have that.
All right. Well, let's give the jury about 5 more minutes. I'm sure someone's the rest of it and stuff like that. So, if I get the opportunity to do that real quick, go ahead. Thanks. All right, Mr. Lowe, bring them in, please, sir.
Quick moment, Your Honor. Do we need to do a curative to show that this information was sent to the defense January 30th, 2025?
Let's see how the cross goes.
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, bring them on in.
Here's the president, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Versa, I want to make sure I understand completely, and I think as we talked about, if I say something incorrect, you have every right to correct me. But I want to make sure I'm clear. you don't take the pictures. And I think that's where my confusion was. You don't take.
Right. I don't take the photos. I'm honestly gloved up in full PPE the whole time. So the coroner's office has a representative that takes photos. And in this case, I believe it was the sheriff's department sent one of their crime scene investigators to take photos. And they always take pictures with and without scale of the wounds.
And you understand why that was a concern, a question that I had to make sure who actually took the pictures. And that's why I'm glad you can explain that.
Right. I'm happy to
And
help you.
No problem. And I want to give you a chance to make sure to clarify. Is there anything wrong with someone different taking the pictures other than you? That way you can clarify to the jury.
No, there's no problem. And that's very typical because I've worked in medical examiners' offices in North Carolina during training, and it's always someone else that's usually taking the photo. That's very infrequent in my experience that the actual pathologist has the camera because, once again, we're in full gear doing the work, and that way we can just call someone over and say, take a picture of this.
And to make sure, so I don't look like I just tried to beat you up with a bunch of papers, I asked you the question about those forensic standards. You can understand it says something different. Do you want to explain why that's not an issue in this division? Because, of course, I read the forensic standards to the court.
Right. So it actually says the forensic pathologist or pathologist in training shall, and it literally says photograph injuries. So it literally does say that, which I think that's something probably names should correct because I don't know any forensic pathologists that take the photos.
So you can understand where my confusion comes from, that it says that you should, and I'm not blaming you, not blaming the solicitor's office, but you understand when I read the standard, it says that you should, but you're like, nobody does that.
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk about, and again, if I use words or say things incorrectly, please talk to me, because one of the things we have to figure out is the laterality of the bullet as it enters into the body. That's something important.
Yes.
Do you have a copy of your report in front of you?
I do.
Is that something that we measured to figure out inside the body, the laterality of the movement of the bullet when it went inside the body?
So there's no exit wound. So typically there's an exit wound that's pretty easy to measure, but it's inside the body. So I described it. We took lots of photos, and I actually put a trajectory rod through his body to show the trajectory. That's our standard of what we do.
And you understand why I asked the question, because that could be something important, the laterality of the bullet going into the body, especially when we're talking about a right to left path.
Correct. And that's why I described where it was located and why I put the trajectory rod through the body. But of course, the body at that point has been opened because, again, it's not a through and through. So it's not a picture that most people would be okay seeing.
Yes, ma'am. And of course, that's one of the questions that when I brought up at the beginning, utilizing, I want to make sure I say this correctly, utilizing words like slightly, when we didn't talk about, we don't have a measurement of the laterality of how the bullet moves in the body, that would be something we'd have trouble determining how right and left something is actually moving. Do you understand why I had that concern?
Yeah, and that's why we have the pictures with the trajectory rods and all of the descriptors.
And how are the pictures of those trajectory rods? Are they taken from angles or are they just taken straight on?
They're supposed to walk around the body and take them from multiple angles.
And if it's not done, is that an issue?
It's not ideal.
Okay, just asking. Well, is it not ideal because we can't tell how right and left something is?
Well, I know how right to left, but for someone reviewing, like you said, I just like to be thorough.
The solicitor was asking questions again about the right to left movement of the path. And when I was doing my studies, it says something, and again, this is where you correct me because you're smarter than me. When a bullet moving like 3 or 4 inches, almost equates to like 30 to 40% turn to the torso. Do you understand what I'm saying? When the bullet inside of the body, okay, you know where I'm going, so I'll let you explain.
There's all sorts of theories about measuring angles and degrees, but the problem is there's so many variables.
Right.
And so, is the body twisted or is the person just standing to the right of them? There's a lot of different variables. So there's not, unless you were physically there at the scene.
And that's what I wanted, and I'm glad
and know exactly where everyone is standing. It's hard. I can tell you whether something's consistent with the pattern and the angle, but I can't say, well, this person had to be standing here because I don't know exactly what angle even the victim's body was at. Nobody can unless you were there.
And that's why, going back while we talk about we do the body in an anatomical position, and then you just talked about possibilities and not possibilities. And the sad part is a lot of things are possible.
Correct.
And so when we say this is, it's almost rare to say something's impossible because we don't know because you're not there.
Correct. I can say if it's consistent or not. Clearly, he was not shot from the front, he was shot from the back. So there are certain things we can say.
And when we talk about the slightly right to left, there's a degree the solicitor said, couldn't have done that, which we understand, but there could be a slight turn, correct?
Correct.
Like there could be a slight turn this much.
True.
Okay.
If the shooter's directly behind.
If the shooter's directly behind, let's hope we're gonna do that thing, but you are not going to draw.
Come on. I'm good at it now.
Would you come up here and show me again? Because I want to make sure I understand. I'm gonna have you come on down again. And just so you don't take a chance, I'm gonna take Kenny Rogers if he'll come over here and utilize him. So what I want to talk about, so if we turn the body this way, and this is where We're gonna do this individual.
Okay,
This is gonna be the individual who had passed,
okay,
okay? Now, the solicitor asked you if this was possible, and you said no,
correct.
but this is possible.
Slightly, yes,
So that's possible.
yes,
So a human could be turning this way, and that's possible.
yes, slightly to the right, maybe not quite that much. I mean, that's assuming, like, if I'm to the right of you, that
Yeah.
changes, but directly behind, it goes just right to just left.
Okay.
So the same more than out there. If I'm directly,
If you're directly behind.
yes,
So that's possible.
yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. And you can go back and see, you didn't get the drawing. And they've introduced x-rays. Again, I'm not brilliant. One of the things that we always have to make sure of is the x-rays and so forth. Just shows where the bullet comes to rest. It doesn't show us the bullet is trampoline or anything like that when it's in the human body.
Right, and because of that impact on the inside of his rib cage, I could tell that it didn't come to rest exactly at the direct angle, because, bullets don't turn, they go straight. And then it got, again, snagged on the soft tissue around the heart, and it kind of yanked it back down.
And so I think the phrase I used, a bullet can trampoline back, is that a proper phrase that I just used?
That's a word, yeah.
Okay.
Use that.
Look at me, look at words, look, I had this stuff. And again, I first want to apologize completely if I have misconstrued anything you have testified to, and I have not challenged your expertise whatsoever.
I understand.
So please apologize if it seems like I have done anything to do that. Have I given you opportunity to answer all the questions that I have?
Yes,
And do you feel as though you've gotten perfect opportunity to respond properly to everything that I have asked?
yes,
Have you given opportunity to see? You don't believe that I've tried to trick you in any way whatsoever? do you?
No.
And you would agree with your testimony that we've talked about, there are different possibilities that could have happened and you were not there.
absolutely.
And one of the things the solicitor talked to you about, if the two individuals are on flat ground, that takes a situation that you don't know
Correct,
because you're not there.
correct,
And so if somebody's on a flat ground or raised ground or something like that, all of that changes our equations.
correct. There's several variables, as long as that angle stays true, that you
As
can
long as
move
the angle
both
stays
the shooter, the shootee, and everyone else around, so.
And so the best way to do it is take the science that you have offered and put it with witnesses, evidence, and so forth, let them decide what happened. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Oh, I've been told that. I've been told I have another question.
Okay.
So apparently I am done. I apologize. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you being here.
Okay, when you're ready. There you go. All right, doctor, you can step down. Thank you for being here. Good to see you again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let her get down. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna adjourn for today. Same rules apply. Don't discuss the case with anyone or amongst yourselves. Don't do any research or anything.
Low key, niggas hating but they don't want no beef. State gang, true sippers, bitch, I bet we gon' eat.